Good morning. Good morning. Nice and
Good
early.
morning, Bear. How are you?
Good. I'm pretty good. Coffee, I'm pretty good considering one of the first voices I'll probably hear is the carpooling this morning. But it's the defense's turn. But there is the fact that I think we learned yesterday, right, that Jim Griffin will be giving the actual closing arguments. Huh? Well, we'll
yeah,
see.
which
We'll see if he
I knew
sticks
that
to
was going to
that.
happen because
Yeah.
Harpoo doesn't have the energy for that. He can't remember all that shit.
Well, he did his 30 minutes for his opening. Like, I was surprised. Like, I went back and I'm looking, right, at all of the, videos and stuff, and I'm looking at the opening remarks, and they were only like they were like 30 minutes long. This closing was 2 hours and plus last night for Waters.
Yeah.
So I wonder how long. I wonder how long that is actually that the defense will be.
Yeah. Do you think Waters did that on purpose yesterday? Just took the whole damn day so they
I
could
do,
go back
well,
tonight and last night and
well,
just think about what he said.
I do think it was opportunistic that it actually took that long. But I do think he had so many witnesses and so much information to cover. I couldn't see it being less than 2 hours anyway. Look at how many weeks of there were 76 people on the stand.
Yeah, you ain't
76.
doing that shit in an hour. There ain't no way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Hi, KCA. We never see you over here. Yes, we are all
Mhm.
pretty much convinced that he killed them at this point. Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Randy. Actually, I see Randy everywhere. Hey, hi, Randy.
Oh,
How
yeah.
are you? Yeah, Randy's been here before. Welcome. Yep. And there is, as I said I would do, there's the closing argument all in one spot for you. No commercials, no breaks. Couple
Oh.
of fade-ins of Waters. There you go. Got the video out last night with the thank of our audio guy, MC Ricker, our help. Audio guy. That sounds so weird. The person who helps me with things like this because I'm a technical noob and it does okay. But there, hey Pete, morning
Fair
to
enough.
all of you. Fair enough. Well, that's the first one out there. I got a link out there for you. I have another very interesting link for everyone too.
Ooh.
There's a site called Post and Courier. that is quite local to the area, and they actually did 70 photos with the photographer of what they saw at Moselle after the jury, after they left. They were allowed to go in. And so that link there has the what do you call, the photo display, like you can
From
link
yesterday.
through from yesterday. You can link through and just look at the property, look at some of the stuff the way they saw it now today, if you'd like. um but that link is to that. uh, that's
Yeah.
kind of interesting. I was going to pull it up and show it, and then I realized that that may mess up my feed for the morning, and I think it's more important to keep to keep the defense's statement running as well as we did the states
Yeah.
yesterday, with no
Yeah.
problems
Do
and
you want me to
everything.
bring that up? Is there something you want to show or?
No, no, no. It's just for
Oh,
them
okay.
to look, or for yourself to look, like during breaks, if you've got a browser, or even for later if you're on your cell phone, everyone. It's just a link to that area. I'll drop it again later too. It
Might,
is in the video below.
yeah. Go ahead.
For the photos, just so that you can look at them. Some people are interested to see like what the jury might have saw.
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. If I was still on the fence at this point, I would want to know what they saw. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mhm. The link
yeah,
to the closing arguments, I do not believe I put it in the video yet. I was waiting for the defense too. I know the opening statements are down there, but that link, that's just on the channel. I made that public right away. I didn't keep it private. I made it public right away for everyone, figuring you could go back and look at any time, But it is much longer than the opening. I can tell you that.
yeah.
And
Might be interesting to see just a set of photos in order, or something.
mm-hmm.
Because I know I've spent so much time looking at the crime scene and everything. I have it memorized, but the distances pretty much too. But some people might want to go back and look, or maybe
Mm-hmm.
seen them yet. So I think that's great.
Yeah.
Uh,
So did anything change for you overnight in regards to what you were thinking? I mean, pretty much everybody yesterday, even before Creighton Waters finished, had said that they thought that he was guilty.
yeah, we got what was that, like 10-ish votes yesterday of people that were active in the chat saying that they thought he did it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's anybody. Is there any? Here's the question of the day: is there anybody left that is not sure yet? That's what I'd like to know.
Undecided. I think when it
Yeah,
comes to undecided, it's whether or not the jury can move forward. Almost everyone decided he was guilty, but there are still some who think that perhaps there's not enough evidence, or that the jury will not be persuaded enough. I don't know. That closing argument I thought was quite um, persuasive, especially with all the visuals that he gave them. And for me, the ending, the way he ended it with saying that, the victims need justice and we have to be a voice for them, was quite profound for me. You know,
yeah,
Not
yeah.
unusual for
That's
that to end that way, but um, we didn't hear a lot about the victim's voice in this testimony in the last 6 weeks. So that was good. Yeah. I thought it was quite emotional.
yeah. Tony said, "I think he's guilty, but not sure if the jury will be unanimous." Actually, I missed the last. Shit, I missed almost all of it. Remember when I got off after during
Mm-hmm.
the break and I
Yeah.
left,
Right. Well,
and
that's
about
why. Yeah. That's
15,
why.
20 minutes later, my internet went out
Mm-hmm.
totally for
Yeah.
like an hour and a half. I
Mhm,
missed the end.
mhm. Well, I'll tell you,
Yeah.
that's what's good about having the video of it all in one place, just what it is, that you
Oh, I
can go
agree.
fast forward later and just catch up. Anyone can, and you can go back and compare. And also, I like to do it while the jury is deliberating, is trying to remember what they both did. I think he matched his opening statement quite well as to what he was going to prove.
Okay.
Well, we'll see, because there was so much more he had to add. Because in his opening statement, like he didn't know he was going to be able to do 404B testimony into prior acts. But
Yep. Yep. But
I
now that
think
we
when
had that
Crichton
all
Waters
fall in,
says that he's got motive, yep, he's got motive, means, and opportunity, he meant it. I think he did a good job, like Rennie said, of finally stitching together the motive, the storm that was brewing in regards to what was going to happen. with Alex Murdaugh
Yeah,
that only he knew. Only he knew about this storm at the time. And I think he
absolutely.
did a good job of showing it, and stitching that together for the jury and showing them how what that actually meant and how his lies were contributing to it and how his actual lies and statements are actually proving it now. You know, oh, it
Yep.
was good. Oh, plus Pete.
Let's
Yes, I'm
see.
thinking someone in the jury will
Yeah.
make it hung or a taint. And yeah, it's not a with the family. I know everyone is saying that, Pete, because the family is so connected. And I guess it's a pretty common thought out there, especially the closer you get to where they actually are in Colleton County, you know. Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
coffee. Everyone, coffee, coffee. Yes, Sandra and Anna,
Uh-huh.
get your coffee and ready to hear the defense. Get snacks. He's going to be a little long winded too. Yeah, and he also, yup, it was really good. I agree. I think it was BCE at his best, but not too over the top, which was really good. He was there when he needed to be there. He was tough when he needed to be tough. He was kind to our ears and sympathies when he needed to be. I'm just, I think it always has the risk when it's that long that they're not going to remember a lot of what they heard.
Yeah.
But they did have all night. They didn't have the defense right at them, being the last thing they heard last night. So
Yep.
the last
But
thing they
at
heard
this
was Crichton Waters, right?
yeah, but at the same time they get to hear the defense for the last closing today. So, which is the
Yep,
point to give the defense the last word literally.
really, and give them an easy give them, also the judge said this way it wouldn't be broken up either, rather than start, in two different times, and have it be disjointed. It would be all together and fair, and the jury wouldn't be exhausted. Good morning, Halco. Uh, wait a second.
Oh yeah, there's Helco.
When men are pure, laws are useless. When men are corrupt, laws are broken. Benjamin Disraeli. Yeah, this is true.
Yeah.
This is true. Yeah, it's really early there, Sandra. It's just 9:27 here.
Yeah, no, I think Waters did great. I love the fact that he didn't just
Yeah.
do a regular slideshow with his points on it, but he put the case facts in there he needed looked at the hardest.
Mm-hmm.
He just put it in the jury's face. Look what he did. Look what he did. Look what Alex did. Look what
Mm-hmm.
like
He
but
did
he
a
was
really good job proving he lied to everyone, and he actually challenged the jury to think, how could you think he wouldn't lie to you? Like, absolutely, to show it. Like,
oh yeah, and I
mhm,
agree. I agree 100%. Like this guy is definitely pathological. He definitely thinks he's above the law. He definitely thinks that he can get away with whatever.
mhm,
I bet you he's still sitting there because the way he was smirking yesterday when Waters was doing his closing, I
mhm.
think he thinks that he can still get away with it. He thinks he's going to come out of this clean.
Yeah. You
He was
see,
just like he was saying some shit to Harpoo and Griffin, and
you see, I did
making
I
snarky
did catch a
comments
couple.
and
I caught that a couple of times, but most of the time, I saw concern and worry on him. Like,
oh
I
yeah, did
did
you
see
see where
he's
he got like
snarky.
mad? You could tell he was like
Yeah,
mad. Yeah.
he was getting agitated, and he looked concerned. Oh, the turtle
Yes.
moves, you're absolutely right. I would hate to be on a jury and not to be able to talk to anybody about the evidence I was seeing. Like, but I would just hate to be because I couldn't talk in general. Like, I just can't abide. Like, no. I just couldn't. Can you imagine sitting there and getting all that evidence and not being able to talk to your jury mates about it, like at all? You just sit there by yourself listening.
Well,
It
honestly,
would be
I
hard
would
for me.
prefer it because not everybody is as on top of it and paying attention and everything like you guys in the chat are, or like you in the chat
Mhm.
are. Like that's not I don't
Yeah,
want someone else saying stuff and possibly saying the wrong thing and putting it in my head that that was said out there. I
yeah,
would
but I
rather them
think I
shut
would
the hell
wanna
up and
I
let
think I
me
would want to, because I wanna know who's got
know.
the wrong information and make sure everybody has the accurate information if they're gonna be judging. You know,
Yeah.
like that would
Well,
infuriate
that's what
me.
the
Yeah.
deliberations are for.
That would
That's the
infuriate me if they weren't paying attention all this time and somebody had to bring them up to speed. I would be like, "Are you serious? It's been 6 weeks. Where you been? You're sleeping in the jury on the stand." That would be terrible.
I'm telling you, I think it would be beautiful if they were back in like 15 minutes and just said nope, he's guilty.
I don't. I think that's almost impossible to happen with the amount of evidence that they heard.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I know. But it would be great.
I think Pete is pretty close to accurate as far as a hung jury, because look at all they keep saying is how connected the Murdaughs are.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Oh,
so
there could absolutely be somebody that walked in there and said, "Oh, I don't know him at all." People can lie. Absolutely. There's always
yeah.
a risk of that.
Well, even that they're not like that, they don't know him or anything like that. Just that these things happen because it's not just Alex. It's like the whole family, and for whatever reasons, the family may want him acquitted, whether he did it or not. They don't really think he did it. You know, it's obviously some of them absolutely do not think he did it.
No, Pete, that makes you think that him smirking. You've thought that from the beginning, Pete. You are absolutely swayed by the tainted jury idea. Um, T Horn read there was a jury member sleeping yesterday. Yeah, T Horn. They also said 2 days in a row that the jury was crying over the testimony and crying over, and it wasn't true. So I wouldn't believe what you read on the internet about what the jury's doing. People are making up all kinds of shit. I don't know why, but people want to lie and exaggerate and make things dramatic that aren't.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
So
and it turned out not to be true about the jury crying.
yeah,
That was
exactly.
like bad reporting. But,
Yeah. So
mm,
people do
uh,
shit. Unfortunately, we have the internet and people have access to everything, and not everybody's honest, and most people want to stir up shit online.
yeah,
So you got to keep that in mind.
yeah. I was actually surprised it was a large news organization that actually started that with the juror crying, and
Sorry,
mm, mm, mm.
Pete being silly.
I like Pete.
Yeah,
Pete's been helping me keep the timeline straight, and it's for
yeah,
auxiliary information. Well, some of us have actually been watching this for a long time, besides outside of the murder case. So yeah. Oh,
yeah.
sorry. Oh, gosh. How does that do that when you have your notifications off? How does the phone still ring? I don't understand.
I'm sorry.
I, how does a phone still ring when you have the notifications off? Does anybody understand? Like, how on an
Well, is it still
iPhone, if you
sending you
turn it off?
notifications, but you turned them off?
No, it actually rang like loud. Like it
Oh,
actually it actually did that. Yeah. It's
I
like,
don't know.
and I don't know how it
I'd
can
have
do
to be
that.
more awake to think about that.
Yeah, it's just like making me crazy, you know. Well,
Randy says, "Oh, by the way, the reason I call him KCA is because I've known him for a long time, and we have one other Randy
mm-hmm,
in that part of the community, so I've
mm-hmm.
always called him KCA."
Okay. In the
In a
jury,
jury, they take. Oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead. You got it. I was just putting it up. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. In a jury, they take preliminary votes among the jurors, or the 2 times I've been picked, we did. Don't remember if it was shortly before we voted for real or when we did it. Okay. Okay, to see where everybody's at. Okay, that makes sense. I've
Mm-hmm.
never been on a jury. I would love to. Every time I move, someone tries to find me for jury duty at the old place I was at, and then I'm already gone. I've never got to serve on a jury. I'd love to.
Mm. Good morning, T Horn. Hello, always. It was nice to see you. Mm-hmm. Hey.
Oh, Turtle
Oh,
Move said if you have a VIP list, it might still come through.
Oh, okay. The Rocket Couch Androids have separate volumes for notification and ringtone. iOS could have something similar. I think it is in a special program. And you know what? Well, well, it wasn't my VIP list. because I would have muted because I have rules about that. So I would have said, "Excuse me," even though I'm live, because that would have been really important. But it's not my VIP list. I do have one, but that person wasn't on it. But,
Wow, really,
mm-hmm,
Randy?
mm-hmm.
Oh my God, bro.
One was a case about a guy that killed his cousin, then having
Nicotine fit.
a nicotine fit. Wow, that's going too far. That's just too
That
much.
that had nothing to do with the nicotine fit. That guy was about to pop anyways. It was
Yeah,
an excuse.
I don't know. I hope so because that's like too much, right? Like, don't you think? Like, that's just a bit
Mm-hmm.
much. Yeah. But you know, it takes all. You know, you never know what's going to set somebody off. It could have been. You know, you never know.
Yeah, it's true.
The only thing that I've learned in regards to things like that is never say never about anything. It's almost
Yeah.
like challenging the universe to put it in play to teach you a lesson.
Yeah. Challenging a dumb redneck or some crazy city guy
Hmm.
to
Exactly.
uh,
Mm. It's just very, very challenging indeed. Well,
oh.
oh, I'm looking. They're a little late. Like it's 36 minutes. I'm just checking the feed to make sure that I'm
I'm
got
watching too,
everything
and
going. And they're
they're
late.
showing they're
Yep.
showing stuff from yesterday still on it on the other one.
Hmm.
On my
That
Alex
confuses
Murdaugh
me.
view.
That confuses me. That's why I'm glad I actually use a feed that doesn't do that. Except for it does have the pink lady who occasionally comes in and ruins my day. But anything. Morning, Charlie Welch. Yeah, morning. I was just right. Like it's so funny, Charlie. I swear, I just had my finger on the phone sending you a good morning. Seriously. Well, now I can do it. Now I can do it this way. Yeah.
Morning, Charlie. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
Um
We
when I
did
did
not
jury
play
serve.
games last night. It was so weird. They did play cards. They did play Duo a little bit later in the evening, but we did
Yeah.
not have our normal games last night, and we were all off kilter because Quiz was our game master. He was having a little bit of an off day, so he was just playing cards here and there. Um,
Yeah.
and he really wasn't up to like it, and he didn't really tell me until after the fact. I didn't. Here's the thing: I got caught thinking it was still Tuesday. Yes, people, all day yesterday, including up into the wee hours of the evening. I thought it was Tuesday yesterday, and it was Wednesday. I missed Wednesday completely, completely. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't believe like because I saw even Charlie, I saw your message late too. You said something late. And I was like, "Yup, that's like it. We all missed it. Like nobody was in there even saying where's games or what's going on." Chris must think like we don't love him. Like he didn't even show up or
We
put a
were in
message
there.
and we
Yeah,
weren't
I went
saying anything. And I was like, "No, it's not like that, dude. I swear." Like I'm thinking it's Tuesday. But I did talk to him, so I knew he was okay. So I wasn't worried, but I didn't even think anything of it. I really thought it was just Tuesday. And they were like telling me later, and I was like, oh.
Out. The $792 million, you might have heard it called
Guess
the
who's
Ferris.
talking? Guess
guess
who's
what
talking?
happened?
Can you? Okay, I had to just mute her again. Can you believe that, woman?
I know.
Oh,
What
oh,
a
jeez.
bitch jumping on your channel like that.
And how dangerous, how risky is that? If they're late at 9:38, and that's when you choose to talk, like
Yeah.
they're gonna pop in any minute, and they are. So she better get off because they are on there. I see the judge. Okay, good. Here's the judge. All right, let me unmute everything. Judge is here. There we go.
Good morning.
Crazy pink lady.
First off, this morning we have to deal with the issue involving the removal of a juror. A few days ago, I
Oh.
received a complaint from a member of the public indicating that a juror had engaged in improper conversations with parties not associated with the case. I communicated and provided a copy of the communications to the defense counsel. After court, we then met with the juror on the record, and the juror denied denied discussing the case with anyone not on the jury or with anyone on the jury. She provided information that led us to the court to contact the persons that she was suspected of having conversations with concerning the case. Those individuals were interviewed and provided an affidavit regarding the contact that the juror had with them. We then also brought those two individuals in and had a hearing in chambers on the record in the presence of counsel yesterday. In which both of those individuals waffled on the nature and the extent of the contact. They also provided a recorded interview, or the state provided a recorded interview with the jurors, and I reviewed that interview last night. So the juror has had contact or discussions concerning the case with at least 3 individuals. Though it does not appear that the conversations were that extensive, it did involve the juror offering her opinion regarding evidence received up to that point in the trial that the conversation took place. And in order to preserve the integrity of the process and the interests of both the state and the defense in a fair trial, that juror will be removed and replaced by another juror. I will make a part of the record under seal because of maintaining the confidentiality of the identity of the jurors. I will place under seal the recorded interview, affidavits received, and both discussions with counsel have taken place on the record, and all of that will be made a part of the record. In the case. And we'll bring the juror out to inform her that her services will no longer be needed. We will then replace her with an alternate juror. Any additional comments by the state or the defense? Mr.
Not from the state. Your Honor, we do not accept from your ruling.
Yes,
I've sat through everything you sat through, and it's muddled, but we would defer to your judgment. However, I think it's important for me to note for the record that the interviews of these 2 people were done by SLED agents, one of whom was named as a witness in this case, and the other who was listed in the notes as being one of the investigating officers. Just to note that, again, SLED has made another bad judgment in this case. I'm not accepting from your ruling.
Yes.
I'm just pointing out that this is just a continuum of a calamity of errors. Thank you.
And the court has not had any discussion with any SLED agents concerning this issue. And all the inquiry by the court has been directly with the suspected parties involved and with the juror. And this is a matter that this long trial with the intense publicity is certainly, it would be certainly difficult for any individual to not have some exposure outside of the courtroom to information concerning the case, and to also be tempted to engage in discussions with others. But it is improper, it is contrary to my instructions to the jury daily, multiple times per day. And this juror unfortunately violated that order. So if you will bring out juror number 785. Yes. And sir? He's gone. Let's make sure she brings everything with her. She will, I'm sure. Tony. Good morning. Yes, ma'am, up here. In your normal spot's fine. If you could just remain standing for me. Good morning. You doing okay today? All right. I have, as you know, we've had some discussions with you over the past couple of days concerning indications of conversations with few folks not on the jury concerning the case, and expressing some opinion about the case. I have reviewed everything, including statements given by individuals and recorded interviews, and concluded that despite my order to not discuss the case with anyone, that intentionally or unintentionally you've had some discussions with some folks not on the jury, and which is going to require me to remove you from the jury. You have been a by all accounts, great juror, and smiled consistently, and have seemingly been attentive to the case and performed well. And I'm sure that with all the time you've invested in it, you probably hate not to continue, or maybe you're ready to go. I don't know. But I certainly want to thank you for your service. I'm not suggesting that you intentionally did anything wrong, but that in order to preserve the integrity of the process and in fairness to all the parties involved, we're going to replace you with one of the other jurors. Have you brought everything that you have outside of, you left some stuff in there? What do you have in there?
A dozen eggs.
Say it again?
A dozen eggs.
A dozen eggs.
Yeah, one of the other jurors brought in eggs for everybody.
Oh, okay.
Eggs in my purse and nut water.
All right, well, you're gonna leave the eggs. You wanna leave the eggs or take the eggs? You're gonna take the eggs. So, Mr. Bailiff, can you retrieve from the jury room her dozen eggs, her purse, and what else? And a bottle of water. You can get those things from the jury room. As you know, the identity of the jurors are confidential, not known to the public. And the reason you are still where you are is that cameras are not allowed to videotape the jurors, and we have operated by juror numbers throughout the process, and we'll continue to do so. And your identity will be kept confidential as far as the court is concerned. And we trust that in the event you decide you want to speak publicly about this case, that you wait until after the case is over. You're not encouraged at all to do so, but you have a right to speak to anyone you want to, if you decide to do so. No, I have not spoken with her today, but no, this is not related to, I know we also had some conversation was brought up concerning your ex-husband, but that's not a part of this consideration at all. This is totally independent of any other conversation that he might have had concerning you. That's not part of the order of the court. So they're going to get your things, and then once you're removed from the jury, you can't go back in the jury room. We'll have to tell them goodbye for you. Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. Ed, you can go. Thank you.
So apparently the eggs are an issue. Actually, I'm just making fun, but eggs are an issue everywhere. They're so expensive right now.
Pete-
But wow.
Pete said I'm like,
eggs.
Even the judge thinks it's funny. Now it's a dozen eggs are really on trial here. Here we go.
they're $8 a dozen now.
Give her a chance to leave or to take her. She's gone?
Mhm.
Okay, very good. Anything else before the jury comes?
We picked an alternate.
Oh, right, absolutely. When they come out, we'll need to select an alternate, and the clerk you have the remaining alternates in a box. Any
There's only
objection
two
to
of them left.
Blind selection of that alternate out of the box.
I know.
We made it all the way though. We only bought, with the two left.
As long as at least no more than one person doesn't screw up, we're good.
Juror number 254 will become part of the
Okay, so 254 is in.
the deliberating panel at this point.
He
254.
He did say it was not intentional. He does not believe whatever the juror did was intentional, that it was
Yes, sir. Mr. Griffin.
Your Honor, before the jury comes in, early in my closing argument, we have a blow-up of the photos of Maggie and Paul at the crime scene. I'm going to hold it up so that the jury could see, the audience cannot see, but I'm just notifying Court TV that please don't display this blow-up during the proceedings. Thank you.
Thumbs up, yes.
Oh, sure. I apologize. I have.
what a morning.
I know, right? Interesting already this morning.
Confronting right in front of the court. Yep, I know. I see it. Mm-hmm.
I was trying to tease Pete in the chat saying, there goes your tainted witness, buddy. She's gone now.
Yeah. Like, yeah, well, why was Dick upset? You would think that they want, everything to be fair. If there's any doubt at all, maybe he had the information and he couldn't wait to overturn everything because of it. I don't know. But to say that he objected to his ruling like that, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that was okay. I mean, the person went against the law of what the jury is supposed to follow. Bottom line, she's out of there.
I mean,
You can't
every
discuss the
day,
case with everybody.
every day the judge
Apparently,
says
she's talking more than one person.
exactly. That's the thing. It was more than one person. So that the judge is saying he doesn't think it was intentional. He's being very kind, but he also every day has told them, do not discuss it with anyone, even your other jury members, anyone. And they actually questioned her and then questioned a few other people, and apparently they've got like evidence that she actually did it. So there you go.
Well, there you go. That's
Yeah,
that.
unfortunate for Dick Harpoolian, who seems to think that we should leave her there. Mm.
Why is he worried about it? He hasn't done anything to sway the jury in his direction. So
I don't know. Let's look at Alex. Alex and Dick are quite concerned over these. I wonder if if either of them are on the tape or somebody they know. Like they look like they're worried about something here to me. No, I'm speculating. I'm speculating, people, just because it's good drama. I'm just making good drama here. You know. Mhm.
oh, look, the guy behind him's in full dress. Boy, he's been a cop for a
The
long
Wrangler
time.
jury.
Mhm.
He's got like 4 stripes on his arm, and I think each one's a decade.
It's going to be Jim. Yes, Colin. I'm sorry you're disappointed because I don't, but I'm actually not sorry because I couldn't take 2.5 hours of DH. No, I'm sorry.
Oh my God, shoot me. He's
Yeah.
too slow. He's got to collect his thoughts too much.
Mhm.
2 hours would turn into 4.
He was very disappointed the judge would not allow him to split up the closing arguments into 2 sections so that could each do an hour. I didn't hear anything in changing that. At the
Yeah.
time, the judge said he saw no reason to go forward with that, but they talk about it later, and I didn't hear anything else about it. But they've been having a lot of private conversations, so
Yeah. No, Pete, it was somebody on the street. It was some regular
Good
person. It
morning.
wasn't anybody from SLED.
no, he said
Good,
there were
thank you. And
conversations.
good
He
morning
said
one
that
more
the
time.
agents helped them figure it out. So
Day
maybe
number
they were. Heck,
28.
we don't know that.
Oh,
Welcome
okay.
back.
Touche.
Yeah, too. You
Juror
Could be.
number
You're right.
254. You are now part of the first 12 jurors. We have 13. You're part of the first 12 of the panel at this time. And the continuing with closing arguments is the defense's turn. Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Hope you guys got your snacks and coffee.
Mm-hmm. I keep losing my pen. All right, muting. Here we go.
Wow. We're at the stage of the case that's called closing arguments. I don't know why they call it argument. I'm not here to have an argument with you in any form or fashion. What I'm here to do today, this morning, is to review the evidence with you that you've heard in the courtroom over the last 6 weeks. And in reviewing this evidence, my goal is to address questions that you may have about what you've heard. And the jury system that we have, frankly, is the greatest criminal justice system in the world, because it's the only system, jury system, that a criminal defendant's fate is put in the hands of his or her peers. In this country, we don't leave the decision of guilt or innocent up to governor, to the attorney general, to the prosecutors, to the presiding judge. You, ladies and gentlemen, make that decision. And as perfect as our jury system is, there's one thing that I wish it provided: an interchange during the course of the trial between us. Y'all sitting there and listening to what we say, and we don't know what questions you have and what you want answered. By the same token, we may have questions of you that we can't ask. Here's my opportunity to try to answer the questions that I think you have. There may be some things that I go over that you've already decided, and I'm wasting your time. And if I do that, I apologize. I truly do. But I don't. This case is so important. I don't want to leave anything out that one of you may have a question about. I think I can probably speak to for everybody in this courtroom that there's one thing that we on this side have no question about. It's that y'all have been ideal jurors. We've been here 6 weeks, and each of you have come every day on time, and you've been very attentive, and it has not gone unnoticed. And we do appreciate you for your service. We know what a sacrifice it is, being away from your home, your work, your family, your personal obligations. Maybe some of you miss vacations. But you've been here in a 3-week trial, and here we are at the end of 6 weeks. And I want to thank you personally. I want to thank you on behalf of Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, and especially on behalf of Alex Murdaugh. In his opening statement, Mr. Harpootlian explained to you that the law governing your service requires each of you to engage in an unnatural task. In every criminal case, jurors are required to begin the process by presuming the defendant innocent. In this case, you were required under your solemn oath as we began to presume Alex Murdaugh innocent of these charges. And frankly, as he explained, that's not natural. When you hear on the news that a crime has occurred and arrest has been made, you feel a little bit relieved. Thank God they caught him. And frankly, I would not be surprised if some amongst you, when you read in the paper that Alex Murdaugh was charged with the murder of wife and son, that you thought, oh good, they got him. But those opinions, and each of you, when you filled out your questionnaire, agreed and affirmed that you would leave those at the door of the courthouse and that you would decide this case solely on the evidence. And that's what the law requires. And when we begin, the law also requires you to presume him innocent of these charges. Now, I've been doing this a long, long time, and up until the advent of instant replay in sports, it's been very difficult to explain just how to do that to jurors, how jurors can do this, apply this presumption of innocence. And if you're not as interested in sports, I apologize for this analogy, but the analogy is the instant replay. Whether you're a Clemson fan or Georgia fan, that on a Saturday afternoon, there's a play called on the field, and then it's reviewed. And under the rules, the call on the field stands unless there's visual, incontrovertible evidence that the call on the field was wrong. We see that every weekend on sports. Here, the call on the field is that Alex Murdaugh is innocent of these charges. That's what the law requires. And that unless and until the state proves his guilt to each one of you individually, voting individually, proves his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, then that presumption of innocence stays with him. You're not being tasked here to give your opinion in this trial. You're being tasked to apply the Constitution, the bedrock principles that protect us all from a government. Those bedrock principles are, first, you get tried by the jury of your peers. Second, that the jury of your peers begin with presuming you innocent. And third, that you will remain innocent until the government, if they can, proves to you individually in your mind that the person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, the judge will give you jury instructions on what that means, beyond a reasonable doubt. But the definition has been defined that reasonable doubt is doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate when making an important decision in their personal affairs, such as to buy a house, get married, any consequential decision. And you will be making, when you get this case, probably later this afternoon, you'll be making one of the most consequential decisions that you will have ever made in your life, I suspect. I don't know all of your backgrounds, but it will be a very consequential decision. And if the proof that the state has put before you causes you to hesitate, when you go to fill out that vote as you're deliberating in your jury room, each of you will have a vote. And you will have the right to vote guilty or not guilty. And each of you will write it down. And if there's any reasonable cause for you to hesitate to write guilty, then the law requires you to write not guilty. This burden of proof that we have, many of you may have had experience with civil cases. And in civil cases, the burden of proof is much lower, and it's called by preponderance of the evidence. And you may have seen lawyers or judges or watched on TV as they give a visual image of Lady Justice, who's blind and who's blindfolded, so she does not bias from one side or the other. And there's scales on Lady Justice. And those scales are the scales of justice. And in a civil case, if one party proves their case by a preponderance of the evidence, meaning ever so slightly tilt those scales in their favor, then they're entitled to the verdict. There's another heightened level of burden of proof in a civil case called by clear and convincing evidence. And the law requires things like to prove fraud or some intentional acts. You have to prove by clear and convincing evidence. And that's an intermediate level of proof. And so it's not just tilt the scales ever so slightly in the favor of the party that prevails, but you have to get sort of 3/4 of the way there. But now proof beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard of proof the law recognizes. And it is, you have to tilt the scales all the way to one side in order for the state to meet their burden. Now, a little bit about the verdict. You will have an option of guilty or not guilty. My friend Dick Harpootlian over here he travels a lot. He's been to a lot of countries, and he frequently, he recently returned from Scotland, where he attended a jury trial in Scotland. And he tells me it's much like this, except the lawyers wear a wig, and I might benefit from something like that. But in Scotland, it runs about the same until it gets time to the verdict in the criminal case. And the jury in Scotland, where we derive our laws from, and they are given 3 options. One option is guilty. Second option is not guilty. And the third option is not proven. Not proven. Now here in America, we have combined the verdict of innocent and not proven into one of not guilty. And so when you go to render your verdict, if it's a verdict of not guilty, it's either you concluded that the defendant is innocent of the charges, or that the government has not met their burden of proof, their heavy burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, and one of the reasons that defendants are presumed innocent and the government has such a high burden is because in criminal cases, the defendant really doesn't have the ability, doesn't have the resources, doesn't have the lawful authority to execute search warrants, subpoena documents, to prove his or her innocence. And so a defendant cannot secure a crime scene, cannot lift the crime scene for fingerprints, shoe-wear impressions, cannot secure telephones and get electronic data in the course of an investigation. So the defendant is limited on what they can do. In this case, on June 7th, 2021, Alex Murdaugh called 911, and Deputy Green, and then followed by other deputies, rolled up on the scene. And he is standing on his property. His wife and son lie dead in a pool of blood each. He's within yards of him, and he just put a shotgun down. He just put a shotgun down. And what would that look like? 90 out of 100 cases when an officer rolls up, it would look like the person who had the shotgun and 2 dead bodies may have done it, probably have done it. Certainly is someone who should be strongly considered. And all the officers in this case told you that. Deputy Rutland said, Yeah, Alex Murdaugh was a suspect, but there are a lot of suspects out there. Everybody was a suspect. Fair enough. Agent Owen says, well, we have a circle, investigative circle, and it starts with immediate family members, particularly if they found the deceased, the victims. So he's in the circle by virtue of calling 911, and that's fair enough. But what doesn't strike us as fair is that the next morning on June the 8th, after the gruesome murders of Maggie and Paul, this is what is issued, a joint press release, Colleton County and SLED, that says, at this time, there's no danger to the public. At this time, there's no danger to the public. We have 2 people have been executed within, y'all are out there, I don't know, is it 100 yards, 200 yards from Moselle Road? They've been slaughtered. And at this time, there's no danger to the public. Does that tell you that on June 8th, law enforcement had decided it had to be Alex Murdaugh? It's a fair question for you to ask yourselves. It's a question that's not been fairly answered in this trial. But we know from June 7th to June 8th, Alec is a suspect and he's in the circle. And from that day forward, he is at the mercy. He is at the mercy of the ability of SLED to exclude him from that circle. They have the ability to do the forensic work. They have the ability to interview witnesses, and they have the ability to gather electronic data. And we believe that we've shown conclusively that SLED failed miserably in investigating this case. And had they done a competent job, that Alec would have been excluded from that circle a year ago, 2 years ago, but he would have been excluded. What did you hear from the witness stand? You heard from Chief Barry McCroy. I didn't know Chief McCroy until I got involved in this case, but his reputation is outstanding, and he's a consummate professional. And he explained that when he got there, he was concerned that cars would be pulling up and there were some tire tracks that were not being protected and that they could have evidentiary value. And then you heard from Mark Ball, who had a conversation with Sheriff Hill, who's another fine public servant here. And he also agreed, we've got to stop cars from coming in here to preserve these tire impressions. And it was not done. It was not done. Captain Chapman from the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, he testified about seeing other sets of tire tracks. As you had came in off Moselle Road, you probably saw where Deputy Green's vehicle had stopped right at the kennels. But then on the other side, where you saw that Alec was parked and pacing on some of these videos, that's where Captain Chapman had talked about seeing tire tracks, and he tried to track them. SLED was coming on, and then it was like a trail to nowhere. It was a trail to nowhere. Deputy Rutland talked about seeing hair in Maggie's hands, you'll recall. You didn't hear anything about the hair in Maggie's hands from that moment forward. Was it tested? Was it sent off for analysis? There was no evidence of what, if anything, happened to the hair in Maggie's hands. Was it as a result of a struggle with her assailant? Was it her own hair? I mean, we don't know the answer to that. We know they failed to take fingerprints from the feed room, and they should have. They failed to properly take footwear impressions from the feed room, or at the apron right outside the feeder. And I think that's I don't think that's uncontradicted. The Agent Worley, who doing the best she can, did not go there to document footwear impressions. Did not do that. You heard from our expert, Mr. Zerchi, what is required. And I believe Dr. Kinsey also agreed it was not done. I know Mr. Palmbach did. And both, now I'll get to the shot angles in a little bit, but both Dr. Kinsey and Mr. Palmbach have this murderer for Paul standing on the concrete. Whether 1 foot's in, 1 foot's out, both feet are in, but there should have been footwear impressions. But we'll never know because it was not preserved. It was not taken. The thing that has baffled us, has completely baffled us, is why did they never take DNA samples off of Maggie's clothes, her dress? Why did they never take DNA samples off Paul's clothes? They never did. And we asked their investigators, why didn't you? Well, that's somebody else's job. It was never done. But you know whose clothing they took DNA off of extensively? Alex. And you heard Agent Zapata talk about all the different grids on her shirt where DNA was samples were taken. Was Alex assaulted on June the 7th? No, he wasn't assaulted. Was Alex wrestling with the assailant on June the 7th? There's no evidence of that. So why are they taking DNA evidence of Alex's clothing in June of 2021? And there's only one reason. And it goes back to this right here. There was only one reason. Is that they had decided that unless we find somebody else, it's going to be Alex. Unless we find somebody else, it's going to be Alex. And I'll get into more detail about Maggie's phone. And Maggie's phone was not secured properly. Maggie's phone was, well, let me just go right into it. Maggie's phone was found on the side of the road in the morning or early afternoon on June the 8th. Whoever killed her threw that phone on the side of the road, without a doubt. Alex, from the get-go, has said, you get Maggie's phone, you get my phone, or you get my OnStar data, and you will not see my car traveling down the road with Maggie's phone, because it did not happen. It could not happen. Take the Owen. Have you gotten it yet? No, we've not. We sent the black box from on the Chevy to the FBI. It was a new model. Turns out the data's encrypted, and so we haven't got it yet. Well, what about General Motors? I mean, I'll do what I have to do, whatever I can do. And so, well, you know, we're looking into it. Well, what we learned during this trial is, sure, SLED sent a subpoena via a fax machine to somebody in Detroit, I believe. And whoever got it in Detroit, whether there was a number off, I have no idea what the reason was. But we do know the initial response was, we don't have anything. We don't have any OnStar data that you're looking for. There's no indication that SLED followed up with a phone call. There's no indication SLED followed up with a letter. There's no indication SLED did anything other than put it in a file. Put the response in a file. And that was it. That was it, ladies and gentlemen, until somebody watching this trial somewhere contacted somebody at General Motors and said, why don't you guys cooperate with the FBI and SLED on this investigation? And they're like, what are you talking about? So Friday, during sometime in the last 6 weeks, lo and behold, here comes all the OnStar data that you got to see. And that would be great. That would be great. But for the fact that when they seized Maggie's phone, it had, they put it in airplane mode. They knew how to put it in airplane mode. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Let me get water. I apologize. Oh, there's pollen, something else. They put it in airplane mode, but what you'll see, I got a photograph, is the location services were still on, meaning still pinging off GPS satellites. And the phones don't hold that much memory. They hold a lot of data, as we have learned, but they don't hold that much memory. And it writes over itself. And for GPS location services, the ping points that we see from Paul's phone on all that data, that would have been on Maggie's phone for the 7th. But for the fact that it wasn't extracted until sometime in like June 16th. I think that's the date, but if I'm wrong, I apologize, but it's around the middle of June. And that ping information that we see on Paul's phone, for Maggie's phone, it goes back to like June the 9th. Well, a lot of good that does. A lot of good that does. We don't have it. We would have had it had they extracted it earlier. And then Agent Dove says we didn't have an upgraded software that would read it. Took us a while to get it. I don't know why it took them a while to get it. There's really no explanation about that. But you heard about Faraday bags. Put it in the Faraday bag. So it's not pinging against satellites, not overriding. They didn't do that. And it's lost. Had they done it, I hope we wouldn't be here. I hope, because I know it would say, because we have enough evidence in the record, and we have to go around our elbow to get to our thumb to get there. But there is sufficient evidence in the record that shows Alex Murdaugh was not driving down the road, Moselle Road, with Maggie's phone in the car and tossed it at whatever time. When he went by at 9:08. I don't know what time they think it's tossed, but that would have gotten him out of the circle. I would hope, but probably not, because they've been so focused on him. Now, as I mentioned, Alec asked multiple times. I think the testimony was 5 times. Agent Owen, if you get this data, it will show I wasn't there. And we didn't learn why they didn't get it off Alex's phone until very recently, because you'll remember on June 10th, he gave SLED his phone. Yeah, you can copy it. Please copy it, because it'll show that I wasn't driving. Now, my phone was not with Maggie's phone at any point in time going down the road, I did what I said I did. Well, they did extract it, but what we've learned, the extraction was a superficial extraction, not because Alec requested it. That's just what they did. Said a logical surface extraction. So they didn't go in and pull out any GPS pinging data like you see on Paul's phone. They didn't get off Alec's. Now, if Alec had not made those requests to Owen, and they are disputing that, it's one thing you can be 100% sure of, is they would have called Detective Owen up here on the witness stand during their rebuttal case to say, no, he lied. He didn't ask that of me. I mean, they got Sheriff Smalls in here to say, I didn't give him permission to put a blue light in his car. They came and challenged whether he had authority from the sheriff or maybe a deputy sheriff to put a blue light in his car. But they didn't contradict anything you said about, I've been asking for this data that would get me out of the circle. And now we know why it took so long to get the stuff from his car. It's because it's because the FBI wouldn't go to General Motors on this event data. The FBI was up there and they bought a Suburban, they're riding it around and they're reverse engineering all these systems to try to come up reports. And then they come in here and tell you, well, it's not complete, some is inaccurate, but this is what we got. And during the middle of all that, that's when, lo and behold, we get on started. Thankfully, we did. So then we roll into Labor Day weekend of 2021, where Alex, longtime drug problem, his financial issues, misconduct were exposed. And that made him an easy target for SLED. And I hate to say this, but the evidence is crystal clear. From that moment, they started fabricating evidence against Alex. Well, Mr. Griffin, that's an awful charge. Don't all lawyers accuse law enforcement of fabricating evidence? And I can tell you, this guy right here was a federal prosecutor, was a state prosecutor, and some of my best friends are in law enforcement. And I don't make that claim lightly. Here, what you have heard is they came up with a report that says Alex's t-shirt had high velocity blood spatter on it. High velocity blood spatter. What's that? That means you're within feet of a shooting. And they didn't just say any shooting. It said in their report, it says as a result of Paul's murder. High velocity blood spatter on a shirt as a result of Paul's murder. That was number one. Well, let's stick with number one. Why do I say that is fabricated? Well, you heard Agent Zapata said we did hemotrace confirmatory blood tests on that shirt. That means there was two types of tests. There's a presumptive test, which is what they use a product called LCV that makes it turn purple, where it might be blood, but it turns purple on other agents as well, including bleach. You heard. You also heard that the shirt came out of the bag wet and it smelled like detergent. Anyway, they spray it, it turns purple in places. So they think, well, that must be blood. Next thing they do at the SLED lab is they do a confirmatory test to see if it's blood. 0 for 74, not blood. That didn't stop SLED from going out and pursuing with vengeance this report. They didn't give the no blood test result to the guy in Oklahoma, and when it surfaced, they had a problem on their hands, and they were pushing it up until this trial. And you heard the testimony from the stand that they went from Mr. Bloody Shirt leading up to this trial to Mr. Clean during this trial. And they asked him, and they raised issues during the trial with Blanca, where were his clothes? No one's asking about the man's clothes that he had on the Snapchat video back in, at 7 o'clock with his son until November or so, I think is what she said. I mean, the issue of changing clothes, it was late to the dance, because when they went to, as you heard, when they went to the Colleton County grand jury to get an indictment that you're going to be deliberating on, they told that grand jury they had an expert report that says high velocity blood spatter. And I asked Agent Owen, I said, when you went to the grand jury and when your guy gave you the report, how'd you not know, chief investigator, how'd you not know that there's this hemotrace test that says it's no blood? Well, I didn't get the email. I say it in somewhat jest, but You know, could the dog eat his email? I mean, how's the lead investigator in the case not get the lab report that says there's no blood on the shirt? Now, ultimately, it was produced to us, and we were raising Cain about it and saying, how can you say this on one hand and that on the other hand? And and here we are with a Mr. Clean theory that he washed off after brutally murdering Maggie and Paul. He takes a hose and washes himself off. He gets in a golf cart, butt naked, I guess, and drives to the house. So that's the blood spatter fabrication. The other is this blue raincoat with GSR. And do you remember that testimony? Shelley Smith, who worked for Ms. Libby and Mr. Randolph, had told SLED after September, after Alex's problems had been exposed, after she had a conversation with a Allendale police officer following an accident investigation in which she was in an accident, that on the morning, she said in here, as she told you, on Wednesday after Mr. Randolph's funeral, and that turns out to be, I think, June 16th, that Alex shows up at the house at Alameda at like 6:30 in the morning, knocking, trying to get in, and he has a blue tarp. And in this blue tarp, she lets him in. He goes upstairs with this blue tarp. He comes back downstairs. He lays this blue tarp out on Ms. Libby's retirement rocking chair for in the living room, and then he leaves. And then she leaves to go to her day job. And when she left, the blue tarp was laying out on Ms. Libby's rocking chair. That was her testimony. And so SLED gets that, gets a search warrant, goes to Alameda, and they seize a blue rain jacket. They seize a blue rain jacket. And when they do, they take that blue rain jacket and they show it to just about every family member. Let me get it right quick. So they can think of, and it's defendant's 87, Doug, if you can pull it up. But they show this blue rain jacket to as many family members as they can get in contact with, and the rain jacket is, and no one recognizes it. No one sees it. No one said Alex ever worn it. No one said Paul's ever worn it. No one said Buster's ever worn it. No one said Maggie's ever worn it. Have not seen this blue rain jacket. Have not seen this blue rain jacket. One more thing about this blue rain jacket. When they did the search at Alameda, John Marvin was there. And John Marvin asked him, did you find anything? And he said, well, we found a blue rain jacket back on the property. And he said, well, my dad drives a buggy around and maybe it fell off the back of his buggy. Clearly, John Marvin was understanding that it was back on the property. And then they asked him to come look at the blue rain jacket, and he was told it was found in the closet. And he said, that didn't sound right. And they never clarified it. Now here's a picture. I'm not even going to put it up, but I'm going to. 411 is a picture of this closet, and you can see the blue rain jacket that's just sort of folded up and stuffed down here at the bottom right. That's the blue rain jacket. And apparently right before this trial, they showed Shelley Smith this picture and says, does that look like the blue tarp you saw? She said, well, yeah, sure, it looks like it. They never showed her this. And she said, this is page 87, it's on the screen. She'd never seen this. But they did GSR testing on this and it says, whoo, it's hot. A lot of GSR. Manufactured evidence, ladies and gentlemen. And then And then there's this issue of misrepresenting what are the type ammunition found in the shotguns at the residence at Moselle. Paul was murdered with first shot was a buckshot. Went through his chest. He was turned this way, went in here, and then out under his arm, and that was buckshot. The second shot was into the head, either depending what expert and what pathologist, it's either this way or this way, but into the head. And that was still duck shot. I learned that you can't shoot ducks with anything but steel pellets because they don't want lead in the water. So you got to have steel pellets. And then Agent Owen testified, admitted begrudgingly that he had testified to the grand jury that there were 4 weapons found up on the property in the gun room, 12 gauges that were loaded, or I'm not saying 12 gauges, I'm sorry, 4 shotguns that were loaded with buckshot and birdshot. There's 4 other ones. So that matches. Well, guess what? Totally not true. That was totally not true. And he admitted on the stand it was not true. He admitted telling Alex during the interview, and he said, well, I can do trickery. And we're going to see that shortly. But and then I said, are you trying to trick the grand jury? No, I didn't say that. Well, we walked through it, and he did say it. And he didn't remember it, and you'll remember the testimony. And I said, well, people make mistakes, don't you? Yeah, that was a mistake. And it's okay to make mistakes, right? Yeah. And you can make mistakes about time. Well, that's the most common thing people make mistakes about. It's not all right for Alex Murdaugh, who's in the center of the circle, who's not all right for him to make mistakes about time. It is not all right, according to the same investigator who says it's okay, happens all the time. But here we go, and then Eureka. They finally get into Paul's phone in April of 2022, and they see Alex. Well, they don't see Alex. They see Cash the dog, and they see Paul's feet walking around, and they hear voices in the background. One of them sounds like Alex. And off they go. They go off and get an indictment from the Colleton County Grand Jury, relying upon high velocity blood spatter, relying upon 4 guns having the same load, and relying upon a rain jacket that's got GSR on it, and Alex lying about being down at the kennels. Now we know, after we've been here 6 weeks, of those 4 things,
Bixby voice privacy contacts have been updated. To continue, review the updated items on your screen.
I'm so sorry. No, that was turned on. I will turn it off. What we know is 3 out of those 4 things that was presented to the Colleton County Grand Jury that you're going to be deliberating on for the indictments that return aren't true. No blood spatter, no GSR rain jacket that's ever been connected to Alex whatsoever, and there's no loaded gun. So we're left with the lie. We are left with the lie. Now, Alex lied about being down at the kennels in Alameda. And why did he lie? And that is certainly a fair question. And that's, and frankly, I probably wouldn't be sitting over there right now. He had not lied, but he did lie. And he told you he lied. And he told you why he lied. He said he lied because, I'll tell you, he lied because that's what addicts do. Addicts lie. He lied because he had a closet full of skeletons, that he didn't want any more scrutiny on him which is the most ironic thing in the world because depending on which day of the week, their theory is that he slaughtered his wife and son to distract from a impending financial investigation. But he puts himself in the middle of a murder investigation, and he puts himself in the spotlight of a media firestorm. That's their motive evidence, and we'll get to that. But he lied. He lied because of his drug paranoia kicked in, and he was clearly in the throes of addiction. He lied for all those reasons. But what he didn't lie for is because he was covering up the fact that he killed Maggie and Paul. That is not the reason he did it. Doug, will you play the dog kennel video, please? I'm going to play the dog kennel video. So just please listen to the voice. Four minutes later, the state would have you to believe that Alex Murdaugh up and blew his son's brains out of his head and murders his wife after having that conversation about Bubba having a chicken or a guinea. 4 minutes later, their case wants you to believe that this is a family down at the dog kennels doing what families do. They're checking on a dog, tail. Bubba's out running around, and they're saying, Bubba, got a chicken. Now, why would Alec not want law enforcement to hear that? I mean, there's nothing on that tape. There's nothing on that tape that indicates there's any strife, any conflict, any anger, any planning, anybody being afraid, anybody running, anybody scurrying. Nothing. It's Maggie, Paul, and Alec down at the kennel. That's it. And their timeline is based on the fact that this automated thing kind of messed me up, but the point I was going to open this up and say, under their theory, if your phone's not moving for some period of time, you're dead right then. You could be run over in the traffic 2 hours later, but if you're not answering a text 2 minutes after you receive it, you're dead at that point. And that's their case. That is their case on time of death. Is phone stop moving, you're dead. You've heard testimony from a lot of witnesses. I would say practically every witness who took the stand, who actually knew Alec and Maggie and Paul and Buster, testified under oath how much Alec adored Maggie. She was his all. Some people describe Paul as Alec's best friend. His relationship with him was awesome. And that was unanimous. Unanimous. I want to just play briefly a clip from Blanca testimony about Alec's relationship with Maggie.
You've also, I think, in multiple interviews with Sweat and other folks, described, I think the words were,
Please continue, Doug.
All. Isn't that what you told us, Lex?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean? Maggie was his all.
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her as somebody he adored, correct?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Now, this was her testimony from the witness stand. And then in every trial, there's just, you hope you find, some very authentic witness, part of the fabric of America that comes in this courtroom. And we had it in this case, and it's Dale Davis. And I want you to remember what Dale testified about Alex's relationship with his family. Will you play Dale Davis's?
Me?
When you use the phrase lovey-dovey about Alex and Maggie, what does that mean?
It means they loved each other.
What, in your presence, you described them as being lovey-dovey, didn't you?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you meant by that.
Oh, every time I always say them, I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids. Or his wife. I've never seen him even, none of them argue. But he always, anything she wanted or the boys wanted, he would try to get it.
And what was your observation about the relationship with Paul?
They like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together.
Okay.
That was Dale Davis. Which brings us to the question, why? Why would Alex Murdaugh on June 7th execute his son Paul and his wife Maggie, who he adored and loved? Why? The state's theory is that that it was a storm a-coming, clouds are arising, and that his financial house of cards is about to collapse and he's about to be exposed. And because of that, he does what every rational person would do: go kill your wife and son. That is their theory of motive. That is their theory of motive. And it worked too, by the way, because he killed his wife and son. Guess what? Jeannie Seconder quit asking questions for a few weeks. Oh, in the boating case, that won't be worth anything now that his wife and son have been murdered, because he's sympathetic. Have you heard such? One thing Mr. Waters and I agree on is the best thing about jurors is you bring your common sense in here and you use your common sense. And that's what it's all about. That's what your collective wisdom. And just collectively think, individually think, what kind of sense does that make? Alex, his financial house is a wreck. He's stealing money from clients. He's got to produce a financial statement, maybe, in a hearing coming up. And his dad goes back in the hospital that day. And he hopefully dies a few days later. Okay. So I get a call. Jeannie comes in. My dad's going to the hospital. Paul's coming home. That'd be a good time to kill Paul, wouldn't it? That is their theory of the case. And if you don't accept that beyond a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen, I submit the verdict has to be not guilty. Because there's no reason for him to do it. No reason whatsoever. Now, you've heard a lot of testimony about these financial crimes, misdeeds, and he told you he did it. He told you he did it to support a very expensive drug habit, and none of that's an excuse, but he is an addict, and addiction is real, and addicts lie, addicts cheat, addicts steal to keep getting their drug. The evidence was permitted in this case for you to hear solely to consider, did he murder his wife and son because he had this storm of coming that he was going to be exposed? Is that why he murdered? That's what they say. That's why he murdered. And that's why you're allowed to consider it. Now, Judge Newman in his jury instructions will tell you that's all you can consider it for. You can't consider it by saying, man, I never knew he could do that. So if he could do that, he must be able to do the most heinous crimes in the world, kill his wife and son, execute them style. I mean, that's a no use of that evidence. The only permissible use of the evidence is that sufficient provocation, motive for him to kill his wife and son? Was it sufficient motive, not provocation? And the evidence in the case is that there was no impending financial doom on June 7th. June 7th was a day which frankly was no different than any other day in the frenetic lifestyle of Alex Murdaugh. He had so many balls in the air, and he even forgot his paralegal's name, and I apologize to her. I think Christy. She said he would come in like a Tasmanian devil. I mean, he was frenetic. And they were on to this $792,000 fee in the Ferris case, and they were asking questions to put Chris Wilson's office. But the reason they weren't concerned that he was stealing money. They were concerned that he was sheltering money, trying to hide it from being disclosed in the voting litigation, in which he was a defendant. And they didn't want any part of that. And that situation with the voting, with the Ferris fee, as Ms. Seckinger, Jeannie Seckinger said, that was a one-off. That was completely on its own, different type conduct than all the other stuff that you heard about. That was a one-off. And what happened on June 7th? She says, I'm in his office, and he gets a phone call that his dad's put back in the hospital. And she thinks that he told her it was terminal. He may have, I don't know, but his dad is put back in the hospital. He wasn't terminal that day, but the next day he got the terminal diagnosis. Any event, she takes off her CFO hat and puts on her mama bear hat and hugs him and a friend hat. And their theory is he slaughters Maggie and Paul to buy time from her investigation. That is it. That is their theory. That is their theory. And it's totally fabricated. They've got no evidence of that. There's no evidence that Maggie was on to his financial misdeeds. There's no evidence that she was about to blow the whistle on him. There's no evidence that that he had a $20 million life insurance policy on her, and that if he murdered her, that he could get out of financial bond. None of that. And I asked Ms. Seckinger, how long of a delay did that buy Alex? What, month maybe? A month? That's their theory. That's what their case is built upon. And then this motions hearing is, there's a motions hearing scheduled for Thursday. It had previously been scheduled 2 other times. And it was continued at the last minute on the other occasions because 2 of the lawyers had cancer and we were receiving treatments. But it wasn't sure it was going to be continued previously. Did he go murder anybody, to get out from under those prior hearings? No, this had nothing to do with it. And, so they brought the plaintiff's lawyer in. He's an excellent lawyer. And he's, like any plaintiff's lawyer. I'm going to clean his clock. I'm going to take everything he's got. That's what they all say. So then we had to bring the defense lawyer in to say that was a negligent parenting case. And it wasn't worth the paper it was written on. Folks, that's what we are in a murder case. And that's what we're having to deal with because that is their theory of motive. But even if The financial day of reckoning was impending. If it was right there, Alec would not have killed the people he loved the most in the world. There's no evidence that he would do that. We do have evidence of what he would do and did do. And if you'll pull up Defense Exhibit 125, which is in evidence. On September 2nd, 3rd, 4th, I forget the date. This is Labor Day weekend. He gets his drug dealer, Curtis Eddie Smith, to shoot him in the head because he couldn't go on, because it was all going to come crashing down, and he had a big life insurance policy. So when Alex is at financial collapse, he doesn't go kill somebody else. He tries to end it himself. This is a natural response. You don't want anybody to do it, but people kill themselves from being exposed. Don't kill their wife they adore, son, the apple of his eye, as some people have said. That's not. That is, I don't have the adjective for that. That is so outlandish. I don't have a word for it. Totally illogical, irrational, and insane. Those are words I wrote down. For someone to kill their loved ones when their criminal conduct is being exposed. So, you can take that down. Yeah, thank you, Doug. Yesterday we heard a lot from Mr. Waters. And I've been in Mr. Waters' position. As I explained, I was a federal prosecutor for a number of years. I've been a state prosecutor, part-time mostly. And I've done his job. It's a very rewarding job. And I hold him and I hold his office in very high esteem. But there just sometimes folks just get caught up in a case, they get a desire to win. They get so intoxicated by the attention that's brought on by the case that they start sort of a win at all cost approach. And I'm going to go through some things that Mr. Waters stated to you that just aren't facts and aren't supported by the facts and the evidence that you heard. And before I do that, I want to give you a cautionary statement. We lawyers aren't witnesses. I didn't take an oath to stand up here and talk to you. I have ethical obligations about what I can say and limitations under the rules, but I'm not a witness. I'm here to talk to you about the evidence. And the same applies to Mr. Waters. You decide what the evidence is. You decide. And
further, we're going to take a short break for about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
Short break. I'm really having a hard time following here. Basically, Alex is such a great guy. I don't know.
My God, Claire, he's literally just standing up there and lying. And he brought up hair that wasn't put into evidence. How is that legal?
Well, it was in the evidence and it is legal because they actually did mention it. They just didn't give the results of any testing because they didn't find it pertinent. It was part of testimony. Otherwise, couldn't mention
so
it.
I must have missed that.
I said that.
Then.
Well, you asked me in the chat. I did kind of let you know that they just didn't give the results of the testing. So,
I had to walk out the door for a minute. I missed it.
Yeah. So, I don't think he's going to do anything illegal because I really don't think he's that silly. But I'm wondering about why. For me, I'm wondering why he is not recalling dates or witnesses' names. Like he knows some of them, but not all of them. Clearly, trying to act like it's not a big deal or something. I don't know. But we do need to take a nice, good stretch. And yeah, Pete, good luck with your errands. I'll see you later. Hopefully, at least you'll be awake I think most of us are going to have a hard time getting through the rest of the testimony here. I mean, not the testimony, the rest of the argument here, because he's just, he's really just lamenting, like, they should not have been looking at him. That he's the only one that they looked at, which is not true. There's evidence that they did check other people, that they went through. Even when they got the phone records, they got more phone records than just his. They went for a lot of places, and they didn't actually name him as a suspect until August. They were looking at everybody. So,
I know. They need to
Pictures
get over that
that the
witch hunt
prosecution
thing.
has brought up are simply not indicative.
There she is again.
That wench.
Oh, we did it again. There you go. Sorry, people. And she got me again. She's not wearing pink today, though. She kind of slid in there with a dark outfit. I didn't catch her. Okay, so what was I saying? It's really kind of confusing. How he's saying he was an actual suspect from number one. First of all, whenever a wife is killed or a family is killed, the circle is small in regards to family right away. They took DNA from Tootin, from everybody who was there on the scene or throughout the day that had any contact with anything. They did not just focus on only Alex Murdaugh. And I hope now that the jury has been to the site that they see why they couldn't actually get cast impressions of footprints when the floors were cement.
Yeah,
and
how are you
full of
going to
water.
cast that? Yeah.
Right. I hope that
And
they
remember
realize,
as well.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Go on.
Remember as well that when the investigators when that first cop arrived, you can see that that is gravel and dirt and a little bit of, so there is nothing's wet at that point. I mean, none of the road was wet at that point. Where they walked through the dirt and they found Maggie's footprints, that was just dirt. There,
it was, and it did start to rain before SLED got there, because I remember the testimony of the first officers on the scene, and they were watching things that's why they're making the notations in their notes as clearly as they could at that time, because they were making all kinds of observations and notes, because they were watching things change before people got there. Like, so they made the notes about the tire impressions. They made the notes about looking for different tire tracks or looking for different types of footprints. And those notes are actually in there because in the beginning testimony, we heard about it. Although it doesn't get entered as actual evidence, it's a statement from those officers, because there are no prints, because they know SLED's coming and they're not going to try to overdo. They know SLED's going to measure things. They know SLED's going to need a clear, pristine area. They're not really going to interfere by messing things up. So there is some documentation of things, but just like as a holding pattern for when SLED got there. And unfortunately, it was raining and there was a lot of people on the site. And, they can point to some things that SLED actually had messed up on. Absolutely. But to say that everything else isn't any good because of it is not exactly clear thinking, but that's what he's hoping to tell the jury, that because they didn't find anybody, because they listed a statement saying you shouldn't worry about anything, but then retracted it within hours. They retracted that statement within hours.
Yeah.
But because they listed it in error that way, everything just falls apart. I don't think he was targeted from the start. I think they didn't name him as a suspect right away, that they were actually cautious because of who he was and what was going on. I think they actually were more cautious about it and not zeroing in on him. I don't think they wanted to right away. They know who they were dealing with. A family, a well-connected family.
Did you notice that Griffin is like stuttering and umming way more than usual? Like he's not usually that bad. It's usually Harpo. I think that like the look on his face, and he keeps, I don't know. I think he knows the truth. I think he figured it out during the trial and he's having trouble saying it's a lie. I think he's having trouble with it. And then I'm watching Savannah Good in the background, and she's just shaking her head and rolling her eyes. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe you're lying like this.
Mhm. Yes, Liam, you're right. They did investigate the theory of revenge. And here's the thing, the more they investigated it, the more they found that there was not a single scrap of evidence indicating anyone else was there. And that's the problem. They can't keep going on about it when there was nothing. There was absolutely nothing. They want to put that idea. They didn't take paw prints up. I know. Colin says, if South Carolina dropped the stupid idea of paying for their own FBI, would they have done this better? If they had had a dedicated unit, possibly, because in one case, it would have been an impartial investigation because they would not have known the family so well. They wouldn't have known all the players as well. There wouldn't be any of that old boy stuff going on. There'd be no connection to the case. So I think in that way it may have been better, only because it couldn't be interfered with in any way.
Yeah. Granny said, would FBI have been called? This isn't a federal crime. Good point, Granny.
No, but if they thought it was retaliation of some nature like that, like of a hit, maybe.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Maybe just to rule that out, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And then also because of the connection, because he was a solicitor, because of all the other stuff that's going on, perhaps because of the family line, I don't know. They could have thought it was something. Well, I don't know. She's right. It's not really a federal crime at all.
Yep. And remember, guys, he said that, because what did somebody say about him turning Paul? Where'd that go? Okay. Am, in my opinion, should have a lot of blood on him to prove he cared about touching and turning Paul and taking pulses. So that's where it changed, right? He tried to roll him over and he was touching him, trying to check his pulse, and then he just touched his belt loop and only had a little bit of blood on his fingertips, but still no blood on his shoes. So
But
that's interesting.
let's not forget Mike Ball saying he went to the scene even after they removed the body and got blood all over him just being there.
Yes, he did. Yep.
Okay.
Trying to just walk around where the bodies were. Yep.
Exactly. So that's why that's always stuck out, as if you did touch the bodies. What were you wearing? Because you weren't wearing what you're wearing now.
No. Yeah, that's for sure. So Granny tells us that SLED is a main police station for the whole of the state. Yeah, I don't know either, Colin. I don't know how. Yeah, SLED, do they investigate for the whole state? Are they yeah, that's confusing to me. It's like a higher division of police for South Carolina is what it looks like.
It is. It's like having, calling in special investigators, but they pay for them themselves in the state. Instead of the FBI. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, so like a mini FBI for the state. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I don't know if it's like an FBI, but it is they do it more advanced testing. They do have better equipment. They are organized that way.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with trying to properly train and kit out your current detectives and make an interim section that can investigate when it is murky whether the FBI would get involved or not. I agree, Liam. I actually think that more states should do something like this instead of just having regular cops investigate that are doing other things. Leave people to investigate that, let that be their full-time job instead of, cops chasing down some crackhead and the next day he's trying to investigate a murder. That's a lot for cops to do. They have a lot on their plate as it is, most of them.
Listen, SLED is the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, and it is an accredited law enforcement. They I don't know. There's so many acronyms for it, but that's the one for there because just South Carolina Law Enforcement. It is just a separate division, like one step up, and that's it. They actually have their own way policies and way of doing things. They do all of the testing. They've got the laboratory. they have they control the registry, the sex offender registry, and all of that. It's just for the state. It's just the state run. It's like one big unit that everybody can use, for the whole state. So I don't have any idea where the eggs came from, Colin, except for that they were in the jury room, and she may have brought them there, the juror herself.
I think she said she brought it for another juror, or maybe
Yeah.
grabbed him on the way and just wanted to take him home with her. I don't know. I said it like the judge, juror.
Mm-hmm. They sent them back in to get her. Like, he asked for her to come with all her stuff, but apparently she left her purse in her water bottle and her eggs in the jury room, and they had to go back in and get them for her because she wasn't allowed, after being dismissed, to go back in there herself.
I guess the bailiff didn't have balls to tell her to grab all her shit when he pulled her out of the door, because Judge Newman said, have her grab everything that she has. So she can't go back in. Mm-hmm.
Or
Yeah, this whole
because
thing
the
is...
judge was requesting her presence, she just didn't listen, didn't hear everything either, and she just got up and came out. That too. I would be, if I was a juror, I would be like, oh my gosh, the judge wants to talk to me. Whoop, whoop.
I got a poll for you, Claire, if you want to do it.
What?
I wanted to know if so far for the state and for the defense, if you guys think that what they've said is useful or is going to help their case.
To the jury?
No, everybody here in general. Yeah. Like your point of view, if you were a jury member, what would you think so far?
I don't know if we're far enough into the defense yet, but I'll put it up.
Oh, we can wait till this afternoon then if you want. Sure.
I'm putting it up.
I was just wondering. Yeah. Yes, Paul, they only have one juror left, but they also only have the defense is probably going to be done sometime. I hope Jim hurries up and quits going and goes and spits it out. And then the state has a chance to come back and put in one last statement, because they are the prosecution, is what Granny was saying, which I like.
We're back.
Okay.
There we go.
I like how he sits there for a minute when it's quiet and he's just eyeballing everybody in the room.
Does this sound like what
he's
you
thinking.
wanted? Yeah. Which side is doing a better job presenting their case with useful information for the jury? Is that what you wanted to ask?
Yeah, sure. That sounds good.
That's in your opinion. In your opinion, IYO. Okay.
Liam wants to know if anybody checked the chicken coop for their tiny ninja costumes and the extension ladders.
I don't think they did. That's why we know Sled did a bad job, Liam. There's no mention of it anywhere.
That's how we know somebody got to the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Hid the ninja costumes and the mini ARs.
Well, I am having a difficult time with this guy. Yeah.
Who, Griffin?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's driving me
May
crazy.
continue.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Yesterday in Mr. Waters' closing argument, he said that the evidence established that Paul and Maggie were murdered with family guns. I mean, that perhaps is his view of the evidence, but that's not a fact. In fact, the state's ballistic expert testified that the 12-gauge shot shells, as you found in the feed room, were fired by the same shotgun. That the shot shells, the things that rolled under the door, were fired by the same gun. That's all he testified to as the shotgun. Now, they have put a lot of guns in evidence here that have nothing to do with the crime. So we don't know what shotgun was used. It could have been a shotgun bought at Walmart that afternoon. It could have been a 20-year-old shotgun. But all the evidence, ballistic evidence, is shot shells were fired by the same gun. And that's, don't know that you really need an expert for that, but that's what the testimony was on the shotgun. With regard to the 300 blackout, you'll recall that this guy, Paul Greer, testified that the cartridges found at the crime scene, and Maggie was shot with a 300 blackout, that the tool marks, it's called tool marks, that the extractor and ejector marks from the cartridges found at the crime scene matched extractor and ejector tool marks on some cartridges found at the house and some found at the shooting range. And what he didn't say was that where the firing pin breaches, that is one of the most reliable indications, it did not match, no match. And he also did not compare projectiles. There was a projectile found. When I say projectile, that's the bullet thing. It went into Maggie's body and broke up, but one went into the dog house and was found in the dog bed. And so they have that. And what they did not do is take that projectile and dig projectiles out of the berm where the shooting range was and compare it to see if they match. And that's the most reliable way to do it. Now, in David Owen's notes, he said that the ballistic expert can't be 100% sure until you have the gun. And you heard my cross-examination of Agent Greer, and this tool mark ballistic examination is somewhat soft science. It's come under criticism. It's what they rely upon. Not every investigative lab relies upon it. That's what they did here, but it's not gospel. It's not gospel. Another thing about the 300 blackout, he in his closing, Mr. Waters repeatedly said that Alec bought it. And I assume we're talking about the replacement. I don't know. Alec bought it. Well, Alec didn't buy it. The evidence in the record is Maggie bought it. And he kept saying it's the defendants. And it's not the defendants. The replacement 300 blackout, which frankly no one had seen Paul with it in quite some time except Will Loving on one occasion in sometime in March. It was Paul's gun. It wasn't Alec's gun. Paul's gun. At one point in time during his closing argument yesterday, Mr. Waters reenacted a shooting scenario, if you'll recall. And I'll do my best, but he stands up here and he says that Alec shoots Paul in the chest one time. And 999,999 times out of a million, that person is dead. He puts his shotgun down, and he has a 300 blackout right here because he is so smart and so diabolical that he's going to stage it so it looked like two shooters. So he's got a 300 blackout here, a shotgun that he just took his son out, but his son was 1 in a million, he says. 1 in a million comes this way, so Alec has to put the 300 blackout back down, pick up the shotgun, and shoot Paul. Where in the world does that scenario reside other than in Mr. Waters' mind? It doesn't. It doesn't. There's no evidence to support anything like that. None. And the fact that he has to go to such gymnastics to come up with Alex staging a two-shooter theory, I ought to tell you There's 2 shooters out there. I ought to tell you, someone to do that. Another curious point in Mr. Waters' closing argument yesterday involves Paul's intuitive talents. You will recall that Alex informed agents that Paul was an intuitive little dude. Refer to him as a detective. That Miriam Proctor, Maggie's sister, said that Maggie referred to Paul as this little detective, her little detective. And particularly when it came to trying to root out whether Alex was still doing drugs. And then he just sort of left it there. Sort of left it there for you to then take it and run with it as if, oh, Paul must have found Alex using drugs. There must have been a confrontation down there at the kennel, and that must have been what happened. Now he didn't go that far in his argument, but he laid it out there for you to run with. But that was clearly the implication. And I want to tell you first, there are no facts to support that. None whatsoever. Let me add another scenario that's equally as plausible. What if Paul the detective learned the source of drugs that were being sold to his dad? What if Paul the detective goes to that drug source, says, cut it out. It's my dad. You're in my family. And if you don't, I'm going to tell on you, turn you in. And what if source is a member of dangerous drug gang?
No, Jet.
Well, the point is, there's no more evidence to support it, and there was no evidence. Those were just plausible scenarios that they were throwing out to you, and that you could think up many equally plausible scenarios. But you have to decide the evidence based on the facts that the state puts before you. Not theories, not inferences, not speculation, but cold, hard facts. Mr. Waters also said that Alex, the master liar, accused Shelley, Smith, Blanca, and perhaps another witness of lying. He never did such a thing. He never accused anybody of lying from this witness stand. Now, I've been around long enough to know that witnesses can misremember things and believe them to be true. And frankly, I'm the biggest offender of that trait in my household. I convinced myself that I remembered something accurately, and I will have an argument with my wife until she shows me photographic evidence that I'm just wrong, and that's what it takes. I mean, that happens. People misremember things. But because we point out that there was an inconsistent fact, that doesn't mean we're saying someone lied, and we never did that. We never did that. One example is Sister Marion. One example of misremembering. Sister Marion said that she spoke with Maggie about 7 p.m. while she was at Edistoke, and that Alec wanted to come to Moselle to visit her father. Well, we know that her recollection is mistaken because we have cell phone records, we got FBI records, we got her phone bill, we got that shows she was in Mount Pleasant, and then she was traveling to Moselle around the period of time where Sister Marion thought she was at Edistoke. Did not happen. That doesn't mean she's lying about that. Absolutely not. That's just how she remembered it. And she also said that when she talked to Maggie, that Maggie was going to go over and visit Mr. Randolph at Alameda. But we know from the records that Mr. Randolph had already been readmitted to the hospital. I mean, that's in the records. We got, and then Maggie got Maggie's text to Blanca, I think in the day, saying they're putting Mr. Randolph back in the hospital. We're scared for everybody and hope Alec doesn't go down to the hospital. Well, no reason I'm pointing it out. This is how Miriam remembered it. But if she remembered it incorrectly, and that happens, because we point stuff out like that, we're not saying they're lying. Now, then the same with Shelley and the blue tarp. She remembers something. We're not sure what. But the evidence clearly is, she says it was on Wednesday, June 16th. And we got FBI cell phone forensics. We've got records, and we got testimony that Alex is in Somerville. Spent the night with his in-laws, the Branstad on Tuesday, and he stayed there toward the end of the week, and then they went to the mountains at Kiowee. So Alex could not have been knocking on the door of the Almeda house on the morning of June 16th. And Barbara Mixon came in and told you that she relieves Shelley. Shelley works all night, leaves, and goes to work at the school district. Barbara Ann comes in at 8 o'clock and relieves Shelley. And as Shelley recalled it, as the tarp was laid out when she left for work. Barbara Ann came in and said, well, I didn't see it. No time during that week that when I worked was there a blue tarp. I mean, you know, Shelley remembers something, but she's not a blue raincoat, and it's certainly Alec could not have come over there on Wednesday. Now Shelley also says that he spoke to me about times, and that bothered me. I called my brother. We're not disputing that, but what she didn't say is Alec told me to say I was here in 45 minutes or things like that, and frankly, it doesn't make a lot of sense because Alec kept saying, "You get my phone records, and you'll know exactly what time I was when I was there." And I'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but Mr. Waters keeps talking about compress the time so that it looks like he's been gone from Moselle longer than he was. Fair enough argument. I understand his point, but that point evaporates when you're talking about how long you are at Almeda. It doesn't matter if he's there 45 minutes or 20 minutes. I mean, does it really matter how long he was there? Now, I guess before you had the OnStar data, they could be saying, oh, he said he was there 45 minutes, but he was only there 22 minutes, and he spent the other 10, 15 minutes traipsing through the woods, burying bloody clothes and getting rid of murder weapons. Well, we may have heard that in this trial had we not gotten the OnStar data from General Motors in the middle of the trial, which shows conclusively he drove over there and he drove straight back. Another small point. He said there's biological material on the Polaris. I don't think that was ever tested. It certainly looks like it. But what we've learned in this case is things aren't always as they seem. They thought they had blood on the shirt. Turns out there's no blood on the shirt. And that this biological material showed that Maggie was running toward her baby. Now, I don't know that there's any evidence which way Maggie was running or what she was running to. There's not. I mean, it's a fair inference. And everyone who knows Maggie would know that's what she would do. And we're not disputing that would be her mother instinct. And did that probably happen? It probably did, but it's just to state it as a fact. There's no evidence of that. Now, one thing he also said, the cell phone backlight turning on. And I don't have an Apple phone, but so here's the issue, and mine won't do it because I don't have an Apple phone, I don't think, but if you take a phone flat and pick it up, light comes on. And why is that important? Why is that important? Like I say, I'll probably turn this phone off. And if I'm making a point that you all know the answer to, I apologize, but it's important that you do know the answer to why this is important. It's important because now that we have the OnStar data, we know Alec drove his Suburban by the spot where Maggie's phone was found at 9:08. Now, there's probably some seconds in there, but 9:08. And we know that her phone is in the woods at that point. So the question is, did Alec throw it out the window at 9:08? And the answer is no, he didn't. Because if you throw it out the window, at a minimum, the display light's going to come on. at a minimum. And when that display light comes on, it registers. These phones say a lot. I was lesson learned in this case. It registers in this knowledge C database, and it says display light on, and it has a time that the display light came on. Well, there's no, on Maggie's phone, the display light does not come on at 9:08. Okay, so means Alec didn't throw the phone out. And yesterday, Mr. Waters says every single expert testified that the backlight comes on and sometimes it doesn't when the phone is raised aggressively. That's not true. Only one person testified to that. And Mr. Murdaugh, who over the weekend, he works for Charleston County Sheriff's Department. I don't know why they didn't get SLED to do it, but he sits, apparently he got a phone similar to one that Maggie had, not Maggie's phone, had software, well, not the same version as Maggie, and he spent all weekend throwing the phone on the ground and see what would happen. Or many hours of the day throwing the phone on the ground. And he comes in here and says, hey folks, sometimes the light comes on, sometimes it doesn't. Well, our expert, Mika Sturgis, says it comes on. It comes on. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. But folks, we wouldn't even be having this discussion if they had secured Maggie's phone and not allowed and not put it in a Faraday bag so that the GPS coordinates on the 7th would not have been overwritten. And they were. So now we got a guy down in Charleston throwing a phone around all weekend. Because they are desperate to prove Alec threw the phone out when he went by the ring. They got no evidence of that. In fact, the evidence is the contrary. He did not. And the evidence supports everything that he had said from the day he had that interview or a couple of days. You get the OnStar data, you get GPS data, you get my GPS data, and you'll know I'm not traveling with her phone. Never got it, wrote over it, and now we've got a guy tossing a phone in an office. Doesn't even work for SLED. Not every expert says that. The guys even said that's not his area of expertise. So let's see if I've hit all. Oh yeah, the last one's about me. Mr. Waters says that I did an HBO interview in November 2022, and he references some things I said in the HBO interview. Well, I didn't, and he knows I didn't. It was testified about. There's an HBO special. I am on it. I'm not telling anybody to watch it, but that was filmed back in, I don't know, spring, summer of 2022. I'm well before he was charged with murder. I'm not on TV talking about his murder charges, but he wants you to think that, and I don't know why. And I took a little bit offensive to that. I really did.
And we object because he was.
I was not being interviewed.
Objection's overruled.
Not being interviewed in November of 2022. Not. So I've asked why. They can't answer that. They don't have an answer as to why. Now how? How could Alec, in the time period we know we're going to get to it, but how could he have butchered Maggie and Paul without leaving a trace of evidence within a matter of minutes? How? We went from why, now how. And the answer to the how is he couldn't. But this is the wrong question to be asking yourselves. Because the question that you are tasked with answering is, has the state presented evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt showing that Alec butchered Maggie and Paul without leaving a trace of evidence, all within a matter of minutes? In a matter of minutes. Have they proven evidence to present evidence of that? Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. He was able to make bloody clothes, bloody guns. who knows how much, whatever, disappear in a matter of minutes without leaving a trace. Without leaving a trace. Of course they have it. A reasonable doubt is doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate in one of the most important decisions of your life. And here, there's no direct evidence of Alec doing anything other than he's at the kennel, 8:44, and it's just pleasant family talking about Bubba the dog getting a chicken. So the state's trying to weave this story of his guilt based upon circumstantial evidence. And the judge will charge on circumstantial evidence, and I have no dispute with what the state put up here yesterday, because that's the law, and you're going to get it. He's going to give you the written document with the charge. And you will see in there that when they rely upon circumstantial evidence, it's as good as direct evidence, but there's some things that it has to do to be as good as direct evidence. And what it has to do, the circumstantial evidence, is that the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. And if these circumstances portray the behavior of a defendant as suspicious, the proof has failed. That's circumstantial evidence. So what are the circumstances that the state relies upon? Well, he was at the kennel at 8:44. Paul last used his phone at 8:48. He replied to a text with a friend about a movie recommendation. Maggie's phone locked for the last time at 8:50. Actually, it's 8:49 and 50 some odd seconds, but 8:50. But however, her phone recorded significant steps around 8:55, and we're going to see that. And her phone tried to activate the camera at 8:55, and it registered an orientation change at 9:06. And I think you pretty much understand the orientation change, but when the phone goes from landscape to portrait, or this is beats me, but goes from that to that is an orientation change, and the phone will tell you. So it did that at 9:06, and they've got 300 shell casings, the extractor and ejector markings matched with casings found around the house and shooting range. So that's pretty much it. And then of the circumstantial evidence of his guilt. Now they want to say, well, he lied about it, so it's consciousness of guilt. But I'm talking about what evidence they have, put all the circumstances together, prove he shot and killed Maggie Paul, and that's pretty much it. And how have they established the time of death here? Solely on cell phone use. And using the phone or not using the phone doesn't dictate or define whether you're dead or alive. I mean, I'd say most everybody in this courtroom does not have their phone with them right now. Under the state's theory, as I mentioned before, if they die while they're not using their phone, then they're dead the moment they stop using their phone. That's what they have here. That is their case. There are a number of reasons that Paul would stop using his phone. First, so I got two testimonial clips, one from Rogan. Remember Rogan Gibson? If you'll play that quickly, Doug. This is Rogan testifying about Paul's phone.
You were asking a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on it a lot. He was on it a lot, yes, sir. Yeah, and did battery get down?
Okay. All right. What is the objection?
Not showing the witness, they're showing the defendant while the witness is testifying. I think the testimony
What's the legal basis for the objection? All right. Mr. Griffin.
It's a clip from the live feed of this trial, Your Honor. I can't control who is being depicted, but it's my voice asking Rogan.
Been in trial how many weeks?
6 weeks.
Right, so we're not going to replay the trial.
That's right. That's a clip of a few seconds.
I sustain the objection.
All right, take it down, Bill. So you will remember that Rogan said that when Paul's phone, and by the way, if you don't remember and you have questions about it, when you're jury deliberations, you can always ask to have testimony replayed for you through. Brianna, can we play the audio without the video?
You're asking me,
Yes.
what can you do? I rule on objections.
Can you play the audio then, please?
You asked a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on it a lot. He was on it a lot, yes, sir. Yeah, and did the battery get down low pretty regularly? Yes, he would let his phone die sometime or he would lose it. Well, and when it would get down low, did he have a habit of, not using it to try to keep him going all the way out? Yes, I have seen that happen before. And have you done that yourself? Yes, sir.
All right, and so you'll know from the photographs and the evidence in the case that Paul's phone was at 2%, and it was on low power mode at the time. He was texting this friend of his about a movie recommendation. And then can you play the audio only of, you remember Nate Tootin, and he testified about Paul putting the phone down when he was working around the kennels.
And how would you describe the relationship between Paul and Alex?
They had a really good relationship.
Would you say that Alex?
I don't think that's the right clip. The so there's Mr. Tootin testified that when Paul would work, he would put the phone down, forget where it was at times, and that it was pretty common for him to put the phone down at the kennel so he wouldn't get it wet. And you recall Dale Davis, they brought him to the stand. I think they brought him to the stand to make it seem like the hose was unraveled and then it was used and put back. And we know from the video, and you can see it again, the dog kennel video, we pointed out the hose is on the ground outside Cash's kennels. And Mr. Davis says, yeah, that was not how I left it. Someone had put it down. And then I'm going to show you. Got it right here. Doug, can I have the Elmo, please? Oh, that's awful. Just give it to me, please. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll have back in the jury room State's Exhibit 503, which is a picture of the dog kennels from the murder scene, and what I'm pointing out on top of these two kennels are dog beds. You'll see Exhibit 503. The dog beds are up here on top. And you recall Dale Davis says that when you clean out the kennels, hose it down, you put the dog beds on top. So it's pretty clear from these photos, this photo, that Paul and or Maggie had sprayed out those dog runs and put the dog beds on top. and put the hose away. Alec testified that Bubba and Grady had on collars, and we see the collars in States 45. And so their collars hanging here, but their collars hanging here, and then there's collars here. And the dogs don't have collars on them in the dog picture. So it's a fair conclusion that after Alec left, when he said he left, that Paul puts Bubba up, Paul puts Grady up after cleaning out the kennels, and then he goes back into the feed room to get his phone where he was confronted. Or sometime later it happened. I don't know. But they are relying upon cell phone usage for time of death. The coroner said he did the armpit test, which is no test at all. It's just a guesstimate. Can you pull up in evidence? Now I want to talk about Maggie's phone and defendant's exhibit 158, please. So this is Maggie's phone timeline that we put in evidence, and this is going from 8:49 to 9:07. And if you'll just walk through it, you'll see at 8:49:26, last text message read by Maggie. Okay, go to the next one. 8:49:28, backlight off. Go to the next one. 8:49:31, phone locks and remains locked until recovery by law enforcement. It was locked for the last time and never unlocked. 8:53, but on 8:53, the backlight comes on. It's being manipulated. 8:53:12, orientation to portrait starts. 8:53:15, phone begins logging 59 steps. 8:53:20, there's a Siri usage, and the testimony is you can get that by squeezing the button. 8:53:24, the orientation portrait completes, so it switches. And then 8:53:28, backlight is off. Next, backlight is on. Backlight is off again. And it's on again. Keep going. And then 8:54:34, camera use starts. It's activated by touching the camera icon or by swiping left from the lock screen. There was a question as to whether that could be from facial recognition, and Lieutenant Dove said that information resides in the Knowledge C database, but he did not look for it. Micah Sturgis, our expert, looked for it, found it, and came and told you that was not a facial recognition miss. It was from intentionally activating the phone only for 1 second. Go to the next slide. Camera usage ends. Go to the next slide. Orientation of landscape starts. 8:54:44, it ends. And then 8:55. So the point is, there's a lot going on with Maggie's phone at around 8:55. Keep going. Keep going. And then at 9:03, the backlight goes off. And at 9:04, there's a missed call from Alex. And at 9:04:23, the backlight's off. And 9:04:41, the missed call from Alex ends. So let's back up to, let's go to 9:04:23, missed call from Alex. Okay, and this was the testimony on 9:04:23, and it's important. Alex calls Maggie, and when that happens, you would her backlight was on. Go back one more. So her backlight is on at 9:03:52. At 9:04, missed call from Alex starts at 9:04:23, and instantaneously the backlight goes off. Now you heard the testimony of that means when that call came in, someone pushed on the side to stop the call. Now was that done by Maggie because she was over on the other side of the workshop where we see those footprints that we heard about that were never really analyzed, and that she didn't want any noise coming through? Or was that some bad guy or bad person has Maggie's phone and stops the call? But something's going on with her phone at 9:04. I'll tell you that. And then at 9:04, the next one is missed call from Alex ends. 9:05, backlight on. 9:06, orientation changes to portrait. 9:07, incoming call from Alex. 9:06, 14. Keep going, Doug. And 9:06, 52. Keep going. And then at 9:07, her phone stops for good. Now, one of the things that you heard in this case is that orientation change was at 9:06 that we just talked about. And Doug, if you'll go to the if you go to defendants 156, please. And so these are Alex steps on his phone that were registered during this time period. And if you'll go to entry, if you'll look at entry 28, and if you'll pull that out, Doug. All right. So 28, this is between 9:02:18 and 9:06:47. And this is the time period that Mr. Waters in his argument said was scurrying around because he took, can just bring it back a little bit more, please. So can we do it so we can see the whole line? Just, that's fine. So that, so here we see line 28 between 9:02 and 9:06. There's 283 steps, and it went 208 meters. So I want you to first, and so they take the position that this is him scurrying around. But if you do the math, which we haven't done here on this document, but 283 steps in 269 minutes, 269 seconds, turns out to be 1.05 steps per second. 0.05. 1.05 steps per second. Multiply that by 60, you get 63 steps per second. And if, ladies and gentlemen, this is a slow walk. 1 step per second. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005. This is Alex scurrying around according to the state's case. And if you look at the distance in meters of the last, when he gets, I guess, to the house at 7:55 to 8:55, he goes 2 meters before it stops registering. And then one thing you will remember during this time period, between 9:02 and 9:06, at 9:06, Maggie's phone has an orientation change. Her phone has moved from here to here. But what her phone doesn't have is, go to the second page. What her phone doesn't have are steps. And Lieutenant Dove testified that, yeah, it doesn't look like anyone that her phone is moving at 9:06, but there's no steps being registered. Alex is walking from 9:02 to 9:06. So it would bear the reason that Alex is not walking with Maggie's phone. That's the timeline data that I wanted to review with you. The if you'll go to Exhibit 524. Defense Exhibit 524, please. I think it's, yeah, States 524. I'm sorry. Do you have that? So if you'll go to the slide where, no, sir, not 38. Do you have the whole document or you don't? Oh, yeah, we'll drop that. Okay. Well, I mentioned earlier, and so States Exhibit 524 is all the OnStar data. You will see there that he goes by the spot at 9:08 where Maggie's phone was found, and there was testimony that he sped up after he went by there. He sped up to like from 42 to 45 and went back down to 44 miles an hour when he went by there. He's not speeding up when he goes by the area where Maggie's phone was found whenever it was tossed. And then they have a slide that talks about how long it took him to get over there, and Mr. Waters was arguing to you that compressed the timeline. The faster he gets over to Alameda, it means that he's gone longer from Moselle, and it gives him a better alibi because, as you know, he's orchestrating this alibi. And so he's driving fast over to Alameda according to their theory. And we graphed it out, and he's driving, passing some cars, and he is, he's a fast driver. Okay, so they say, oh, he's compressing the timeline. Compressing the timeline is what they say. Compressing the timeline. But then they say, he drives fast on the way back. Why? He's driving the same speed over there, same speed back. There's no reason to compress the timeline coming back. I mean, you'd want to be driving slow as you can to make it appear you've been gone a lot longer. I mean, he drives the same speed from Moselle to Alameda as from Alameda back to Moselle. It takes him the same amount of time. He's not compressing any timeline at all. And what's the most curious part about Maggie's phone? What's most curious about it is Alex has her password. Alex, if he is wanting to change the timeline, when he calls her phone, he should answer her phone. When he texts her, he should reply to that text to show activity on her phone that she's still alive. If he is manufacturing a timeline by speeding, the easiest way to do it is use both phones, talk on both phones, and he did it. And this whole thing about using Maggie's phone, driving Maggie's phone, throwing Maggie's phone out it's such a stretch for them to come in and try to put her phone in his hand. And then you start thinking through, Why would Alec take her phone and not Paul's phone? Let's start there. Why would Alec take her phone and not Paul's phone? That's the question I don't have an answer to. It makes no sense. It makes no sense why he would take Maggie's phone. If there's something on there, he knows her password. Put it in. See what it is. We know from all this phone data, her phone was never unlocked. And he had the keys. So if he's taking her phone to unlock or to do something with it, he didn't. And so why? And these are circumstances that have to be consistent with each other and have to point conclusively to the guilt of Alex Murdaugh, beyond a reasonable doubt. And these circumstances just raise more questions, ladies and gentlemen, raise more questions that we wouldn't have to be dealing with if they had just simply secured Maggie's phone in a Faraday bag on June the 8th when they got it. We wouldn't be here. So we do know from the timeline that Alec left the property at 9:07. Were they killed before he left? I don't know the answer to that. But we do know that if he was in the house when the shots were made down at the kennel, that he would not have heard them. We had decibel testing from Mr. Sutton. Now they were angry with Mr. Sutton's angle test. They were not angry, but they challenged his conclusions on a lot of things. But they didn't touch his acoustic testing. Didn't doubt that. Haven't challenged that. And so if he's in the house and shots are ringing down at the kennel, he doesn't hear it. Now, they say that sometime after 8:44, and they peg it 8:48, 8:50, because that's when Paul last responded to a text from this friend of his, but they ignore the fact that it had to be cleaned up. And I think Buster testified that takes 10 minutes at least to get the dogs in, clean up, and et cetera. And then there's all this 8:55 stuff going on Maggie's phone. But let's take him at their theory at 8:50, after having a pleasant conversation talking about, is it a guinea or is it a chicken, and Bubba, and all right, so 4 minutes later, let's go ahead and kill my wife and my son because I got questioned at the office today by Jeannie Second. Okay, that's their case. So let's run with it and see where it takes us. Well, it takes us that he leaves the property at 9:07. So from the moment, if he's got, if it happens at 8:50, he's got 17 minutes. 17 minutes. He would have to be a magician to make all that evidence disappear. As you heard, under either Dr. Kinsey or Mr. Palmbach, Dr. Reamer and Dr. Kinsey, Mr. Palmbach and Dr. Eisenstadt, either way, the shooter's covered with blood on Paul's shooting. And that's what all that testimony was about. It wasn't about trying to figure out who's got the right angles. The whole point of that is, while we ended up having to get our own experts, is to prove the shooter is covered in biological material, covered in blood, covered in everything, because of the blowback. And it wasn't until on reply that Dr. Kinsey said, oh, well, there'd be blowback under my version too. Blowback meaning blood, biological material from killing Paul. So the shooter's covered in blood. The shooter's gun is covered in blood. And that there's not sufficient amount of time to clean all that up, make all that disappear. And then call your son Buster, driving to visit your mother, who he got a call from Barbara Mixon earlier today and said, your mother's agitated because your dad went back in the hospital and you might want to check on her. He goes to check on her. He calls Buster. And does he say, hey, Bus, I just blew your mom and brother up. You should see the damn mess. Are you kidding me? He calls Chris Wilson. Normal conversation. He calls his brother John Marvin, talking about his dad. And then he goes over there and he sits down with Shelly and sits on his mom's dad. And he stays there 20 minutes, not 40 minutes or 22 minutes. I don't know. The records show what time. But the fact of the matter is, he's got no blood on him. He's acting normal as every day. He is the same old Alex. Yet their theory is he just blew the person the people he loved the most in this world, blew him away. Now, I'll talk a little bit about the angles that Mr. Sutton did, his reverse trajectories on the shots, and I mean they're having a good time joking about the size of the figure in the Pharaoh, saying, "Oh, it must have been a 12-year-old kid. It's 5'2", 5'4", and let them have their fun." But that's not what the testimony was. Testimony was that the barrel of the gun has to be at that level to make the shot into the quail pen. We didn't take the measurements. SLED took the measurements. And so, yeah, could a 6'4" person get down to that level? Sure. And Mr. Sutton says that's not a natural shooting angle. Could a 6'4" person get on their knees? Sure. Shooters are in movement, and a 6'4" person is going to be moving around on their knees? I don't think so. But, the most common sense thing here is there were two shooters. Because there were two guns, and as Mr. Palmbach said, one gun is high capacity, holds 10, 20, 30 rounds. And if you're going down to execute somebody, one gun's enough. Why take another gun that only has 3 shots? And Dr. Kinsey agreed with the angle coming out of the quail pen, so that the angle puts it pretty far away from the door of the feed room where Paul was killed. But it's not our burden. It's not our burden. It's their burden to prove to you, based on circumstantial evidence, that all the circumstances are consistent with each other and point conclusively to the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And those facts are just not consistent. Those facts are just not consistent. I'll say a word about condition of Paul and Maggie, particularly Paul. I'm not going to show you any photos, but I think you would agree that it was so bad. It was so bad. And Alec in the back of the car, with me in the back of that, you could see me on the camera, sitting there and talking to Agent Owen and Agent Croft. And he says, it was so bad, they did him so bad. Agent Croft misheard that and said, he said, I did him so bad. And I think the evidence is everyone who's listened to it and everyone's talking about around that time says they did him so bad. And Agent Owen was in the car and he doesn't say to you, oh, he actually said, I did him so bad. I think we can put that issue to rest, but that issue points to a bigger question. What would they be saying in this trial if that conversation wasn't videotaped? What would they be saying? We know Agent Crawford would be saying, he said, I feel bad. And then where would we be then? I am grateful for the video so that you'll hear it if you have any questions. I don't think you should, but they did him so bad. That is for sure. Another thing that we're going to clear up right now is Alex's concern for Buster. You heard that, and you heard that in Mr. Waters' closing, that on the statements that Alex made on the roadside and later week range of suicide officers, that there's no danger to Buster. There was no danger to Buster because of that roadside shooting, because he knew who shot him, Curtis Eddie Smith. He knew he was trying to get himself killed. But from that, there's going, the reason he knows there's nothing to worry about Buster is because he knows he did it. That's what was just argued yesterday. Well, Deputy McDowell, in a body cam video that's in evidence, captured Alex concern for safety. Will you play that now, Doug? Yes, I don't have the exhibit.
Can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son in Columbia? Can you call? Oh, I haven't yet.
Can you play that again? Because I think the.
Randy, what about Buster? You gotta get. Bud, can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son in Columbia? Can you call Buster? No, I haven't told me yet.
Did you hear that? Can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son in Columbia? What about Buster? What about Buster? Can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son? Buddy, can y'all get a police officer for my oldest son in Columbia? Buddy Hill, sheriff. And they won't come in here and tell you he wasn't concerned for Buster's safety. Once again, I'm grateful Colleton County Sheriff's Department had body cams. Because now you know Alec was concerned. You know Alec asked for a police officer for his son in Columbia, Buster. Now I'm almost done, I promise. But I do want to talk about Alec's misstatements about time. Alex told Deputy Owen during the interviews that, well, first, Alec's statements about time are not lies. They were just misstatements. And even, like I said, Deputy Owen says people make mistakes about all the, Agent Owen, they make mistakes about time all the time. And they do. Now, Mr. Waters is critical because Alec was wrong every time he gave a time estimate. Turns out, I think Mr. Waters is probably right about that. Whether the time period is inconsequential or consequential, he's wrong about it. And the and we had brought in, Alec had told deputies in an interview that he got home at 5 o'clock, and that's not true. That he went to work that day at 8:30, that's not true. And that and so he is just wrong on times. But what was consistent whenever he had an interview, he said, "You get the records. You get the records, and it will show what time I did this, what time I did that. It will all be in the records. And guess what? They are in the records. And when the records show that his time estimate was wrong, they jump up and down. They jump up and down. The statement to Deputy Green, he says, I've gone to my mom's for about an hour and a half, and I last saw them 45 minutes. Now that I don't know. I frankly don't know if that's wrong or not. I mean, he's talking to Deputy Green about 10:30. Hour and a half from 10:30 is 9 o'clock. I mean, he left. He left at 9. He left at 9:07. But that's that. The question about what he did when he got down to the scene, and he said he ran up to Paul and Maggie, and he left his phone, and he went back to get his phone, and then he's talking to the 911 operator, and you can hear it, and he says, I've been up to it now. It's bad. He doesn't remember the sequencing, and I don't think anyone should hold that against him. Mr. Waters gets up here and says Maggie was running to her baby. Alex was running to his baby. And can you imagine what he saw? And is it evidence of guilt that he doesn't remember what the sequencing was in that moment? Is that evidence? Is that evidence of guilt? Or is that evidence of trauma? This is a guy that then went to get a 12-gauge shotgun, and he put 16-gauge shells in. Knows the difference, but he didn't know that night. And I'm not quite understanding what the state makes of this. Did he not go up to their bodies? Because the forensic evidence sure speaks to the contrary. What we have is Maggie's DNA all over his t-shirt. And you heard that from Agent Zapata. We have Paul's DNA on his t-shirt. How did he get Paul and Maggie's DNA on his t-shirt if he didn't touch them? If he brutally murdered them, hosed off down there next to their dead bodies, got in the golf cart butt naked, drove to the house, changed clothes, went over to his mom's, goes down, calls 911, then searches for Whaley restaurant menu and checking emails, waiting for the police to show up. How does he get their DNA on his body? Because it's on there. The forensic lab tells you that. Because he went up to them and touched them. And then there's a spot of blood on the Suburban steering wheel that was Maggie's. And we know that the Suburban was never down at the kennel, thanks to the OnStar information. I'm not sure that was an accepted fact until OnStar sent their stuff in, but the Suburban never went to the kennel until after he returned back from Moselle. So we know the blood got on the steering wheel after he checked Maggie like he said he did on the 911 call. And then there's a spot of blood on the gun that he went to get. And then there's GSR. There's GSR. There's 3 particles of GSR on his shirt, 3 particles of GSR on his shorts, and 1 on his finger. And the SLED agent testified that's consistent with transferred GSR when you pick up a gun. So, but really, we're back to the lie. We are back to the lie. Because that's all they have in this case, is that Alex lied to them when he last saw them, and he shouldn't have. And he shouldn't have. And he said, "What a tangled web we weave once we start to deceive." And once he lied the first time, he was stuck with the lie, and he continued to lie. And he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have. And he told you, what was going through his mind. Probably wasn't rational, but he was in the throes of an addiction, and he just found his wife and son murdered. And he's being interviewed. He'd been swiped for GSR. And he does think David Owen is the guy that investigated his friend. But he was wrong. He told you, turns out he was wrong. But I thought that's who it was that night. And he was under investigation. He was being accused of obstructing the boating accident investigation. And he's under investigation by SLED for that. And he had all these skeletons in his closet. And he was wanting to get them away from him and looking for the real killer. The state in this case has gone to lengths trying to, through a sleight of hand, convince you of this and show you that, and without convince you of guilt, without showing evidence of guilt, convince you that he murdered his wife and son because of his financial misdeeds were going to come, which is about the most illogical thing imaginable, and there's no evidence of that. And then the state brings all these shotguns in here, and I'm not going to pick every one of them up. But the forensic evidence on these shotguns is they can't be excluded. Well, okay. They can't be included either. So you know nothing more about these shotguns than you would have the day you showed up for jury selection, because there's nothing to know about them. Can't exclude them, can't include them according to them. But we do know there's no blood, guts, brains on any of the guns that would have been there from the shooting under everybody's interpretation of how Paul was murdered. They want you to think that because you own guns, that you should be viewed differently. I don't know what else to make of that. When this trial began with opening statements on January 25th, Mr. Harpootlian asked, why? Why would Alex execute his wife and son in cold blood? And here we are, 6 weeks later. And you've heard weeks testimony about Alex's financial crimes, drug addiction, and lies. But after all that, the state has failed to provide a satisfactory answer to this question. Why? The state cannot provide an answer to this question because the answer is he would not, under any circumstances, murder those that meant the most to him. Your oath requires that you hold the state to the exacting standard of proof that the state must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And when they rely solely on circumstantial evidence, these circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they merely portray the behavior of the defendant as suspicious, you must find him not guilty. The state's evidence fails to meet these requirements. Circumstances don't point conclusively to Alex's guilt. Far from it. Mr. Waters wants you to believe that Alex slaughtered Maggie and Paul June repeatedly changed the story to fit the timeline and evidence. As it turns out, in fact, the state is the one that's been manipulating evidence to fit their theories of guilt, which changed over time from the date of these murders until yesterday. In the absence of forensic science, a reliable investigation, the guns, blood spatter, the time and opportunity to have committed these murders, you're instead left to make inferences about all sorts of interactions and behaviors. prosecution wants you to view the evidence through the diabolical monster lens that they have tried to paint, but the law requires you to view it through the lens of innocence, where none of these things, individually or taken together, prove conclusively Alex's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Up until now, you've not been able to say a single word. Can't imagine how frustrating that must be. But soon you will have this powerful voice in this courtroom. With your words, you can let everyone know that in a court of law, only evidence and the burden of proof matters, not gossip, innuendo, opinions, and most of all, not theories layered on top of speculation. With your words, you can let the state know that they don't get to obtain an indictment by misleading a grand jury and then bring you before you a case built on theories, speculation. There are two words that justice demands in this case, and those two words are not guilty. The oath you've taken in this case is to follow the law, to follow the Constitution, and to hold the government to the burden of proof. And it requires a verdict of not guilty. On behalf of Alex, on behalf of Buster, on behalf of Maggie, and on behalf of my friend Paul, I respectfully request that you do not come a family tragedy with another. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll send you to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Well, that was shorter than I expected it to be. Mercifully, actually, because I am having trouble actually tracking this. Very emotional ending, though, catching in his voice. I'm sure that the jury heard that and believes, but all in all, the actual looking at
Everyone be
social media.
seated.
Oh, here we go. Sorry. Matter of law.
So, Mr. Meadors, are you closing on behalf of the state? Do you have an estimated length of time that you might go?
No more than 40 minutes.
You ready to go?
If you give me, I just need to go to the bathroom.
Sure. All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
That was kind of comical. We need a loo break for the attorney. Okay.
During
Oh.
his question.
Oh, here we go. She's at it again. Oh, she's definitely. Mm, um. Let me see. Beck is not back yet, but here we go. When I see him in the chat, I'll bring him back up. But anyway, here we go. We got a couple of minutes, and Meadors doing the rebuttal. Yes, just Rhonda. And I thought I was falling asleep with Jim Griffin, and I feel bad because I wanted to hear what he had to say, but it was basically what he's been saying all along, what they've been objecting to. And I understand that they do not believe that there's motive here. They're pushing back that there's no motive. They're pushing back that SLED did a horrible job on the investigation. So we can't actually take any of this into consideration. But he can't push back on the actual evidence. And he actually is poo-pooing the video as if it doesn't mean anything. I think he forgets that they actually filed an affidavit with the court about the alibi, that he couldn't possibly have been there at the time. That's all on record. And I'm hoping that the state's case that showed them towards the evidence would list all of that, and that they will be looking at that. Because remember, it's up to what the jury requests to see. It's what they want to recall and push on as far as the evidence. And there was a lot of it. There was a lot of testimony. We got 6 weeks. And unfortunately, it's my opinion that actually goes against the state. There was so much that they may just disregard large portions of it that matter. Based on boredom, based on redundancy, based on just that it took so long, or that they just don't recall. Yes, Wrecker. She keeps getting me too. Today she's wearing limey green and she like shocked me. She just popped right up there. I was not ready. I absolutely was not ready. She does keep me on my toes, woke me up better than that closing did. And I hate to say, um, I'm not sure. We will be, in all fairness, we will make a video of that also, just that closing. And so that we can have it to compare as the jury goes out for deliberation. It does look as if the rebuttal is going to be John Meadors. I know some of us are not happy about that. He kind of gets on us with his bad manners. In his touching of the evidence and all the witnesses. I hope he doesn't try to touch the jury. I really don't. I mean, I jest. I do. But he does concern me as being the closing here. Mm. I was kind of, kind of thinking it would be A.G. Wilson himself, but not going to happen. No, my fantasies are dashed. Well, anyway. So the defense is resting their argument, and now Meadors will come forward, and he will go after the points that were made. And I don't know. I think he will be a little more dramatic. Okay. Let's look at our poll that we had up here. Which side is doing a better job presenting their case with useful information to the jury? 97% of you said the prosecution. And I'm going to end that poll. And then as we go, we'll start another one. I don't know. Stop, Wrecker. Let's hope that doesn't happen, really. But yeah, I'm joking about it. But yeah, he's Mr. Touchy Feely about everything, isn't he? He did do some good objections, and it does seem that his objections rattled Jim Griffin. It. In the beginning of this case, Jim Griffin was really a force. He was quite calm and very direct and very good with his questioning. I don't know what has changed, but the man before the jury right now wasn't remembering dates, didn't recall witnesses' names. I don't know if that was on purpose, but I was surprised. Is he trying to make it like they're not important? Or it wasn't important? But when he needed to remember like a little thing, he kind of got it a little bit better. I don't know. Aaron, I can't read that comment out loud, but man, I think most people in the chat might agree with you. I'm going to go with Kim because it's not going to get me in trouble with YouTube. It seemed to me that Griffin was very monotone today until the very end, where I heard passion in driving home the points from CW yesterday, from Crichton Waters yesterday. Yeah, I heard passion throughout Waters' delivery, but that's like that BCE, that big energy. Griffin was very laid back until the very end, where we heard some passion in his voice when he spoke of the family, which he knows. No one could doubt. Jim Griffin is very connected to the Murdaugh family. If you look at all the documentaries, he was there representing Paul. He was there. He's there for everything. He's there for the interviews. He's there for everything. I mean, he's could almost have been a witness in this case, as he said. Oh, that's a theory there, Raker. I think he is mirroring Alex Murdaugh, so it is humanizing him. You mean about the confusion and about all of that? You know what? Not bad, because if the lawyer can do it, why couldn't anyone? Yeah. They did forget, the defense just seems to forget about that, the iOS issue. Like, they didn't have it. He wants us not to look at that data. They want to keep saying that what Alex has been putting forward, what Alex planned all along, was to not have his phone on and have her phone off and his phone off at different times, because he knew what cell phone data could prove. Now, I'm not really looking at it as favorable, because Alex was pushing that narrative from the start. They're using it as defense. I'm looking at it as leading the investigation, because of all the other stuff. The missing information is what matters to me the most. The guns and his clothing are gone, and he won't provide the clothing. And I think that's an issue. And they don't want you to look at it. And also all his own words. Liam says, I don't think Griffin is as much Team Alex as he was at the start. That would be unfortunate, since he's paid. He does deserve the best defense he can get. And if your lawyers aren't with you, that can be a problem. Tim Horn says, if Jim Griffin is the best lawyer money can buy, I would take my chances with the public defender. Ouch. Ooh. But yeah. Yeah, I agree. Damn. This is something. I don't know. They're going to be coming back shortly. These breaks. I think we're going to be getting the rebuttal or from Meadors, and then we're going to have in the afternoon. We'll probably get that. Then we're going to break for lunch, and then we will probably have jury instruction, and it'll be turned over to the jury. And then we have to talk about deliberations, how we're going to do the live streams for that. I don't think it's productive to just sit here all day and wait for them to say something. I think it's going to take more time. After the rebuttal, when he's giving jury instructions, I will actually put up the poll on. We'll make some odd bits and see where the percentages are on how long you think it'll take. I mean, actually, I don't know what to put up. Like, I don't think that they would accept a verdict if they came back within 15 minutes. I think the judge would send them back to deliberate and make sure. That would be really quick. I know some of you had said like within the hour. I don't know. I'm gonna have to say like within an hour to 4 hours, and then a full day, and then the 2 days, and then 3 days, I think. Because I really don't think that the judge would accept it coming back so quick. He would just want to make sure. He doesn't want anything overturned. He wants to make sure justice is served. Yeah. I think that the attitude of the defense has changed since Alex has testified. I don't know if they're for or against. I wouldn't really speculate on that. I will just say that they just seem they seem a lot angrier. Harpoolian in general has lost all patience with everyone. It seems, and that Jim Griffin also is not looking as if he's putting his best foot forward. Back in the day, back tomorrow, back Monday, back Tuesday. Yes, I'm thinking, being Thursday, right? Today's Thursday. Please correct me if I'm wrong, because I really messed up yesterday. I do believe today is Thursday, and I'm in Eastern Standard Time, and it is like 12:40, almost 12:40 in the morning. So, I mean, in the afternoon, right before lunch. So we will probably hear the rebuttal by John Meadors for the state. And then I do believe we'll break for lunch. And then we will have jury instructions. And the jury instructions come from the judge, and they have been agreed back and forth between the attorneys on what to specify and what not, where to actually focus. And plus, the judge is going to add all his own. This judge is very much by the book. He's been educating and insisting that the jury not talk to anyone all along. He's been careful about what they hear. Yeah, Record, it's your Friday. Happy Friday, dude. Must feel good to start a day when it's Friday, because the weekend is here, huh? Yeah. It's pretty cool. Well, yeah, your Fridays are our movie day. We have to think of something to watch for the weekend. Have to look at that list. Tony says Alex's best chance would have been to confess to both Hartpullian and Jim yesterday, but refused to plead guilty. They would have to withdraw from the case, and then Alex would get a retrial. Oh, well, they're back. Okay, hold on.
This goes to make me think, did he know his
Okay.
attacker? Would you walk with somebody?
She needs to go away. Did you hear her? She was still talking when the judge came in the room. I'm gonna put back up in case he comes back in time. Well, okay. Here we go.
Jury guy there.
So we have a few minutes.
Let me bring the jury.
You know what? I'm going to have to say that Always Createful has called me out. Is yes, I just want more tacos. You know I love Taco Tuesday, everybody. And I didn't eat my tacos on Tuesday. And she's right. I actually ate them yesterday, which is probably why I was so confused. It probably added to my confusion. You're right, Kim. You nailed it. Hello, T1. Nice to see you here. Oh, that's true, Tony. Both Paul and Maggie did not have defensive wounds. They obviously knew. Although Maggie did have the kind of wound where she was actually protecting herself after shot, like protecting a wounded area, but she didn't have a defensive wound from that first shot. Like, yeah.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the state gets an opportunity to do a rebuttal. Mr. Meadors.
And I shall mute.
Good afternoon. On behalf of Attorney General Alan Wilson, Deputy Don Lincoln, Deputy Attorney General Craig Meadors, and this entire team, and I want to name them all, but thank you for being here. Thank you for the attention you've given this case. Being a juror is not an easy job. I'm not a jury watcher. I don't sit and stare at jurors, but goodness knows we've been here 6 weeks. I have looked over occasionally, not to pry, but I've noticed when I have looked, you've all paying attention. So thank you. 6 weeks. Thank you. And I'm not going to be that long. Your clerk, Ms. Hill, has done an outstanding job bringing the world to Colleton County, bringing the world right here with the hospitality of her grace, making everything as convenient as she can. But the one thing she didn't do and couldn't do is give you a booklet on how to be a juror. 5.5 weeks ago when y'all got here, 6 weeks ago, she didn't have that pamphlet for you because they don't exist. There's not a book on how to be a juror, but you have been preparing for this moment in this courtroom to decide this case your entire life. And it's called life. It's called living. It's called experiences. It's called interacting with your spouse, your children, your neighbors, your coworkers, your good experiences, your bad experiences, evaluating people and deciding what's credible, what's believable. It's true in every case I've ever tried in my 34 years of doing nothing but murder cases. Credibility, believability. And I agree with Mr. Griffin. When I looked at this case the first time, I said to myself, this is a CSC case. Now, in our world, that means criminal sexual conduct. It's not a criminal sexual conduct case. This is a common sense case. And you didn't leave that common sense with you when you came here 6 weeks ago. It's with you now, with you through the 6 weeks here, and you're going to take it back into the jury room. I've been listening yesterday and today, and we all have, about law enforcement didn't do this, law enforcement didn't do that. I think they actually said they fabricated evidence, putting law enforcement on trial. I once called Mr. Harpootlian in a trial an automatic smoke screen machine. I think what the defense is doing in this case is more like an eclipse. You got a 11th for 2017, where it kind of got dark for a little bit, and the birds started chirping, and you felt like it was dark, and then it cleared, the eclipse went over, and the light came back. That's what the defense is doing, taking you away from the facts, from the credibility, and saying, wait a minute, there's an eclipse here, there's a smoke screen here, look at that. And somebody said the word offensive. I find it offensive that a family with a great-grandfather, a grandfather, a father, Sylvester Randolph Murdaugh, who was good to me when I was a young man, prosecutor. He knew I wanted to do this as my job. He knew I cared about this job. This is the best job in the world. I tried to be solicitor 3 times as long. It doesn't get any better than this job. And I find it offensive that the defense, through the defendant, who was also a part-time solicitor, is claiming that law enforcement didn't do their job. Listen to me, please. Didn't do their job while he is withholding and obstructing justice by not saying, I was down at the kennels. I was down at the kennels. I was down at the kennels. And he's going to blame everybody else. Is that offensive? Is that offensive? Mr. Griffin said a minute ago, can you imagine coming up on the scene and seeing, can you imagine not telling law enforcement, lying that I was down there and I saw him, I was right there? Why wouldn't you tell them that? Maybe get some more evidence. Did you hear somebody? No, I wasn't even down there. Credibility, believability. That really does sum it up. You remember 6 weeks ago today when Mr. Waters' fantastic opening and talked about direct evidence. You gather when you see it. It's evidence you gather with one of your senses. You hear it, you feel it, you smell it, you touch it, and you come in here and tell witnesses, hey, this is what I heard, what I felt, what I smelled, what I touched. But you remember when he was describing circumstantial evidence? There was a storm that day coming. Part of his theme, the storm just happened to come. And you could hear it. And then during part of his opening, you remember it started raining? You could hear it. You could feel it. It's almost like circumstantial evidence morphed into direct evidence. And that's what happened in this case. Circumstantial evidence became direct evidence in many instances. This case is about two things. It's about being real, and choices. My mama gave me a book when I was a little boy about the Velveteen Rabbit. I was actually going off to college, dealing with people and learning about people and tough times in life. Go get the Velveteen Rabbit and read it if you haven't already. But she just put in the front of that book, and I love my mama. Always be real. always be real. And this case is about that defendant never being real. And choices, which I'll get to it now. Ladies and gentlemen, they blame everybody but Alex. But let's go back. I'm not going to bring it out. This back here, the press release was sent out. There's no danger. There's no danger. What did Alex not do? They showed a tape there. He's asking the sheriff, I think, call Buster. First time he tried to call Buster, took the sheriff a while to get out there. You know when the first time he called Buster? It's about 40 minutes. Well, actually, he texted him, didn't even call him. Wasn't his first thought. Wasn't the thing after he did 911. It was later. Perhaps even when some of his friends had gotten there. Oh, don't call. No, right off the bat, if this happened, call my son. Call him. Buster, stay where you are. You with your girlfriend up there in North Charlotte? Go. We got some people after us. That's what's real. Don't you? You go to the police station right there. And what else do you do too? You don't talk about being real. What do you do? Y'all, I just left my mama. She's with Shelly. Get her there. If these people are out here to kill us, get them out there. Go, please, take them right now. They're by themselves. I can't do that. That's why I took the guns. I can't tell them that. That's what's real. And he brings up the boat case right away. Right away. A year and a half previous. It's coming up for a hearing. Nobody's thinking about that boat case. It's about. And right then he's using it to throw off his first suspect. Does that make any sense? They have a hearing coming up. They're going to look into resolve this thing. Nobody's out there thinking about a boat case on a Monday night. Anybody upset about that? Think about all the facts that would have to happen. They'd have to know both, as Mr. Waters said, somebody in the boat case would have to know that they're both there. They'd have to know they were there. They'd have to know that Alex just wasn't there. Oh, no, wait a minute. That he was there, but just for a little bit and went back up to the house. And they'd have to come. You know what? We don't need a gun. There'll be guns there for us to use. Yes, and that's great circumstantial and direct evidence. I'll get to that. They'll have guns there for us. They'll have guns there for us. Does that make sense whatsoever? Let's talk about murder. Murder is intentional, malicious killing of another living, breathing human being with malice aforethought. What's malice? Y'all know what malice is? It's the name malice. It's the evil wickedness one person shows to another. You know how long it's got to exist? Just like that. At the pulling of a trigger. 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 Malice aforethought. It can be expressed, rarely killed. It can be inferred. It can be inferred with the use of one gun. There's no claim of self-defense here. They're claiming they weren't there. It can be inferred two guns. Malice aforethought. And we don't have premeditation in this state. We don't have to promote it. Griffin in his mind. His world's collapsing, his world's coming down. This was the only way he could save. It's the only way he could save Alex. But if that motive, well, I don't know, is that enough? Don't know. We don't have to prove motive. We're certainly there. That's one explanation. But if he's down there and he's angry, just don't sound like a real jovial there. Bubba! Don't let me forget about Bubba. Bubba! Come here. Maybe you just got angry. Maybe you got angry. Oh. Maybe you got angry. You know, you started all this with the boat case. And maybe he just lost it. Maybe he just lost it. Maybe it looked like a suicide. And then Maggie came and he had to shoot her. I don't know. Only one person knows. And that's why we've got the motive. That's why we say he did it. But we don't even have to have motive. Just angry. He did it. Nobody else could have done it. Nobody else did do it. I'm going to get to that. And that's how we prove beyond, I want to say all of that. But our burden's only reasonable on that. But losing it, and then you get the question, well, have you proven malice? Well, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. 2 shots to Paul. Malicious. First one didn't do it. The second one finishes him off. 5 shots to Maggie. Not an accident. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots, maybe 5 shots, depending on whether this one's running through. That's malicious. So if you find he killed him and you get the malice, I don't think there's any dispute in here about that it's a malicious killing. But I've got to go over that with you. Malice of forethought. And then the burden on us in this case, as in every case that's tried in this wonderful land of ours, that's why this is so great, I agree with, is beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to borrow one of these waters if that's okay. It's not beyond all doubt. If that's the case, this courtroom wouldn't have been here historically as long as it had. The law describes it. Listen to him when he reads the law. Beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not beyond all doubt. We can't do that. It's beyond a doubt that would make reasonable folks hesitate to act. I was trying to retrial a case years ago and reading reasonable doubt from this ex-solicitor, Solicitor Wilson, I'll give him credit, describing reasonable doubt. And he said, sometimes, questions are just questions. You can't answer every question, and the law doesn't require it. If after hearing all the evidence, or if you're firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, you must find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you're not firmly convinced, then you must find him not guilty. He goes to see his mother. He goes, and you see the OnStar taking him up to the side, over near the smokehouse. We submit to you that's when he went to hide the guns. It's common sense. We submit to you that there's a driveway there, nice pavement. You can go look at it. Nice paved driveway. Submit to you when he came, it was 9:30 at night. Testimony is very unusual, very rare. Kind of funny, Miss Nixon, who testified earlier, we talked to her recently, didn't remember any of the conversation, but said she called and said he told him your dad's not doing well. Well, he didn't go over there that afternoon when he got the phone call, when his office is right near there. Go see him then. He didn't do that. He waited to 9:30. I don't know if anybody's got any folks that are suffering from Alzheimer's, but when they're asleep, tired, he wasn't going to love his mama. He wasn't going to be with her. He was going there because he loves Alex. He loves Alex. And he was going there to create his alibi. At 9:30 at night, you should come and see. And you remember, she said he called. What happened after that? Well, it's about 5 minutes or so. At first I was thinking, well, that's when he was going to hide the gun. And the time frame over there is so important, not for how long he was from left to come back, but it's how long he was in there with Shelley. How long he was in there. Because that's when he was hiding the guns. The guns are missing, y'all. He was hiding the guns. And what did Shelley say? He didn't stay long. 15, 20 minutes. He left. And later that week, later that week, and I don't know which one in my mind right now, I'm so tired. But one of the days she came by, I think it was after the visitation, and he says, Shelley, you remember I was here about 35 or 40 minutes. Y'all remember looking at her up here on the stand? And she got visibly upset. I said, what's wrong? Ask her, what's wrong there? Was he there 35, 40 minutes? No, sir. Why are you upset? It's a good family. You think she knew right then? He's coming back to say, hey, I was here 35, 40 minutes now visiting my mom. Shelley said, no. No, you weren't. So upset that she calls her brother, police officer in the embassy. You think she knew right then? And that's real. That's real. Shelley's real. You saw her, but body language is so important, right? Body language is so important. We're talking about the defendant. All our body language. You see Shelley's. And then one day that week, never before, never, ever before, it's 6:30 in the morning. Doesn't call. He didn't need a timeline to create for that one, says it. Didn't want a timeline. Didn't want a record of that. He comes to see Shelley. You ever been over that time before? No. What was he carrying? It was some blue vinyl-like. Remember I tried to show what? It's like this. What did you think it was? A tarp. I don't know what it was. And they try to gloss over it now. Hey, one thing they didn't gloss over. You remember when she was on the stand? I said, well, have you talked to them? Have you talked to their investigators? Yes, sir. Did they record you? Yes, sir. Can I have a copy of it? And then we came back and we got a copy. And two investigators, they were worried about it then, went down and talked to her. And talked to her about her times and ran times by her and asked her if she'd ever seen anybody in this blue coat. They were worried about it. Because that's great circumstantial evidence. It kind of morphs into direct evidence. I saw him coming at 6:30. You even heard, they asked one of the experts, well, could it stay on there for 5 years, 10 years? Sure. This was days after the murder. Shelley sees him come in with a blue something. Well, where'd he go? He went upstairs. Why? I don't know. Did you see it later? Thought I saw it on the chair. Can't answer every question. Miss Mixon sure didn't see it the next day. Now, I asked her, was there another tarp there? Well, there was a blue and silver tarp. Picture of it, too. That wasn't it, though. This was all blue. And the only other blue tarp that's in evidence, and I let it go in just so I could argue this right now, is the tarp that they showed Shelley that they got from Kmart. That's not real. This tarp, no. Looked like that. I don't know what it was. He had it bungled up. Well, lo and behold, when we find out this information and they try to make a big deal about it, I think it makes it more pure. She's at a traffic stop or an accident or something, still a police officer. I forgot about this. You can't make it up. So they get a search warrant and they go search. And lo and behold, crumbled in the closet is a blue vinyl something where you pull it out and it's this jacket. You see how evidence of a fact and another fact that leads to the fact in question? I don't know why he put it in there. I don't know why he killed his wife and son. I don't have to say why. I think he did it to protect the one he loved the most, the one he really loved the most, so he could keep his lifestyle and not be embarrassed financially, and he wanted to keep going and loving Alex. I don't know why he kept that jacket. Maybe it was Solicitor Murdaugh's jacket. Certainly consistent. It might have been in that truck. I think one of the family said he kept a lot of stuff in that truck. I don't know. But he brought it back in there and hid it. 6:30, days after the killing. And what's inside? Wait a minute. What's on the outside? There's a little bit. Gunshot here and there. What's on the inside? The inside. Minimum 38 particles. It got so much that Megan Fletcher finally said, you know, we get, I can't remember the term right now, we get so many, I just stopped. I've been there for days. Gunshot resident. Inside the rain jacket, the blue tight garment that Shelley said, I saw him carrying something like that. He got rid of the guns and he's hiding it there for some reason. Thank goodness he did. Just thank goodness for Shelley for bringing that in. That's what he disposed of the guns with. And he went out of town. He said he left, and before that, she thought he left. He came back and he had moved to ATV, and then he said he was in another truck and he came back, then he left. He's disposing and hiding whatever he was doing with that evidence. Only one person knows. But that blue rain jacket, that tarp, incredible circumstantial evidence that we ask you to consider when you go back there. Is Shelley making that up? How could she make that up? How could she know there'd be a blue tarp in that closet? Same closet, same stairs, he went upstairs. We went upstairs. I can't explain the tarp on the chair. Don't have to. We can't answer every question. That doesn't mean it's not reasonable doubt. She saw a blue tarp light. It was in that closet. And it's got gunshot residue on it a few days after. Maggie and Paul were brutally murdered. And that's consistent with every reasonable hypothesis. And you know another thing he told Shelley? Good night when they were talking. You're getting married, aren't you? You remember her saying that? You get married? If you need any money or help with it, let me know. It's incredible timing. Oh, and your job, don't you work for the school? You know, I've got friends down there. I can help you on that if you need. I was there 35, 40 minutes, wasn't it? Can you make up those sequence of facts that lead to the conclusion he's trying to get her to say, I was there longer. I wasn't outside longer. Well, Blanca loved Maggie. I didn't realize that really until I talked to her just a few times. I met her years ago in a federal prison. Remember when I saw her? Remember her name. But you know, even when Blanca was quit working for him for a while. And you remember she had health problems and said she saw Maggie on the road somewhere. And they kind of pulled off and just talked. Just called up. Blanca cared about Maggie. Knew her so well, she knew what she wore to bed, what she didn't wear to bed. And that kind of bothered her about the clothes that were laid out. Some undergarments, which she knew she didn't wear. But Blanca's texting Maggie. Maggie's texting Blanca on June 7th. And in one of his statements, and I'm going to get to those, he said, you know, Maggie wanted to come. She wanted to come. Well, no, sir. No, she didn't. She was having work on her data stuff. He tries to say in here today, look, she was in Charleston. She was going back data stuff. Blonde left over there. I guess it'll be okay. He had said, come. I want you to come. She didn't want to come. We also know that from her sister Mary, who had a little regret in here today. Didn't hear much regret from over there. But you know who regretted? Who was real? It was Mary. I encouraged her to go. She didn't want to go. They got close. You know, it's like siblings. Jane, Marshall, James. I had to get my siblings on the record. We love each other. But she had that relationship. You know, we weren't close. Then we got closer as the kids got older. We were close. We talked. One of her best friends. And she told her, why don't you go on over there? She regretted that. But she killed her about it. But that refutes his lie. Oh, she wanted to come. She wanted to come. No, so you wanted to come. Why? Had he already planned it out? Was his world collapsing? He didn't have to. We don't have to prove it. Out of there. She wasn't planning on me. Blanca's got the food ready. She leaves. Let's stay on the real train for a minute. She goes home. She gets a call sometime that night. And this is real. What does she do when she hears? She drops the phone. Remember that? Her husband had to get on the phone. She dropped the phone, real emotion, because she cared about Maggie. That's real. And you remember she described that day when she left, Alex leaving, and I put his shirt up, got his collar, helped him with his, I assume it was a blue jacket, I don't know. Described the shirt. Remember, just kind of tucked it in. And now on Alex's second interview, when he's confronted by David Owens. And they actually showed him the video of the tree. They showed him that. Did you change? When I saw you that night, you were wearing shorts. When did you change? And you remember what Alex said on that interview? When is that? When is that time was that? And then he told him the time, 7:44, whatever it was. He said, well, I guess I changed after that. Well, those are the clothes he was wearing when he murdered Maggie and Paul. Those are the clothes. And what does Blanca tell us? That was on August 11th. She said sometime mid-August. I didn't even know this. I got it. You can't make it up. Sometime mid-August, he comes to see her. Do you remember that shirt when I left that day? I said, no. I mean, yes. It's a Vinnie Vine shirt. You weren't wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt. I fixed your collar. He tries to get her to tell what he was wearing. He tried to say, no, you weren't wearing that shirt. That Columbia shirt, you've got one of those. But guess what? I ain't seen that one since. I have not. Blanca and Shelley. That's great circumstance. Did you ever see that shirt again? Never saw that shirt. Ever. What's the shirt? You know what? I forgot about Shelley. I don't think this was mentioned. When Shelley sees Alex that night, you remember what she said about his clothes? Shorts, shirt. What did she say about the shoes? Sperry tape, a cloth shoe. You remember that? When Dave Owens and those get there, and when I think I accidentally put some of the dust out on those aren't Sperry shoes. He's changed his shoes again. I'll get to you in a minute why that's important. From going to visit his mom, he's got Sperry type shoes. He comes back, puts on the tennis shoes. Why? Is she making that up? Blanca said, I've never seen the shoes before. When I got there the next morning, there was a t-shirt looked like it'd been pulled down, fell on the floor. Where does he keep it? She washes her clothes. Those are clean shorts up there. This is where he kept his shorts. Did he wear these shorts much? No, he didn't wear them much, but she knows that family. She knows where the shorts are, where the shoes are. Do you remember the Sperry shoes? Yeah. Did you see those? Never saw them again. Never saw that shirt again that he was wearing in the video. Never saw it again. And when he confronted her at the house about what he was wearing, yeah, she had real feelings and told y'all about that and told law enforcement about that. Is that real? And why is that important? Because it goes back to credibility and common sense. Those were clean clothes that Shelley had washed. Excuse me, that Blanca had washed. And when we get there on the scene that night, you remember Laura? Miss Rutland. She's sitting in the back. David's in the front. Alex in the front. His lawyer's on the side. And you know, it's something else I don't understand. Your wife and your son have just been killed, and you're worried about having a lawyer around. Everybody said, well, you know, just sled agents. We need to have a lawyer around. Really? My wife and son have just been butchered, and I'm worried about having a lawyer. But they did. And that threatening, overbearing, cheating, manipulating. You know when I asked Dave, put his hand on his shoulder? So did Laura. What are you doing? I got a heart. Was that rushing to judgment? I got a heart. They didn't rush to judgment. They were saying, tell me what happened. Tell me what happened. Well, and he starts looking at his phone. You can check my phone, the alibis that he's created, that he's doing. And he says, I went and ran. I got on my knees over here. Went and ran, and I tried to take the pulse of Paul. I'd still be on the ground hugging myself. And I tried to turn him over. Trying to check his pulse. Really? I went to Maggie, checked her pulse. And you can't do that in the 20 seconds he's now trying to say you can. You can't. And they've tried to change that. And he never did it. Because what did she say? What did Miss Rutland say? He was clean. He was clean. He was clean. He was clean. He washed up. Yeah, and you hear the water running in the dog video. You hear it. He'd washed up. And this phone, I tried to make a big deal about this phone that you do see right afterwards when we know he was down there. There's some movement on Maggie's phone. But every expert has said, just because if one phone's down here and the other one's walking, you're not going to have steps on that phone. He took Maggie's phone, the golf cart, however he got, drove back up to get those shorts and that shirt. And yes, you can get it and manipulate it and call to see if you made a call, put it down. That's not going to record steps on that phone because it's not moving. But that doesn't mean it wasn't with his phone. Don't fall for that. That's not real. Every expert said that. Every expert said that. And doesn't that make sense? You can grab it, see, make a call, put it down. You keep walking, it's not going to record if it's there. If it's in the car, it's in the Suburban. And I'm getting to that. So what happened? And this is why I asked Miss Rutland. And they're bringing in drug use. If he did as many pills as he said, he'd be dead. You can't take that many pills. That's your common sense. But why I ask her this, and I'm asking, I want to look at every one of y'all. Tell me what he was like in that car. You got the video. Did he appear to understand you? Yes, sir. Were his answers timely? Yes, sir. Were they subject matter appropriate? Yes. Do you understand him? He can understand you. Look, he's thinking. He's opened the door. Was he in his right mind? Of course he was. And why is that so important? He says he didn't go down there. Is that enough? Yes. With everything else, that's enough. I never went down there. He's in his right mind. I never went down there, Dave. I never went down there, Lord. I never went down there after supper. I stayed up. I took a nap. He goes from taking a nap from 6-7. The next time they met, 6-10, I took a nap. August 15th. You sure you're down there? Or up there taking a nap. I took a nap. I never went down there. Never, ever, ever. You think he would have taken the stand and said, you know, I was down there, y'all, if that video hadn't come out on that phone? Well, no. Now, under Mr. Waters' cross-examination, I lied. Why'd you lie? I wrote it down. I'm still not clear. I had paranoid thoughts. Usually I can take a deep breath and get through it, but I couldn't, so I just lied. Once I lied, I continued to lie. And he continued and continued and continued until 627 days later when he took the stand, the first time he'd ever told anybody. Anybody. He told his family, he told his friends, he told everybody, and they believed him. I wasn't down there. Why is that so critical? That's the time of death. That's when it happened. That's what the records show. That's when the conversation, yes, it is important. Paul, who uses his phone all the time, Paul is in a conversation about the dogs, interacting with, send me the picture. He does. And then it stops. Yes, that's what it happened. And then Maggie's phone, a little bit text. She reads that text. I think she went to her car. Y'all decide. Nobody knows. One person knows. She goes to her car. And she got some rings there she's putting back on. I think she's got 2 rings there, and she's putting on another in the car. Maybe they've been working in the kennels. There's one shooter. There's only one shooter. And she hears that shot, and she comes back around. She hears the shot. She reads the last text y'all will have in there. I think she opens the thing about Solicitor Murdaugh. He doesn't. And then you don't see anything else. You don't see anything else on the phone. So is that common sense? Yeah, that's when they were gone. Yes. Yes. When they interact so much. Yes. That's common sense. And that's why it's so important. You want to help law enforcement? You're in law enforcement? I was down there. Y'all know what? I was down there. I didn't take that nap as long as I did. Did you hear anything? Why would you not give that information? Okay, then the 10th, with his lawyer, Mr. Griffin, in the car. Did you go down there? No. Look at him. Is he coherent? Is he under the influence of anything? Is he withdrawing? No. I want to help you. I want to help you. And then on the 15th, here's this video. Here's you in the tree. Now, Rogan says he thought he heard you down there earlier. Well, I don't think so. Why not say it then? Think about it. That's just Rogan's word. Does that make any sense? Just Rogan's word. No, sir, I can handle that. He made a mistake, like Shelley did. Like lock it and close. No, sir. I can handle that, though. But when the video comes out, he's stuck. He's stuck. I'm going to try to wrap up. Yeah. Yesterday morning at 2:53 in the morning, I don't sleep much during trials, but I kind of woke up. And what he did when he took the stand was corroborated that he's a liar. He corroborated the fact he doesn't tell the truth. The one thing that was more important than anything. And you know, they're putting these law enforcement on trial, talking about blood evidence, talking about other things that were presented to the grand jury, which that blood evidence was investigated, and the state didn't offer it. That's what you do in your prosecution. Didn't try to offer it. Now they're trying to put us on trial for doing our job. Think about that. Blame everybody else. Look, they looked into this and it didn't turn out to be. So now we're going to blame them. We didn't try to present it. Isn't that ironic? They're now jamming us for doing our job. Jamming us for doing our job. All the evidence of the guns, and I'm going to get that in there. The timeline, the incredible timeline, his lies, all of that, the gunshot residue, all of that's presented. And do we make mistakes? Yes. And that happens in life. But you don't lie and misremember being at the scene of a murder when you said you weren't even there, or being at the scene where your family was brutally murdered. Don't lie about that. That's not a mistake. That's not a mistake. This is the state of South Carolina versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, not the state versus David Owens, not versus Sled. And I want to tell you something. Sled, Walterboro, Laura Rutland's working with David Owens. Sled starts working with the FBI. They're working together. This is, think about it. Rush to judgment. They gave that man every benefit of the doubt. Oh, what are y'all doing? How's it going? You remember that third interview when he was David Owens said, well, and I submit to you, they're taking those interviews where he's trying to come find out what they've got on him. Well, why is this thing looking? How's this thing looking? Well, we've got some shell casings by Maggie's body out over there where y'all shot in the range, and some shots out there by the side of the house. The shell casings, they all came from the same gun, all cylindered in the same gun. You think if that didn't, they could find an expert to refute that, they would have? And Alex says, oh, really? So the gun was there? Yeah. You see his reaction? They all came from the same gun on Maggie. Now, the other one, Mr. Griffin tried to argue, Paul Greer, yeah, it could have come from that shotgun. Don't know. Is that credible evidence? But it could have. Not saying it did or didn't, but it certainly could have. He's got that gun. It's got Maggie's blood on it. Don't know if he used that or not. But I know the assault rifle's missing. And Will Loving comes from a fine family in Columbia. I can tell you that. Says we were down here not in March. It was more like May or April or May. We were shooting his gun on the side of the house and those shell casings. That's where they found them. And lo and behold, the shell casings match the shell casings around Maggie. They were all cylinder in the same gun. They came out of the same gun. They've been in the same gun. Yes, Mr. Waters is right. That's a family-owned gun. And is that incredible, circumstantial, and direct evidence? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, it is. That's powerful. You can feel it like the rain. The murderers come in. There'll be a gun there. We'll just use their gun. Does that make any sense? Y'all too young. You ever watch Columbo? When I first looked at this case, this is an episode of Columbo, except this is real. And you get to see one of my heroes, the detective, didn't always look that good, wasn't all that, but you got to see the crime, and then you got to see him figure it out, the mistakes they made. That's what happened here. He killed him. He thought he could get a timeline, but it got him. Within 20 seconds, he's texting Maggie on that phone when he's passing the location of her phone. Is it common sense? He threw that phone out, called her, and threw it, and the orientation didn't go on. They said, if you pick it up, yes. And we had somebody come in here, you throw it rough, and it doesn't come on. And one of the chances is anything else. He'd almost had to bump into him. And you take this new story, I was down there till 8:50, whatever, go and take a quick nap, come back. He didn't hear the shots, just happens to come back. It's common sense. Don't leave it with you. Take it back there with you. I'm down there now. My wife told me this. I'm down there under this new story, And the deal was to come talk, go see my mama at 9:30. And you're right down there. You've just seen them now. Well, you said before we hadn't even seen them. Don't forget that. And you go up to the house. Why don't you say, hey, Max, I'm going to go see Mom real quick. Just a few minutes later. No. You go up there. You take a quick nap. You know what? I'm going to try to call them. Let them know I'm going down. Does that make any sense? And then when you get to the Y, you'll see the light. When y'all went out there yesterday, those trees are much lower. Go back in and look at the way it was. And I think even Buster said when you get down there, if the light's on, you can see. Why don't you just go right over there? Hey, I ain't going down there. No, doesn't hear anything, doesn't do anything. He just takes off. He just takes off. Does that make any sense? We've proved that nobody else could. With that kind of mind. Does it matter when he's rushing back? Yeah. I doubt he's ever killed two people before. So he's not thinking, he's frantic. Puts the wrong two shells in the gun. Coming back, he's got Maggie's phone. It had been sitting there. That's why the steps weren't on there. He's moving. He gets it. I can't take this phone with me. He's a lawyer, so he tosses it out. That's the only thing that makes sense. And what did he say about Paul's phone? When we went up there, I started to get, I didn't know I got it out, and then it kind of just popped out too. Does that make any sense? You got to evaluate everything. You can't believe somebody's credible on one thing. How can you believe them on the ultimate issue when they said they didn't? When the only thing they corroborated for you throughout the investigation, throughout this trial, and throughout Mr. Waters' cross-examination is he's a liar. And that's all you can judge people on. The three witnesses that were beautiful, that were uncontroverted. And one was Paul. He didn't testify to you up on the stand, but he testified to Dr. Raymer, and he testified to his son. And here's so beautiful of evidence. It's so pure. He didn't know he took that video. That's why he said he wasn't down there. And this is beyond all that. We respectfully submit. Paul knew. Dad, I got some insurance. I got some insurance. Not the kind of insurance you've made money off of. An insurance, some clients you gave back and some you didn't. I've got some insurance on you. I don't know why you killed me. I made some mistakes. You heard a lot of good things about Paul too. I know I put your life, open your life, your fake life with this boat case. Your finances are coming out. I know that. But if you go lie and say you weren't down here, I got you. I don't know when it'll come out. Maybe you'll go ahead and lie. But this is going to come out. Paul had that insurance on it. And maybe that's why he was worried about that phone. And you can't make that up. Because you remember when I asked David Owens, does anybody else in the world know that that video was out there except Paul? No, sir. And that's incredible evidence. And it did sit there until law enforcement working together, the states, the local, SLED, everybody, got it out. And that's great law enforcement. Thank you. Yes, and that's when the case changed, along with all the other evidence. Maggie testified to me. He shot me here. He shot me here. And look at all the shell cases around me. Y'all look at them. They're the same ones that Will Loving shot with Paul. They're the same ones that have been shot down there. Yeah. They came out of the same gun. That's great direct circumstance. And finally, and my daughter-in-law, Sally, and my Aunt Cissy still calls my dad Jack this. My daughter-in-law been married about 3 months, one of the happiest days of my life, because they were happy. They were watching that kennel video. She and her dog Tater. And when Bubba started to bark, that's what my aunt calls him, Dad, Bubba. Tater barked. And Sally said, isn't it something that your best witness in here are the dogs. You know, some people say they got a sixth sense. You think Bubba knew? You think Bubba knew something? You got Alex to say something. Bubba! Thank God for Bubba. DNA and DNA, when people live together, you'll have it all over your shirt. That's not it. The DNA in this case, that dog negates all. Thank you, Bubba. And guess where Bubba is now? Bubba's with Blanca. Bubba's with Blanca. You can't make that up. And that puts him down there. And that's the lie he told and told and told. I went down there. Why aren't y'all doing something, law enforcement? Why aren't you telling us you were down there? Why aren't you telling us you were down there? Thank you. If he tried to respond to the phone, as Mr. Griffin said, it would show that he was going to Alameda. He had to get rid of that phone. He had to get rid of it there. Finally, it's about your greatest power. My dad gave it to me when I was young. He said, read it. Your greatest power. You know what it is? Your greatest power is your power to choose. Choice. We've all got it. We're born with it. We use it every day. We use it when we treat people, whether we say, hey, where we're nice, whether we forgive people. We make good decisions. We make bad decisions. But what my dad always told me, don't blame anybody else. If you make a good choice, that's good. Don't get too cocky. Be humble, but that's good. But if you make a bad choice, you're responsible for it. There are consequences. It's your greatest power. And for whatever was going on in his mind, his world's collapsing. It's coming down. All these worlds coming down financially. He's confronted that day by somebody's law firm. Where's this check? He's got another hearing coming up. It's a motive. Don't have to have it. But yeah, it's there. And is this rational? When he said that, is that rational? Was it rational to be on the side of the road and claim you're shot? And when you're in the ambulance, and go watch this if you need to, and you're talking to the officer in the ambulance, and you say, what happened? Oh, by the way, he wanted to kill himself. He called 911. He called 911. When he told the officer in the ambulance, well, what happened? Well, some guy shot me. He even did a sketch. He faked the sketch. But what did he tell the guy in the ambulance? It sounded like a shot. He's trying his world, and he says there in that last interview with Mr. the call-in interview, Mr. Harpootney and Mr. Griffin, what you got in there. Ryan, I'm sorry, I lied about everything. I was under a lot of pressure, had a lot going on. Really? Your wife and your son were murdered 3 months ago, and now this is the real Alex. Well, my world's coming down. My world, Alex's world is coming down. Been confronted by his law partners. Losing his job. Now it's me. My world's being affected. Not about that, but now. I'm sorry I lied. I've lied about everything. Richard Alexander Murdaugh loved, I think he loved Maggie. I think he loved Paul. But you know who he loved more than that? You know who he loved more than that? And who is going to make sure that life, wanted to make sure that life, he loved Alex. And he exercised his greatest power of choice to make sure that life continued or try. And it couldn't. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after his honor charges you, you're going to go back there and exercise your greatest power. Based on the evidence you've heard, the evidence you haven't heard, the credibility, the believability of the witnesses, and especially of Richard Alexander Murdaugh, who has lied and lied and lied and lied. And it's been okay. He got you through. It stops here. We respectfully request it stops here today. No, it's not okay. and we're going to exercise our greatest power and find you guilty of killing Maggie and Paul. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've now heard the evidence and you have heard the closing arguments. Next up will be jury charge and then your deliberations. We're at lunchtime. We're going to take a break for 1 hour and 15 minutes for lunch. When you come back, I'll charge you on the law, then you will deliberate. Please do not discuss the case.
Well, we
John
are on
Meadors
lunch.
with the State Attorney General's
Oh.
office saying he's a
Oh, right in there, King.
Now it's an old white dude.
Wow. Did you see that? Wow, they came in quick too. Like they didn't even give me a chance to mute. I was waiting the judge to talk. You know?
Yeah, I
Wow.
know. They were like, nope, we're on it.
Well, first of all, welcome back. Good timing. Bubba is the
Thanks.
goodiest boy, Ricker. I agree. I was just telling him. He said he wanted to see a picture of Bubba. I was like, people are flooding my DMs with pictures of Bubba, and Bubba has a true fan club out there. You know, Bubba is the star of this whole thing. Apparently, he's gonna be like going to Hollywood. He's gonna be like best dog. I don't know.
Yeah, you could have like a picture of his face on the shirt because Mary Beth said I could see a line of merch of Bubba coming out in the future. You could have like his face on it and say, my mom and brother were killed and I survived it. I don't know.
Yep.
My
Halfway
my
through
owners were
lunch.
killed.
Mark, halfway through lunch, I'm going to put up a poll in regards to how long will jury deliberation take. Right now, I have the one up about how well do we think the rebuttal went for Meadors for the state. It was a different style than Waters, I will admit. Oh, what do you think, Vic? How do you think that played for the jury?
Well, I missed part of it, but from what I heard, I feel like he hit the big points, you know, the lying, the opportunity, you know, I think he did pretty good from what I heard. Is there
Well,
anything that, since you heard the whole thing, is there anything you said you heard him say that you didn't like?
not that I didn't like. I actually thought he did a really good job at saying the one thing that Jim Griffin didn't really want to put out there about Alex lying is the opposite. Why would all of those witnesses lie instead?
Yeah.
Like to believe Alex Murdaugh, you've got to say that every other person who came up on the stand was lying about him. And that is a point that Meadors made. He said, why would Shelley go out of her way, a woman who was nervous to be there, loves the family, why would she go out of her way to testify about something if it wasn't the truth? And why would Bianca, who loved Maggie, testify to these things if it wasn't the absolute truth? And why was Alex Murdaugh trying to turn both their testimony to his favor?
Good question.
This is actually what he was putting out there. He also made a very valid point. We don't have to prove why he killed them. We don't have to prove motive, because that's what Jim kept concentrating on. Why would he do it? And he's forgetting the key thing. They don't have to prove it. He just made the state's case for them there. They proved a lot of other things, that he had means and opportunity. That's what they have to prove. And if the jury focuses on that, that's a big one. And you know, Jim was quite emotional at the end. And so I was very happy to see Meadors bring emotion into it. He was very passionate. You know, Waters was factual. He was like trying not to overstimulate the jury because he knew he was going to be up there a long time. So he was like, you know, laying out the facts. Boom, 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 boom. Laid out the whole case for them with visuals, the whole thing. It did go very long. It is going to be very hard for them to refocus. But Meadors was pretty good at keying them into where to refocus on the evidence. Okay?
Yeah.
Because he nailed it. It's not so much what we have, it's what we don't have. And why don't we have it? Because we know, he actually said, because we know Alex Murdaugh took those guns, put them in that blue top, and took them to the smokehouse to get rid of them. We know. Like, he practically said, I wish I had video of it, because he laid out exactly what I was thinking.
Right.
Remember, they kept talking about the smokehouse, but that's what they're saying. They said he had the opportunity to do that. Why else did he go back there first thing in the morning? To clear up the testimony of Shelley and to get rid of the guns. And that's like fascinating. Fascinating.
It's fascinating.
Yes, because that blue tarp thing is right. Like, why it wasn't on the chair? Because, they had to buy it to put it on the chair. Remember that? And that's why Barbara never saw it. And that's why all of a sudden it appeared. Because they bought a new one to show Shelley. And Shelley kept telling them, that's not what I saw. And
Yeah.
sure enough, what she did see is what they found in the closet. And she won't say exactly that that's what it was because it was all crumpled up. But she said that's more likely what I saw than the other thing. She did say that.
Yes.
That
Yeah, absolutely she
okay?
did.
All right. And so, I hope that they will look at it. It's true. Everybody comes back with, Claire, this is a total circumstantial case. It is. It is. Plenty of people go to jail on circumstantial cases.
Yep.
Many murders have been actually committed and tried, and justice has been done on a circumstantial case.
Right.
Fact of the matter is, all going to come down to whether the jury has sympathy for Alec lying how he did. If they believe that he did it out of paranoia and his addiction, and that everything's working against him because he's just a sad guy that's got this addiction problem and everything's just stacking up against him, then they're gonna go with it. If they believe he
Right.
was manipulating the information in any way, that leans more towards adding to the circumstantial case, and it's like a slam dunk.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's all in whether they believe the motive for his lying, how he lied, when he lied, and what that was all about. Alex Murdaugh's actually testimony is the key to the whole case now. Once he took the stand, it didn't really matter what evidence we had anymore. In my opinion,
I could agree with that.
Yeah, once he took the stand, the whole case just turned on its head.
I like Wreckers. Bubba, I survived a family Murdaugh. You should call it a family Murdaugher.
I want to see a book written from the viewpoint of Bubba. I want somebody to take that challenge and write Bubba's book. Seriously.
I haven't even finished the book I've been working on for 6 years. How would I get to that?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I'm saying, like, I've read books before. Like, I read a really good one by someone who, like, was a couple breaking up, going through a divorce. It was his two masters, and how heartbreaking it was for the dog. Like, I read that book. It was from the dog's perspective. And it was a good way to tell the story of both people without being those people. Do you know what I mean? It was all about
Right.
the dog. It was what the dog saw. It was like, there's always three sides to the story, his, hers, and the dog's. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
it was a good
His,
view.
hers, and the dog's.
His, hers, and the dog. So I want somebody to come out and give us Bubba's, what Bubba saw. Yeah.
Halko says, I'm waiting for the spinoff, Bubba and Cash. That would absolutely be hilarious. And I could just see them like riding around in a golf cart with a shotgun and an AR. That's fucking perfect. Shooting hogs.
I could listen to the housekeeper talk all day. She sounds so wholesome. Do you mean Bianca, or do you mean Shelley, the caretaker, or do you mean
Blanca.
Blanca? Yeah.
It's
She
Blanca.
was,
Yeah.
she's quite educated and had many jobs. She's really does this out of joy for the family, and she really did love Maggie, and she loved those boys.
I mean, look at what she did after, like she was trying to do everything to help. She really was. Like he said, can you clean the house? And she's like, sure. And so what does she do? Like, she's like, making sure they're making sure the whole property looks good. They're taking care of everything. The money he's offering wasn't that much more for all the work they did, but it was because
more
they
a
wanted to
symbiotic
help.
relationship,
Exactly.
a long-term symbiotic relationship through the whole thing. And many people knew her, and she's always been, very concise. And I think her testimony speaks loudly, because I don't think she went out of her way to slam him or not slam him. Like, she didn't
No,
fudge
I think she was just
anything.
honest.
She asked everything just honestly and direct. Yes, you mean Shelley. Yes. You know what? She was so afraid to be on the stand. And I get your record that her testimony was so touching, because you could see she did not want to slam a family that had been so good for her. but she did have issues about what happened. She was like, oh my gosh, like, what do I do? And when it came out that she knew something, which came out in an interview just haphazardly, it's not like she went to them and said, I've got information. It just came out, and then she was talked to and she told the story, and it became that she needed to testify. She was incredibly intelligent and careful in what she said. She really did not want to hurt she takes care of, Libby Murdaugh. She knows the family, the boys, everybody. She just didn't want it. Plus, she doesn't want to be known as someone who would come out against your employer. She's a
I mean, you
woman who
can't
needs
blame
to
her.
work. Yeah.
Yep.
And that's why she was afraid. And she was the one that they made the fundraiser for. And did you notice that no one brought that up? And I'm surprised as defense. I think there was an order telling them they couldn't after with the shenanigans that they tried to pull before. Because she
Yeah.
didn't do anything wrong. She didn't start it. She didn't do it. Her family put it up there for her, and she did get a little bit of money to put away. Because I do think in a small community like that, when there's a trial like this, they may not think she did anything wrong by testifying, but they're definitely going to be thinking twice about hiring her because she's got a public trial in her resume now.
Yeah.
Housekeepers, cooks, gardeners, pool people, they know our secrets, right? They're there. And we tend not to notice them as much. They're there, they're listening, they have everything. They have all the deeds we're not even paying attention to. But just by proximity and being there, they know personal things about us that we may not want out there. Like whether I tied one on the night before or got a call from my boo and had an outrageous argument while sitting by the pool drinking Mai Tais. Who knows? All of these things that maybe like you don't want out there. You would want to tell yourself, but now another person knows about it because of proximity. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
even though she didn't do anything wrong, I think it's going to affect her employment because of it. And that's why I think it was so hard for her. And I give her great credit for testifying. But
Oh, yeah, I
then again,
agree.
they could have subpoenaed her anyway, like, and made her testify, but then she would have been a hostile witness, and that wouldn't have been good.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
What
the
a
bubbles
crazy
of
world.
hazard. Okay, guys, don't fill that chat with all bubble all the time again. Like, my gosh, I don't know if I could take it again.
Yeah, let's not do
It's a
that.
long lunch. You don't want to choke a bear. You don't want to put me out. You'll lay me out. I mean, I almost went out with Griffin's argument. Like, I really had a hard time concentrating. How about you
Yeah.
guys? Did anybody have a hard time concentrating on Griffin? I really tried. I did. But he was really nodding me out, man. My head was dropping.
Yeah. Well,
What?
talking
I
about
agree
Griffin.
with
Oh
you,
yeah,
Becky.
Griffin was a snoozer.
Some of the
He really
most
was.
he really was. And Wrecker, I agree with you. They were some of the most compassionate people. The way they spoke about the boys was exactly what you would want someone who is helping you care for your children to speak. They all felt incredibly bonded with them. And the same was said about Gloria Satterfield, who is no longer here to speak for herself. But that she had such a relationship with the boys, and she just really cared for them incredibly, and that they all loved her. And it was obvious that the boys cared for them too. Yes, he was boring. Hold my beer. I need somebody to hold my head up with that one. And I just
Hold my
couldn't.
beer. Shit.
Yeah, hold my head
Me
up
awake.
like I needed help. I did. I needed help. I literally was like waiting for a conversation with someone, and I actually fell out and I was embarrassed that I wasn't paying attention because I literally Griffin was in my ear putting it was almost like putting the samas on you or something, those sleep pills or whatever. It was
Yeah,
like
yeah.
sleep mist, I felt like I was breathing it in.
Melatonin mist from
Yeah,
Griffin.
or something.
From the
I'm
spit
telling
coming out of
you.
his mouth.
Oh gosh, Recker's gonna sing for us now. You know he's got that voice, right, because you know from the Discord, he's always singing to us. Listen, he says, "Bubba, come back. You can blame it all on me." Now that song's in my head. That's "Baby Come Back." Oh, Is that Hall and Oates? I think that's Hall and Oates, right? Is it Hall and
Baby,
Oates?
come back. Any kind of fool could see.
Or is it like Starland
I don't think
Vocal Band or something? Or I don't know. Is
Yeah,
it
I
the
think it's
Starland
some
Vocal
weird.
Band? I don't know record, but now I'm gonna have to go look it up. And if we play cards later, you're gonna have to sing it. You better go find the lyrics.
Oh, baby, come back.
When I get something fixated in my head, I need somebody to orate it for me. Like music, I have to either go play the video or find the music on my Spotify. Like
Mhm.
I'm gonna have to go look for that one now. An oldie but a goodie. And you're too young to know that stuff, Ricker. I can't believe you have all these oldies in your head. Like, wow. That shows good eclectic love of music, though. When you can go through all the catalogs and just find like good stuff. Yeah. Turtle Moves. I do remember Boss Hog. I do. I'm just like, I just like didn't want the chat to turn into yesterday. It was like an hour worth of Bubba-isms of all the movie titles and song titles with Bubba. It just went on forever and ever. That's all. And it was great fun, and I'm not dissing anybody for it. I was laughing. I just don't want to choke on stream. I mean, cut the bear a break. You got to kill me with that stuff. It was a good thing I was muted because literally coffee came out my nose on several occasions. It was embarrassing. You know?
That's hilarious.
I know you.
Heard.
Yeah, you're not just a rapper. I get your record. You're not just a rapper. Yeah. That's right. Because I really shouldn't refer to you as the rapper, Wrecker. I should refer to you as the musician. That would be more accurate. And my apologies, you know. But you do have a rap channel. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what. Yeah. Oh, the band is Player. Thank you. Always Createful. Did you know that, or did you Google my research?
I didn't know that.
She's a research Wonder Woman, dude.
I know
That's like
she
her
is.
superpower. She got fingers like lightning through the computer system and through her Rolodex of a brain there that I call her, because she's got file upon file upon file. She's wonderful to work with. And, and also a lot of fun when it comes to Charlie Brooker in Black Mirror. And she ended up to be my final partner on that. And I'm very glad because we got to know each other so much better. And we had so much in common.
What's AM's theme song going to be? Murder Was the Case That They Gave Me by Snoop Dogg. I say Jailhouse Blues.
I say Mr. Lonely. Yeah, I heard that the other day, and I'm thinking Mr. Lonely. Yup. Because who wants to mess with AM after this? Oh, that's
Right.
Yeah. You did Google it, but you're quick. You are quick, but it was Player. Bubba
Charlie,
shot
I
the
already did.
jukebox.
I did that one yesterday, buddy. I hate to tell you.
Okay,
Bubba shot the
okay.
You guys would be really hard pressed to find something. We already did Silence of the Bubba too, Jen.
Yes,
You guys would
yeah,
be hard pressed to find
yeah.
something that we didn't put in
Just
there
quit
yesterday.
now while you're ahead, please, because I do not plan on snortling coffee for the rest of the lunch break. Please.
Bubba
Okay,
Shot the
I'm begging
Jukebox
you.
was the only thing I could think of that had the word Bubba already in it. So I definitely jumped on that one. Charlie.
Oh, what about like I shot the sheriff, right? Like
I shot the hog, but I didn't shoot the family. Tony, I did do Bubba and Louise, and I did Thelma and Bubba too.
No, see, now
I'm
they're gonna
telling
have
you, you
my.
guys can't.
Please have mercy on a bear, people. A bear is begging you to knock it off. I cannot be guffawing through the whole lunch. I'm gonna lose my voice. I'm gonna like pull coffee through my nose. Please have pity on the bear. Leave Bubba out of it. Just leave Bubba out of it for a little while. Leave me and Bubba alone. We need our privacy. Me
and Bubba need our privacy.
Me and Bubba need our privacy. Like, I'm making a boundary here. Me and Bubba alone. Oh, God,
you guys
Shaggy.
are ridiculous.
I know. Yep. It wasn't me. That's it, T1. That's it. The Shaggy song 100. It wasn't me. That's it. Yep.
It wasn't me. Yeah,
Because in that
I love
song,
that song.
is also about having all the evidence against you, and you're just standing there going, "But hey, it wasn't me. I got caught with my
Yeah.
pants down. I was in the room.
Yeah,
I did
she's
that.
been
She was
over in the
happy.
bathroom on the
Yeah,
floor,
but
but
it
it wasn't
wasn't
me.
me." Perfect, because it is all about like getting caught, like hands down. Damn it, Bear. I know, Bear. I know, Gene. I know you can hashtag me forever. There's something always coming out of my mouth that I should not say.
You know, I'm sorry, Jim, but I would have done Bubba of the Lambs, not Silence of the Bubba. Just saying.
Now they're correcting the
Anyways.
Bubba-isms. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
it's
we're
getting lit.
not doing that. We need to change the conversation. We're not doing that today, lady.
Oh,
So,
that was Jin's suggestion. Yes, it's a good one, T1. Jin, I agree. If Alex Murdaugh has a song, it's Shaggy. It's definitely Shaggy. No.
Jen. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Kim, for saving my nostrils, my voice, and my reputation.
What's she have to
Claire,
say?
she says, I felt that Griffin was all over the place in his closing. His thoughts just seemed very random, as if he had not prepared and just went up there cold. Exactly. I don't know if that was on purpose or not. In one way, that could play to the jury like it wasn't so important because they've got no case. We got nothing to worry about here. I don't know if that was on purpose or not to give
I
that
think
attitude.
it would look sloppy.
It does look sloppy, but I don't know if the jury would look at it as sloppy or like they just didn't find that there was much to worry about. Like, I don't know. Like, because it did look sloppy to me. He did look distracted and unprepared. He forgot people's names. He actually forgot dates. He didn't enter dates. He said things like whatever that date was. And like attorneys don't speak like that.
Yeah,
Like,
no, I know. I don't know. I think that honestly, I mean, like I was saying earlier, and I think you agreed with me. I think that Jim Griffin doesn't believe that he didn't do it anymore. And I think he's having trouble dealing with it because I see him keep looking at him when they're sitting over there and someone else is talking. Griffin just keeps looking at him. He'll just stare at him for like 2 to 5 minutes.
I'll go with you there for a minute because if we're talking 5-star legal murder drama mystery like on TV, like fake story, right? And if I was writing it, absolutely from the point of view of the lawyer who's the family friend who's known everybody since those boys were in diapers, finding out right before closing that he actually did it. What a story, right? What a story. But
I swear, man, I've watched Griffin, like he'll be over there trying to do his sobbing, crying thing. You know, he's very dehydrated.
And he looks at him kind of weird.
And Griffin will just be staring at him like,
are you
dude,
okay,
like he's got this funny look on his face. Not concern, more like questioning doubt look, you know? So I don't know. I think Griffin, he lied to his attorneys and that Griffin has figured out the truth.
You think he has figured
Griffin
it out?
knows it, Harpoo and everybody else knows it too.
You know when they would have found out the conversation about testifying, because I know they didn't think it was a good idea for him to testify, but they had to admit it was a last-ditch effort. It's all they had left. And that's why they said what they said. They said if you didn't bring in 404B, no, they said if you didn't bring in 404B, we would have told him not to do this. No, that's what they said. The opposite.
Oh, is that what he said?
They said we would have gave him other advice had they not allowed 404B testimony into this trial.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood what he said then. Okay.
I thought the same, Beck, and then I had to go back. I replayed it like 5 or 6 times to get the connotation of it. And now and it could be the opposite, but now I'm pretty confident that what Dick Harpootlian meant is you're not going to hang my ass out. Here's how it is, Judge. You let it in. Now we have to fight against it. And I don't want this overturned because we let our client testify. You know, we're putting our reservations on file, but it's because of that testimony. It was like a double slam, like you made us do this kind of thing. Because he was actually pushing on the judge, like, You did this. This is you let 404 in here. So now Alex is on the stand. It's all your fault. Like,
Sorry, I gotta say it.
what?
To the tune of "She wore a pearl necklace. He wore a blue tarpaulin."
Oh
Damn
my
it,
God.
Tony.
Tony.
I couldn't help it. That one was funny.
Okay.
Oh,
Mark
okay,
has a
I'm better.
question here. Claire, do you think Alex Murdaugh testifying is basically saying that they are scratching the bottom of the barrel? I didn't say it that way, but yes, I do believe they didn't have any choice, because that lie that he told about the being at the kennels was the biggest piece of information they had that Alex did not know about, and they didn't know about until it was presented. That video that puts him at the scene when he says he wasn't. And he said he wasn't to so many people, to everyone who asked. All of the investigators, whether they were local or SLED, every family member, every person he worked with, everyone he talked to about this, he told them he was not there. That video made him a liar instantly and turned his whole alibi upside down. So, yeah, he had to do something about that. And this is the only thing Alex Murdaugh could come up with. And they had to go with it because, after all, he is a very theatrical lawyer. He does know how to play to a jury. He does know how to convince people. And that's what they were banking on. What they weren't banking on is him changing all of the testimony throughout. I think that surprised his lawyers. I don't think that was part of the plan. I think he was just supposed to address the kennel thing. And here he is changing timeline, saying, oh no, I lied about that too. Oh no, that's a little lie here too. Let me fix this part of the testimony and that part of the testimony to go more along with making the timeline window larger so that he wouldn't have been there when the deaths occurred.
Right.
Because that video pretty much puts him right there within minutes. Within minutes.
I agree.
If I was Buster, how would I feel about the lie? You know what? I really feel for Buster. And if I was Buster, I'd be doing just now what Buster's doing. I wouldn't be thinking about it at all until all this is over, because I wouldn't know what to do. My mother's gone. My brother's gone. My father's right here in front of me, and they're saying he's lying in my face. I don't want to believe it. It's too much to bear right now. His brothers don't believe he's wrongfully accused. So let me just go with that for right now, and I'll think about all this later, because I just can't right now. That's Buster, and that would be me. I would be waiting for the moment to breathe, to actually take it right in. Because when I look at Buster, I see someone who hasn't taken a deep breath in a really long time.
I'm telling you, I think he's numb because it's just been so much. I
That's
think
what I
he
mean.
just
It's overwhelming. And
Yeah.
when you get like that, you don't react. Like when you get
Exactly.
overwhelmed, sometimes the safest thing to do is not respond and not react. And I don't even think it's a conscious thing that he's doing. I think he's completely overwhelmed, as many of us will be. And a lot of people say he's privileged and he's spoiled and he's probably just like his dad and this and that. And I'm like, you know what? That's a lot for him to deal with right there. All of us have an opinion about this boy who just was nobody before that, except for in his small town. And now nationally, we are all making opinions about him and his attitude. Just that alone must be hard enough to deal with, And I don't know. I think he just needs some time. I think we'll hear more about him in the future. To tell you the truth, I don't think he'll go to law school, but I bet you he's a politician. I bet you he goes and serves in office. That much I know. Because, like, why not use the opportunity of all this notoriety to get your name out there for something? Let's just hope he finds something to attach his name to that's a good cause. Let's see if he finds something he wants to rattle a saber for, so to speak.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
yeah. But I'm going to be trying to figure out where he's coming from later, because right now I don't really think he's had a chance to even think about any of it. He's
Yeah.
surrounded by family, you know. He is.
Yeah, he is. I mean, both sides I think are really taking care of him, and that's good because,
Mhm.
the bottom line is no matter what happened here, it is very obvious that Buster was not there. And if Buster was involved at all, he would be in jail right now too. So I don't think Buster had anything to do with it, honestly. I think he knows. I agree
Mhm.
with Tony that if he said if my theory about AM being involved in Stephen Smith's death is correct, then Buster might be very worried right now knowing AM is capable of snapping like that. But he is in
Exactly.
jail.
And
But still,
and
we don't know what's going through that poor boy's head. Like, if you just look at him and forget that Alex is, any connection to Alex with the murders and just put that aside, that boy
Mhm.
has lost everything. He
It is,
lost every home
it,
he knew. He
Mhm.
lost his mother. He lost his brother, and what's he left with? A lying dad that's a piece of shit. I'd
right,
be
and
numb
then
too.
and the whole thing is making them look back at history in a whole different way. Because if you look at the Stephen Smith thing, even if the rumors are not true about the extent of Buster's relationship with him, they were at least friends. And the thought that your family members could have did something to your friend like that would be hard to take, especially at such a, especially when you were with them the whole time and you may be mourning the loss of that person. And T1, what do you mean going against gingers like that? Can you not see? Like, I'm one of the biggest gingers out here. How dare you? Don't make me eat your soul, dude. Do not.
Don't make me
Yes.
eat your soul.
Isn't that the rumor they say about gingers? We eat souls. Like,
Yeah, something
I
like
just
that.
had
Yeah.
somebody said that to me, like, jokingly, in a conversation last night. They said, "Oh yeah, gingers, they're soulless." I said, "No, we're not. We have more souls than anything because we eat them regularly. Haven't you heard? Like, what's going on? Like, how dare you call me soulless? I have an abundance of souls in here, like, an abundance. Yes."
Too funny.
Actually, that rumor started because of the unforgettableness about redheads, because they were so, like, in regular population at one point. They were in certain areas very rare. Mayans, put them out as being like the chosen special ones with all the secret information. They are
Mhm.
most often the ones that get sacrificed for everything because of their rarity and all. And that, when you think about it, they're just that rumor about it. I think that's why they say that they take people's souls. Because if you're a fan of redheads, you're like a real fan. I know I got to do something with the souls I steal. That's why Jin is a fan of redheads. They keep him, like, well sold, so to speak.
Oh, you guys.
Yep. During the
Um,
revolution against an unfair king, please check Twitter. Okay, let me look.
dropped
I'm
you off some
looking.
goodies.
Oh, let's see. I'm gonna try, Sheila. I don't want to lose my feed, but I'll try to check it here on the PC. Hold on. It should cooperate since we don't have anything up.
So Mary Beth said, yes, it's a lot for Buster, but I thought I saw him give Blanca the finger. A lot of people said that, Mary Beth, but all I saw when I looked at it was him chewing on his freaking middle fingernail, looking like he didn't give a shit about anything.
Oh, this
So
is a Dostoevsky. Oh, wow. I've got two Dostoevsky quotes here. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, this is great. Shill, you know me so well. My literary brain just, like, whoop. My nerd just, like, exploded. Okay. So Fyodor Dostoevsky, he said, a man who lies to himself and believes his own lies becomes unable to recognize truth, either in himself or in anyone else. And he ends up losing respect for himself and for others. When he has no respect for anyone, he can no longer love, and in him he yields to his impulses, indulges in the lowest form of pleasure, and behaves in the end like an animal in satisfying his vices. Damn! They should have used that quote in the closing. Dostoevsky could have
shit.
sealed the case with the jury with that one. Woo! Yee. Oh my.
Jesus, lady.
And then she doesn't leave it there. She gave me the literary tingling in my brain, and then she came across with the psychopath, pathological liar stuff, psychology-based stuff. The definition of a pathological liar is gleefully dishonest, eternally ambiguous, eternally bored, and unfathomably manipulative. Pathological liars are the ultimate masters of deception. They always have an excuse for their inexcusable behavior, and somehow it is never their fault. They cheat, manipulate, and steal, but they still play the victim. They lie even when it is not necessary, even when the truth would be a better story. They lie for sport, as proof that the recipient of their lies is inferior to them. However, believing in someone else does not make a person weak. It makes them capable of love, trust, compassion, and kindness. These are all emotions that the pathological liar is incapable of feeling. In their attempts to manufacture superiority, pathological liars only reveal the pitiful nature of the emptiness that consumes their soul. Wow, when you say goodies, Jill, you mean goodies. Woo. That tickled my tongue like incredibly. I don't know about you guys, but wow. Wow. I love that. Well said, Jill. You just dug those out really well. Yeah, thank you. Whew, that doesn't it sound like Alex? Hold my beer. That's what she said. She said these two quotes.
Really.
These two quotes define Alex to a T in her. Yep. T1. Oh, here she comes. She's a man eater. T1.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, she called me a man eater. Will, you know.
Ooh, here she comes.
I might
Watch
be
out
guilty of
for
stealing a few hearts. I don't know about souls, but I might be guilty a little bit, T1. But damn, way to call a bear out.
Yeah, Pete.
Yes. What did
Meadors
you
did
miss, Pete? But calm down, Pete. It was like clone Meadors. He actually did a good job. Yes, I actually said that, Pete. Sit down. I actually just said John Meadors did a good job. He didn't touch anybody either. True story.
Nope.
You'll have to play it back, but I'll be cutting you a little video of it later. Tonight I'll do both the closing arguments of the defense with Jim Griffin, and then also the rebuttal close by John Meadors, which I wasn't expecting. Yep, guilty as charged, T1. Hey, I'm not going to deny it. I can't deny it. There'd be plenty of people start yelling at me right now if I tried to deny it.
Right. If a literary character could have cross-examined AM, I would love to see Granny Weatherwax from Terry Pratchett's Discworld question AM. Who would you choose?
Who would I choose?
That's a good question.
Okay, it's a little corny, I admit, but I admit to being a little corny all the time. I would pick Sherlock Holmes, but not any Sherlock Holmes. I would pick the Sherlock Holmes that was played by Benedict Cumberbatch, the one that's quite different than everybody, a little bit on the spectrum there, very direct and not giving a crap about anything else in the world. That guy right there. I would want him to do the cross-examination.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about hair color. Oh my goodness, you guys.
Okay, that's okay, because at least they're leaving Bubba out of it for a little while. Bubba needs a rest. Bubba got so tired yesterday. Bubba was like, the way you guys say my name, I should be making some money. Jubal Harshaw from Robert A. Heinlein's Stranger in a Strange Land. Oh, yes, I see that. Yep. You guys tell us, who would you like to see cross-examine them? Perry Mason? Columbo?
You know who I would have loved to do this whole scene to begin with?
How about
Monk.
the woman from
He would
Monk,
have figured it out in
right?
2 seconds.
Yeah, he would have figured it out. How about the woman from Murder, She Wrote? Hmm? Yeah.
Oh
How
yeah.
about
Oh, you talking about
wait,
Angela Lansbury?
Inspector.
She was
Yeah.
a looker, not a she wasn't a criminal. She was a investigator person. I mean,
Yeah,
she wasn't a
no,
lawyer.
I
She
know,
was
but
an
I would
invest.
want her
Yeah.
to do the questioning. I also want Inspector Clouseau. I mean, come think about it. Just for the music. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. Jessica Fletcher. Yes, Jean. Angela Lansbury's character. That would be good. Oh, Columbo. Oh, wait. Magnum PI. Just to see Tom Selleck in those shorts again. That was a rerun and a half. I remember those. Yeah. Okay. I'm done.
Best Sherlock was Johnny Lee Miller in Elementary. I'll die on that hill.
You know what? He was really good in that one. That was like really good. But I actually think I have to mention Robert Downey Jr.'s version was quite entertaining to me. It really was. But the best one I saw in the series was actually Benedict Cumberbatch. It made me a true fan of that man and his work. After I saw it, I went and watched everything he was ever in. And then when he did Doctor Strange, I actually it just hit it home. It just hit it home.
Yeah.
He is like one of my favorite actors now. Just his diversity, like it's the types of characters he plays, and he's not afraid to be judged by the character he plays. He plays some really bad characters, like bad people. He plays flawed people to a T. Yeah, he's not afraid to be labeled in any way, and I kind of admire him for that.
Heard.
Oh, T1 would like to see Tom Cruise. Oh no. Well, okay, the character, yes, but I never want to see Tom Cruise again, actually. But still, yeah, I could picture the character doing that. Cross would be wonderful. You can't handle the truth, right? Oh wait, or Jack. Jack would be great. Jack Nicholson. Can you imagine? But wait a minute. How about Waters from, Law and Order? How about him? The guy, Jack? He would have been good.
From what?
Right? From Law and Order. From
Oh yeah. Oh God, yeah. He'd tear him up. You're absolutely right. Yes, he would.
Right?
He would tear him up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
AM. I can't handle the truth. Just Rhonda said you can't handle the truth. He once said Alex can't handle the truth.
He can't. He don't know the truth. That's it. I don't know the truth. I don't recognize the truth. Truth? What is truth? I don't know. He doesn't seem to have a very good relationship with it.
Jack McCoy. Thank you, Paul Baxter.
Jack McCoy. There you go.
He was the real McCoy. Dun dun. Sanders Stevens, yeah. In my family, none of the girls were allowed to cut their hair until they were 18. So my sister, my mom, both my sisters, mom, everybody, long hair down to your butt by the time you were like 5 or 6. Yep.
Yeah, that in my family too. And I'm not 5 anymore, but my hair is down to my butt right now. Mostly because during the pandemic, I wouldn't go cut it, and then it just got so long and I liked it. So I just pulled it over to the side or I braid it. But yeah, it's been a long time.
No, Tony, I don't think Spock would be good for cross-examination for either one because, well, I mean, he would for the state, he wouldn't be good for the defense because Spock doesn't lie.
I think it would make a good investigator, but he would not really play to the jury very well. That's for sure. Because it'd be hard to understand his point of view. Daniel
From
Craig,
Lincoln
Knives
Lawyer.
Out.
All right.
Or Daniel Craig from Knives Out. Yes.
Character. I don't know who that is, but okay.
Oh, it's a spy drama murder. One of those action film. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
How about Vinny from My Cousin Vinny? No, not Vinny, his girlfriend. Her. She would have been amazing. The one that knew everything about the cars and everything like that. Be a lot cooler if you did.
Yeah, true, Charlie. Less headaches
What?
too.
What?
Cut your hair.
No, I'm not gonna
It
do
is
it.
cooler, and you get less headaches if you do not have your hair pulled up all the time.
Oh, I don't have my hair pulled up. I have it braided down to the side. I never have my hair up. Are you kidding? It's down to my waist, and I'm like one of those thick redheads, like thick. It's so
Yeah, no,
thick that
I dated a girl like that.
it's so thick that for
Good.
it to lay down normal like everybody else's, I have to shave a triangle out of the back of my head underneath it, or else it
Are
comes
you
out.
serious?
I'm serious. That's how much hair
Holy
I have. So now, like,
damn.
damn, I got some hair, and I'm not showing you all, but let me tell you, when people see
Let me
me
tell you.
the first time, it's like I'm 5 foot in all hair, like I'm just like all hair, like, and it's red, and it's like, yeah, and people just usually can spot me anywhere. Oh,
Yeah,
would be cooler if you did was McConaughey and Dazed and Confused. Oh, thank you, Charlie, and thank you. I was wondering if that was another reason you
yeah,
were
it'd be
crossing
cooler
me
if you
off all
did.
your
Yeah,
list. Wait, she's got long hair. Cross her off that list. I was like, wait a minute, it would be cooler. Like, I was trying to figure that one out, but thank you for clarifying. I feel a little bit better. Kramer from
Liam said,
Seinfeld. Oh, can you imagine the questions? Hold my beer. Give me 2 questions that Kramer would ask. I miss Kramer from Seinfeld. He was unique.
"Oh my god, I couldn't
He
stand
was
that
so
show.
unique.
I
It was
hated
a
that
show
show.
about not being
So
a show.
stupid."
It was. That was the whole point of it, Beck. That was the brilliance behind it. That's why it was so good. It was a show that wasn't a show.
Ugh,
It
can't
was
do it.
just it was freaking brilliant. Oh my god. Just the whole premise of it. I dug it. Yeah, actually. John Milton. Al Pacino's character in Devil's Advocate. Oh, he'd be scary, man.
Yes.
Alex would not survive that one. Mm-mm.
Oh, I was gonna say, Claire, I had this woman I dated way back when I first came out. I had dated this woman that she had like that thick red hair too, and in the back, like, put your middle finger and your thumb together. Not you, you probably have small hands. You guys, put your middle finger and your thumb together. That's how big around her ponytail was. Her hair was so effing thick.
I got better for you than that. Go put your 3 fingers together right now, Beck, and that's how thick mine is right now.
3 fingers?
Serious. 3 fingers. Put your 3 fingers together, and that's my ponytail.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about the size of hers. It's about the same size.
That's a lot
Yeah,
of
hers
hair.
was
That's like I
really,
said.
my god.
And you know what? I'll have to go with that T1. It does make it sound like I'm cousin it if I'm only 5 foot and I have all that hair and the hair's down to my butt. Yep. Okay, you can call me cousin it.
Liam, I would have gone outside and found a piece of metal somewhere that one of the old guys left around and just rubbed my hair on it to cut it off. Hell with that freezer shit. That takes too long. I don't have that kind of patience.
Yes. And I always grateful. I hear you. I hear you. I'm a fan of man. Al Pacino's deputy. He is. Okay. Get an emo wig. They cut themselves. I'll see myself out. I know where the
That's why I was laughing.
Charlie.
Oh, I love the sick, demented part of him. It's great.
I don't want an emo wig. I don't need that shit. Oh my god. I'm still upset about like the whole thing with the new Batman movie over that whole stuff. Like, don't get me started.
Crazy. Yeah, Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. As soon as he lied, he would have went bazinga.
Bazinga,
You're right,
exactly.
Tony.
Yeah,
Not allowed
Neverly,
to
how
use
are
any
you?
kind of metal to cut their hair. You could burn it.
No, I'm gonna have to get a trim. I think I'm gonna go like to at least like between the shoulder blades and just let it grow again. It's just it's getting too much. Yeah.
I'm an inactive Mormon, and I can assure you there's no rule saying women cannot cut their hair. Not Mormon having rules like that, though. Yeah, that sounds more That sounds more shit. What am I trying to think of?
Hmm.
People that live off the grid and everything have all those 5 million freaking religious rules. Amish.
Oh,
That
yeah,
sounds
I
more
don't
like an
know.
Amish thing to me. They have
Hmm.
really weird rules. Robert De Niro's Max from Cape Fear. Ooh, yeah, that's right. That was a great movie,
Oh.
Hold My Beer, wasn't it? I loved it.
Mhm.
That was the first like movie I saw Robert De Niro play like a sick, fucked up dude like that. Not just an angry guy or a mob guy, but like a guy that messed up in the head. He did a really good job with that.
Mhm. Yeah.
That character. Yeah. Although I'm a big De Niro and Pacino fan. I always have been.
I always
They're
have
both
been too.
they're both
Pacino
and Morgan
always.
Freeman. Those are my 3 top
Oh my
favorite
God,
actors
Morgan
ever.
Freeman. Yep. Mhm.
Ever.
Add a few others like Benedict Cumberbatch for me. I do like Robert Downey Jr. I don't know why he's always been off. I used to like James Spader too. I really thought James
Yeah,
Spader
back in
was
the
a
day,
good.
James Spader
Yeah,
was good. Yeah, I
yeah.
haven't seen him around much.
Well, he did.
Last time
Wait,
I
he
saw him
just.
was on, what was that, Blacklist?
Yeah, he just did Blacklist, a really long series for a long time. Like that was around
Oh,
for a
did
while.
it keep going? When did it
Mhm.
end?
I don't know if it ended or not. I stopped watching it. Sorry, James, but I
I
stopped
did
watching it.
too. I did
I
too.
stopped watching like
My
most
ADHD.
television series is these like that. I just like when the pandemic started. Here's the weird thing. I was home more often. Like I didn't go out at all when the pandemic started, and I refused to watch television because it was just everything on television was about it. So I
Yeah.
unplugged the TV and plugged in YouTube, and that was the end of that.
Liam said the last season is this year. Pete, yes. Goodfellas is my 3rd favorite movie. Could watch Goodfellas every week and never get sick of that movie. It's amazing. Have you seen the Casino movie that comes after all that,
Hmm.
Pete? If you
Oh
haven't
yeah.
seen Casino, buddy, the same people from Goodfellas and all that, you're missing
Oh
out, man. That's a really good movie too. It's like
no.
what happened several years later kind of
Yeah.
thing is what it's
Yeah.
kind of like. Yeah.
I like Denzel and Samuel, Gene and Neverly. I like them both. And Turtle Moose, no, that's not. I'm not cutting it because it's all split ends. I'm just cutting it because it's heavy, and just so it can grow again, like healthier, just to keep it healthy. I would say like
Yeah.
the last inch or so, like everyone, the last inch is probably split ends, definitely, because it's all dead. I mean,
Yeah.
all with
Actually,
split
Jen,
ends.
I love Samuel L. And for anybody that wants to see him play like an amazing character, and if you haven't seen it, look up The Caveman's Valentine. It is not a well-known movie by Samuel L., but it is really, really good. He plays like a homeless guy in Central Park, and his daughter is a New York City cop. And that's all I'm going to tell you. It's an amazing movie. It's really good. It has a lot of twists and turns in it. And the crazy guy that Samuel L. plays, he plays him so effing well. It's my
Mm-hmm.
favorite Samuel L. movie because everybody's already seen all the other ones. The Caveman's
Yeah.
Valentine, I found it somewhere, and I've mentioned it probably 10, 15 times since I've seen it. And everybody, except for one person, says, I have no idea what movie that is. So I
Yeah.
don't know how I found it, but it's such a good movie.
Hey, thank you, Charlie, for the movie reference there for a young DiCaprio and De Niro. This Boy's Life. Yeah, I would check
This
that
was,
out.
oh, yeah, yeah,
Definitely.
yeah.
Yeah. When you go
Yeah,
back
yeah, yeah.
into the other movies and you see a young Leonardo DiCaprio or De Niro, like Raging Bull days early, like, whoa. Pacino too. I don't know.
Yeah, Pacino. I mean, there's a lot of those people that are great anyways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did anybody watch House of Cards when that was out?
I loved that. I loved it, and then I absolutely thought that was like brilliant into the absolute evilness of politics.
It is. It's great.
It
Do
was
you know the
it was terrible.
I think it was like the 3rd or 4th season. I think it was the 3rd, and they brought in a new Secretary of State,
Mm-hmm.
and she
Mm-hmm.
was a blonde, Virginia Madsen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm related to her.
Oh, well,
She's like
congratulations.
my second cousin. Yeah, she is.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Madsen. I'm related to him too. He's
Mm-hmm.
a first cousin. Our
so you
fathers were
have
brothers.
theatrics. You have drama theatrics actors in your family line there.
Yeah, but I never hung out with them because back when I knew Michael Madsen, he was a freaking pothead and a cokehead. He was really scrawny. He was a hippie dude. He was doing a bunch of drugs. He was like 19 years old when I knew him. Last time I saw him. I was little. I think I was like 5 or something.
On the House of Cards, like reference, like that was very good about politics and the White House and stuff like that. One of the best political dramas that I thought was out there, but it was a little left leaning, was West Wing. Martin Sheen as president in West Wing and all the people around him, like the characters Toby and the rest of them, his chief of staff. I always wanted it to be like that, and it never really was. It never really was.
Yeah.
That was Well, that was a very good drama on TV. I've watched all of those reruns actually. When it was playing all the time on TV, I never saw it, but I did watch all of it later. Oh. How about Henry Drummond from Inherit the Wind, played by Spencer Tracy? You know what? That's a classic. That would be that would be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Absolutely.
was very
I agree with that.
serious. He would have gave him a real run for his money. Yeah. But,
I never got into Pulp Fiction. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know
thought
why.
it was
It's I don't know.
very cool. Yeah.
I
Not
started
even the
watching it and I
$5
got so far
milkshake.
in. I got so far in and just said, no, this isn't me. Oh, just Martin Sheen. He doesn't even need to speak. Martin Sheen was great too. Yeah.
He
all the
don't
stuff
do
he
it
did.
for me always. As an actor, I think he's great, but he just doesn't. There's something about him that just doesn't do it for me. I don't know why.
I would love to see a lawyer come in here that's like the size of like one of those basketball players, like 8 foot or something, make Alex feel really tiny.
Yeah.
You ain't so tall, boy.
He's very tall, but he's not a very big person.
No.
I don't No, I'm really today you could see him talking and everything and being a little more reserved than usual. Some people say he was trying that emotional thing, but he just cut it quick, actually. I didn't get to see him a lot in our feed, Yeah, I know you're like drawn to those Mediterranean looks there, Kim, I don't think I have a type as far as physicality, except for tall. Like, I guess because I'm short, I like tall men. Atticus Finch. Was he tall, Tony? He would be great because he was a Southern lawyer, and I like him. I like it. Killer Mockingbird. Yeah.
I like 5'2", 5'3" women. They fit right underneath my chin. Perfect.
There you go. There you go. You see, and it's funny
Yeah,
because
it's
like
always
really, like
Mediterranean looks. Yes, go ahead.
I always like dated tall, like really tall, and I don't know why, but they liked short girls. I don't know.
Yeah. Most guys want their woman shorter than them. It's just how it is. We're just dominant assholes like that. But I do know, I do not personally know, but I've met a lot of shorter guys in my life that have a woman that's like a foot taller than them. They don't give a shit. But also they were also very good looking men, and they were 2 or 3 of them were built like a brick shit house from going to the gym all the time. So yeah, he wouldn't worry, right?
No.
So
we
were all the same height on our knees.
Say is they were confident. Yes.
T1, I'll have you know that when Alex Murdaugh is kneeling down, his shoulder is at 4'2". I did the measurements. 4 foot. His shoulder is at 4'1" to 4'3", kneeling on one knee. Just so you guys know. Do you think Meadors' rebuttal is helping the state's case and convincing the jury? 94% say yes, 5% no. Who are the 5%? Get out of here. No, I'm just kidding. See, Charlie, I don't like gingers. I'll never take your ginger away from you, buddy.
Oh, wow. Charlie's
really
prefers gingers.
Angelica
I didn't know that about
Bridges.
Yeah, you know what, that Charlie? I never got that from you. I always thought you preferred blondes. I don't know why, but wow, that's
That's
information.
why you're a commie. Hey, I don't like blondes either, Charlie. How you like that? I only like brunettes and women with a
Listen.
nice tan skin and some dark, beautiful eyes.
Well, there you
You
go.
can like
Everybody's got a type.
stare at.
I don't
Oh yeah,
necessarily have one. You know what I need? And I tell everybody this if they really think I'm corny about it. I need really strong intelligence. You got to tickle my brain before you get anywhere with me.
absolutely.
And then if you don't have a sense of humor, I got no time for you. Absolutely no time for you whatsoever. And I am kind of partial to musicians and singers, creative people. Creative people always can tie me in. Like I just listen in a different
T1.
tone. Yeah.
Yeah. T1,
Or
I know
was
it
it?
was a bedroom reference. I was trying to take it back to the case because we have not been talking about the case.
Wait a minute. There was a bedroom reference and I missed it. I need
He
actual
said we were all
material
the
for my
same height
weekend
on our
joke.
knees.
Oh, this
And
is
I
true.
said,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
except for Alex
Mhm.
Murdaugh when he's on his knees.
It's just like we're all good dancers in the dark. I get it. Like I do get it. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. There's a reason why I have a crooked neck. Well, hmm,
Liam, your women are too short.
Liam, I don't even remember the last time. Let me see. I do date only, and I'm talking 6 foot and above, like not even like 5'11", because anybody would be tall to 5 foot, right? Like so you might be thinking like 5'7", 5'8", I'd be fine. No, I'm talking 6 foot. That's the minimal. But I have
You like
never
you
had
like
anybody.
over 6 foot tall men? That's
Yes.
interesting.
Everyone I've been in a relationship with has been 6 foot or above. Yes. And I can't remember them ever getting a crooked neck because I'm telling you, they will pick you up to kiss you. They are not bending down there like that, doing any of that. I have been picked up and put on all kinds of things, boxes, cars, counters, whatever, just so that they can reach you to kiss you or just pick you up in general.
Yeah, I was
Or
gonna say I don't care, Liam. If a woman's too short and I
Mhm,
don't want to bend down, I just pick my woman up and slap her legs around my
mhm.
waist, and then she's the same height as me, and I can kiss her all I damn well want. Throw
It's
her on the
true,
bed.
and if they are good kissers, it's worth it, whatever position you have to get into to do it. And I agree with you, Liam, because that's another quality that you just can't, like, I can't deal without. Like, you would have to be a good kisser. Absolutely.
Yeah, I say all this, guys, but I am like forever single. So there you go.
What got derailed? I'm trying to think. I
His
got
prison
someone for
bitch
you,
name.
and you got somebody who's 6'8". Wow, that's really tall.
His
Whoa.
prison bitch name is Alexis. I can still do it, Liam. I'm 51.
Mhm.
My ex was the last chick, that psycho bitch that I dated. She weighed about I don't know, 150-ish. I used to throw her around all the time. I'd pick her up and carry her to bed and toss her on the bed. Say, stay there, I'll be right
Mhm.
back.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Charlie says he's loving freckles. I'm looking back at all the comments in the chat, trying to figure out what's going on here. There's like uh, so many different conversations going on now. But anyway,
I know. I'm trying to read through them all and piece them together.
yeah.
Hold
Not
my
all
beer
redheads
said,
have
beggars can't
freckles,
be
though.
choosers.
Yeah, not all redheads have freckles like
I
freckles. Like
hate
I,
freckles.
I actually have a few freckles, but not as many as you would think. Like a redhead would like have.
Yeah, you know the ones
Like
that are covered in them? I can't. It grosses me out. I don't know. It's just
Really?
weird.
I don't know that, some of people think they're a sign of beauty in some cultures, actually. The
Oh,
more,
yeah.
the
No,
better.
yeah. I know lots of
Um,
people that think that.
like I have a smattering across my nose, and of course, and you know what? And I'm only saying that because I don't go in the sun all the time now. Like I avoid the sun like the plague. I'm very, very pale. But if I do go out, like when we used to go canoeing and fishing, like if I'm out there for even an hour or two, you will see them come out across my nose, and I'll get that smattering there. Of course, they're on your shoulders,
I mean, I
a
have
little bit.
freckles like that.
Yeah,
I don't have a
yeah.
lot, but I have random, like I have some, because I got a little redhead in me. So I do have some freckles, but I don't have a lot. I don't mind
Wait
the
a minute.
little bit of
You
freckles. The
have
girls
redhead
that
in
are
you,
like,
but you don't like redheads. Like, wait a minute. You was just like, wait a
when
minute
I'm
here,
in the
man.
sun, my beard looks red. It's true.
Mm,
It looks dark brown normally, but when I'm in the sun, it's like reddish, strawberry blondish, which is
mm-hmm,
weird. I filled up my cat's food and left his bowl on the counter. I looked up, he's sitting up there. He just jumped up, he's eating it.
Oh no, he did.
I'm sorry, buddy.
No, I don't blame you, Liam. Those rough shifts, like everything. And this is why I always say, like, you know, if you get the right person. The original Sherlock Holmes? Who played the original Sherlock Holmes record? Because I think Benedict Cumberbatch did such a good job as who I actually think Sherlock was. Just a little bit on the spectrum, a little bit like not normal in his dealings with the average person, you know, and he played it like so, I don't know, unique. But I'm trying to think who played the original Sherlock. I remember the pipe.
I have no idea.
You don't want to hear
How
about
soon are you
Beck's
coming
love
back,
life.
Claire?
I don't
want to
hear
hear Beck's love life.
I'm here. I'm here. I don't know about them, but I'll derail you. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
Jen,
wait. Oh, record. Stop. No cannibalism in the chat.
Look, no, we're not talking about how I devour my women. We're not talking about wrong stream. You guys. Let's talk about
That's
that
That's it.
You come on. You want to talk about that? You tell me. I'll start a stream. We can
They
talk shit
say
on
you
my
gotta
channel.
change the subject, or I have to mute you. Like you gotta stop. No more.
That's what I'm
All right,
trying
no
to tell
more
him to
Guns N' Thought.
stop. Quit it.
Oh, that's right, Jin.
Basil
Basil
Rathbone?
Rathbone. Oh
I
my
have
God,
no
I
idea who that
remember
is.
now. Wrecker.
Yeah?
We got it. Like we usually watch movies like on the weekend. We need to watch some original Sherlock Holmes. We need to find that. Like, please. Oh, House. Wait a minute. Charlie. Yes, the guy that plays House. Right? Whoa, that would be great.
Oh, him? Oh my God, he would destroy Alex.
Hey, Rex, how are you? Oh, no, you mean the
pretty
Sherlock in the book. So not even anybody who played him. You mean the one in the book. But also, does that mean you don't want to watch any good Sherlock? Because I really want to watch some good Sherlock. Hugh Laurie would be fantastic, Charlie. I agree with you. And that is one of my favorite actors, actually.
Paul brought up same one, same time. Hugh Laurie.
And I have to say,
Jen.
one of my fantasies is that asshole House. He was the epitome of assholism. And there's just something about a smart man like that with that kind of some humor that doesn't care. And obviously he's tall. They just did it for me. House was the epitome of an asshole walking. And I just loved every second of it. I absolutely did. I was all for it. I don't know.
Mary Beth said Jeremy Brett. Do you know Jeremy Brett? I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is.
The last Sherlock Holmes show that I watched had Benedict Cumberbatch playing Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, was he great? Did you like it? I loved it.
I thought it was all right. I mean, you know.
I liked his take on the character. He played it really like the antisocial, doesn't care what anybody else thinks, doesn't get along with people, non-emotional, but then he fell in love. That was the best thing. He didn't know what to do with himself. And I was just like, I was so amused by the character and I was enthralled. I actually grew with the Sherlock character in that point. I thought of him in a different way. And I like actors that do that. Take a well-known character that everybody knows about Sherlock Holmes, right? You all got a picture of Sherlock Holmes and what he would be like. And then and then somebody comes along and plays it with just a little bit of a twist where you go, oh, I see that. Like now I'm reading it. Now I'm reading it different. Like, wow, I see that. That's like cool. That's a great actor.
Right.
That's great writing. And if you're going to keep doing the same plots over and over again, like Sherlock Holmes and that stuff, that's what you need to do. You need to like twist it a little bit, make me think. But,
yeah. Well, that's what I liked
Rex.
about Robert. Hey, Beck, how you doing, man?
I'm good, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I just got home from work a little while ago, man. We had a windstorm up here Monday night. It was 30 miles constant and 50 gusts. And I've been going around and helping clean up and checking on the fences and making sure nothing got broke up. And
that's about typical around here, buddy. On a windy day, 30 with 50 to we've had gusts go up above 60 here, no problem. And like you'll see, the trees and stuff here are tough, man. The ones that are still standing, they are tough.
Yeah, exactly. If they're still standing, there's some tough some bitches.
Yeah, we don't lose a lot of trees here because there's such a constant wind. They're used to it, you know. They got some
Right.
good roots on them, but most of our winds down in the valley, up on the mountain, is where you get all the pine trees and all that. You know, down here
Yeah.
we have the scrub trees and like maybe
Yeah.
some oaks and
Mhm.
maples people have planted, but
Yeah,
mostly scrubs.
oaks, maples, you know, yeah.
Yeah.
There's not many pine trees up here.
Yeah, hold on. Let's see. Let's say, Tony, what do you mean House was a version of Sherlock Holmes? Do you mean the medical version of Sherlock Holmes, like the
Yeah, because he had to
antisocial, do his
investigate
own
and
thing? Yeah, he will.
Yeah,
If
I
that's
agree.
what you mean, yes. Otherwise, I'm going to go on a great wild goose chase. Look at House playing Sherlock Holmes. Look at Hugh Laurie playing Sherlock Holmes. I'm going to go nuts for that because I think that would be like Brill. Like that would be feckin' Brill, not just Brill. That would be feckin' Brill. House
You know what I
playing
wonder?
Sherlock Holmes? Wow. Go
What-
ahead.
Sorry. What do you guys think about this whole pill addiction? I'm wondering, do you guys think
not
that he
excuse.
actually has a pill addiction? Or do
Yeah.
you think he's doing it recreationally and he's using it as an excuse?
How do you do something recreationally for 20 years and have nobody not call you an addict?
Exactly. I mean,
here's
he
my-
might have started out.
Right.
He might have started out as a recreational user, but he got addicted. He did.
I would say there's
Oxycodone-
all levels of addiction and people control it in different ways. I think there's no doubt that Alex Murdaugh is a functioning addict, and we all know they exist. I don't think he was using it. He's trying to use it because it exists to cover up for things that he did, but he was not out of control. He was not like
I agree.
doing any of that. He was a completely functional, manageable addict, but an addict none the same because he admitted lying to his family about the pills. He has all the addict characteristics there. But as far as it being a crutch as to be able to do something so horrible or why he couldn't, no, I don't think it plays at all.
Did he say at one point he was taking like 60 of them a day?
Yeah,
You'd
but
be
didn't
dead.
he also say he lies at the drop of a hat? Like, yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Because I'm
I
sure
remember
he
that.
wasn't. That man is okay. That man's a sissy. Didn't know where he was taking that many pills. Sorry, I'll call it the
No,
way I see it. That's a big
No.
baby there. That's a big baby. I bet you he gets a paper cut and he cries. I'm
Oh,
telling
I
you.
mean, we talked
Oh,
about
yeah,
it.
that guy, yeah.
Yeah, we talked about it when he took the stand. That was a mistake. He should
Mhm.
not have taken the stand.
No, but I don't think he had a choice.
Well, he thought
in
he
his
was.
eyes,
but-
in his
well,
eyes,
he
he
was lie
thinks
and slip his way out of whatever.
right.
But-
He thought he had some control there. And the one thing that man needs is control all the time. He's been managing this whole story the whole time. And and when they found that video and it became obvious that everybody recognized his voice on there and that was going to put him in, he needed control back because now everything was out of control. And the only way to do it is to speak to them directly. So that's what he did. That's the only thing he knows how to do. That's how he controls everything. So, I don't think he's had a choice. I think even if his attorneys advised him not to, he was going to do it. I don't
Oh,
see
they
him
did.
not.
They were like, "Don't do it, man. Don't fucking do it." And he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna do it."
Yeah.
And his brother
Well,
didn't
since you
help
got
him.
Rex up here, I'm gonna go run and do something, and I'll be back
Okay.
later on.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
All right.
Take
We'll
care.
see you in a little bit. We're going to
Yes,
be,
ma'am.
they're going to be coming on in a minute anyway. And Rex, once they do, I drop everybody. So it's nothing personal. I just
Oh, well,
do.
that's fine. That's
Everybody
fine.
goes. But yeah, Wrecker, I agree with you. House was what you call an untouchable. Somebody who could be the worst person in the room, but nobody would go and deny him because he was always right. You like if he bothered to say something as ornery as he said it, as rude as he said it, nobody could challenge the actual what he was saying, And
Oh, yeah.
Pete, I agree with you too. Alex Murdaugh would make Sherlock quit his job. Absolutely.
Yeah.
He would become a chef right after that. He would be like, I'm not investigating anymore. This man driving me crazy. I'm gonna go make salad. Yep.
Yeah.
Um
I'm gonna go
Charlie-
dig ditch, something like that. Yeah.
Charlie, I'm hoping the weather is calmer there, dude, because you give me palpitations with these tornado stories like all the time. Like
Oh
you
yeah.
guys,
When that
Ugh.
windstorm hit Monday night, I was like, "Is there a tornado in this crap?" And luckily, it wasn't.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, Aunt Jared. That's what I liked about this. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, a tornado. Like Charlie gets them regularly where he's from, and I just actually went through my first cyclone via the internet. That was over in New Zealand. Like I was on a call while and listening to it, and that's scary. I don't like wind, Rex, at all, at all. Like any kind of wind sets my nerves off. And I'm on the shore, and we get hurricanes a lot, and I don't really do like that well. I get very nervous during them. I've never been in anything really terrible, as far as damage to my home or anything like that. Tornadoes scare me because they're so volatile and they just like hit or miss. Like your house could get hit and the person next to it could be fine. It's like so
Yep.
random and violently. It's like violent weather, you know what I mean? And it's like it just sets me on. The wind is something that's totally uncontrollable and random, and it just sets my nerves off. Aunt Jerry's right though about putting a twist on a well-known character. That's how Robert Jr. played Sherlock. That's what I loved about it. The uncanny wit that was there, and just the little little insidious things, like little tiny things that he threw in there. You know.
Oh, and that guy that played Dr. Watson, what's his name? Shit. He was
Oh, he was
yeah.
good. He was good. And Colin wants to know what I thought about Sherlock Holmes in New York with the Asian woman as Watson. I actually, okay, with Johnny Miller, I actually, you know what, Colin? I was amused by the whole premise. And like I said, I like a twist. I like when you make me look at a character differently. And what they did with Watson in that was like the same but different. Like she was the practical one. She was always like, okay, and rolling her eyes at him and stuff like that. And that's kind of like the original Watson character would be. But the whole juxtaposition of it, like it amused me greatly. And it actually did. And it did kind of widen the story a little bit. So for me, it was amusing, and I didn't think it was offensive what they did with the characters at all. I enjoyed it actually.
Wasn't that actress Lucy Liu? Wasn't that who
And
played it?
I believe it was. Yes, I believe it
Okay.
was, and she's fantastic. Yeah.
I watched some of that. I thought it was pretty good. But to circle back to Hugh Laurie, have you ever
Yeah.
watched Blackadder?
Yes, I have, and I'm a huge fan. Yes.
That,
But then again,
not
I
Mr.
also
Bean.
watch.
I'm saying,
Yeah, I
yeah.
watch Blackadder, and I'm also a Peaky Blinders fan because I love mob stuff in here in the States, so I couldn't resist Peaky Blinders
Oh, okay.
either.
Cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. I've got some quirky tastes, but I admit them. I'm definitely a geeky nerd. Um,
Oh, yeah.
oh,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, Blackadder is definitely not Mr. Bean. I'm just saying.
Nope, it's definitely not. But back to Alex's addiction. Yes, he did say that after knee surgery, he got more addicted to how he felt on them and everything, and he was taking them. And as Pete says, he doesn't care about his pill addiction. I think Alex has cash in buried cans somewhere or overseas.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I
yeah. Like in
agree.
the Bahamas or in Bermuda or something like that. Yeah. Some offshore account.
And Mary Beth says, but how could you not see a behavior change in 20 years? Because he's functional. And because, all right, here's the thing. Could we come to this conclusion? And I hate to like judge a person without knowing a person. It's not comfortable for me. But when you've got somebody who's been taking pills for this long, but somebody who's been lying to everybody they know for over 20 years, and that we documented, he's not himself anyway, Mary Beth. So I'm trying to see how would they see a behavior change when he's never himself anyway. Everybody sees who Alex wants them to see, no matter what. So like he's a player. He's
Yeah,
like a
pretty much.
player with multiple parts at all times, and that's why they didn't notice, because he knows how to turn it on for whoever he's in front of. He knows those parts, and he does it well. 20 years, every partner and everyone in his life, every client he stole from, and no one picked up on it.
Yeah. I mean, him and his brother are almost exactly alike because whenever the defense was questioning them, they could remember everything fine. But once the prosecution got up there and questioned them, oh, I don't remember.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know.
He only remembers in great detail with that fantastic memory that he has, only the things he wanted you to know. The things he
Mm-hmm.
doesn't want you to focus on, he has absolutely no recall on whatsoever.
Exactly.
Pete, I never heard of that. You're gonna have to link me, but I am a big fan of everything mob, like the books, the autobiography. I don't really like to read autobiographies unless it's a president or a mobster.
Okay.
That's it. They're the only ones I read. Yep.
Well, I really like The Sopranos. The only thing I didn't like was the way it ended.
I
Because you don't know
kind of
what
thought it was cute. I thought that was great. It's like they're in a diner, they're all talking, and you have no idea how the ending's really going to go. And I
Yeah.
like an ending like that because that ending gave us promise that maybe we'd see more, although people have passed away now, so it's probably not possible.
Yeah.
But there was always that little spark of hope that they would be back, after the end of it.
Yeah. I
But
mean, when
everyone
James
involved in
died,
that
that's
series
the
was
end of the
great.
show. But I mean,
Yeah.
they
Well,
could bring it back. They could
yeah.
bring it back.
Everybody was so good in that show. It was fantastic. And yeah.
Well, I mean, they
I
could
don't
bring
know.
it back like his son took over, or his daughter took over, or his wife took over.
Yeah,
You know,
true. Pete, you're absolutely right. The only reason that Alex Murdaugh took the stand was that Snapchat video. That is why he took the stand. That is the piece of evidence he couldn't control. That was the piece of evidence that nailed him and actually crumbled his alibi and all the work he did. So he needed to explain it. He needed to actually he needed to remanufacture all the facts to align to a story he wanted to tell. And the only way to do that is up close and personal. That's the only thing he knows how to do. So that was Alex Murdaugh, the lawyer, the manipulator, working the room. Absolutely, I believe that. I actually think that's what I saw. I actually tried to give him grace and think that, well, maybe he's just fighting for his life and his reputation here. Maybe it is all about, no, I wouldn't do that. I would do anything but that. Like I did everything else, but I would never kill my family. But when I saw him manipulating the jury, then I knew it was quite possible that he did do the murders too, because he went that far. It came so natural to him. It was so casual. It wasn't forced. It was like routine. And that turned me totally to not have much empathy for the fact that his family was gone for him. Then I started to look at it like as if it was, like they said, a guilty conscience, you know.
Well, see, I missed the closing arguments. What did you think of it?
Of the closing, all of them. Well, I thought
Taking
Waters.
his chance to talk
Well,
to the jury
sorry.
one-on-one.
Oh,
I
here
want
she is again. She just did it again. They hooked me in. They put up the South Carolina medallion, on the wall. So I
Oh,
unmuted it, thinking they were coming soon. And then a sniper woman comes in again, starts talking on me. Like they're killing me here. They're killing me here. Anyway, what I thought of the closings, I thought that Crichton Waters, although I will say that it was a bit long, I think too long. I think he could have lost some of his points because the jury just would get bored. But he did a really good job with his presentations in lining everything out. He gave them motive, means, and opportunity. He kept putting three fingers up and saying, we've got it on all of these. It doesn't have to be tactile evidence. It could be circumstantial evidence, all evidence that you can't actually nail like to exactly a one thing is called circumstantial evidence. He did great with all the definitions. He did great with relating to the jury. He wasn't loud. He had good energy, but he didn't speak down to them the way Jim Griffin was, as if they were simple-minded. Like,
right.
Jim was a little offensive, in how he was speaking to them, as if they don't understand anything. And I was like, wow, like that's not cool either. But Crichton Waters just put it all together and let them make the decision. And he said, once you look at the whole picture together, how could you not see what happened there? And that was important. And he did pick on every one of the lies. He did say, the information that's missing is because Alex Murdaugh had actual availability to it. He actually said something I've been saying all along. He said, who had access to that murder scene? Alex Murdaugh did, before, during, and after. And I think they needed to hear that. They need to know that he was the only one. There wasn't anybody else available.
Exactly. That's what I've been thinking the whole time too. If it was just him, he could have cleaned that shit up the best he could
Right.
and hid the clothes and the weapons, because they never found the gun. Never found it.
Yep.
And you could burn clothes. I mean, I don't think you could burn a
And
gun.
this trial
You could
started
throw
in January. It has had several weeks of testimony from a
I'm trying to
number of
find out if
witnesses
they're
from both
they did
sides out there.
actually.
And
Oh, he's back.
once the jury gets the
Oh,
case,
they're not back. Sorry about that. They keep showing the judge. Yeah, and I just keep trying to check, and it's this other guy over talking, but I can't tell it unless I unmute the tab. Well, yeah, like halfway through the testimony, I caught that T1. He changes to the nicknames and everything to make it like more of a relationship there. But when he first started with everything, with all of the interviews, he never referred to them that way at all in any of the interviews with anybody else. Like, and not until he went to testify.
Well, I mean, wasn't there a lake near his house?
Well, there's lakes everywhere there, but they're talking about the smokehouse. They're talking about the clothes being missing. They pretty much laid out, Meadors did, that, those guns were they were in that blue raincoat and they were disposed of because they're missing, And for Jim Griffin to say that they haven't proved that those guns were used in the murder was pretty fallible, since the bullets that came out of the bodies match bullets that are actually all over the property that were shot at certain times from. I mean, that was like really going there. Striations on bullet casings have been used for a really long time, and although it's not exact, it is still used predominantly all over.
Oh, sure.
They
The
have
rifling
started.
of the barrel. Yeah.
All right, hold on. They're saying they started. But
Okay,
I
well,
don't.
drop me if you need to. Drop me if you need
Yeah,
to.
but the feed I'm on is the guy is just talking like I don't understand.
Well, I mean, if I could get one last word in before we go
Okay, here
back.
they have started. Yep.
The
Yep.
judge in this case has been really
The judge
patient.
has started.
And evidence
Yep.
presented during the trial. Any other evidence or exhibits which have been made a part of the record you may consider, along with any stipulations made by counsel. I have the additional duty to charge you the law applicable to this case. And as the presiding judge, I am the sole judge of the law.
Mm-hmm.
It is your duty as jurors to accept and apply the law as I now stated to you, then to deliberate in an effort to reach your verdict. And finally, I charge you in this regard that you should not be concerned with what you think the law ought to be, but what I charge you that the law is. You are also the judges, the sole judges of the credibility, that is the believability of the witnesses who have testified and of the evidence offered. In considering credibility, you may take into consideration many things, such as the demeanor or manner of testifying, whether the witness had reason to be biased or prejudiced, and whether the testimony was contradicted on the one hand or supported and corroborated on the other hand. You may believe a small portion of a witness's testimony and disregard the larger, or vice versa. All these things you will consider, bearing in mind that you should give the defendant the benefit of any reasonable doubt. It becomes your duty as jurors to analyze and to evaluate the evidence and determine that evidence which convinces you of its truth. There are two types of evidence which are generally presented during a trial: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence directly proves the existence of a fact and does not require deduction. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of a fact. Crimes may be proven by direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given either direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. However, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden rests with the state, regardless of whether the state relies on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or some combination of the two. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists for witnesses we call expert witnesses. An expert witness is a witness who, by education and experience, has become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling, and may state an opinion as to relevant and material matter in which the witness claims to be an expert, and may also state the reasons for the opinion. You should consider any expert opinion received in evidence, and like any other evidence, give it the weight you think it deserves. If you decide that the opinion of an expert is not based on sufficient education and experience, or if you conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or that the opinion is outweighed by other evidence, you may then disregard the opinion entirely. An expert witness's testimony is to be given no greater weight than that of any other witness, simply because the witness is an expert. Further, you are not required to accept an expert's opinion, even though it is not contradicted. In regard to evidence of other crimes and evidence of alleged bad acts on other occasions, this evidence is limited to consideration by you as it relates to the motive of the defendant for the offenses charged in this case. This evidence cannot be used for any other purpose. This type of evidence must not be considered in any other fashion. In particular, the South Carolina rules of evidence provide that evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action in conformity therewith. Put another way, evidence of other crimes or bad acts cannot be used to show that the defendant is a bad person and therefore is more likely to have committed the crime for which he is accused. You may not consider evidence of other crimes and bad acts for this purpose or for any other purpose other than it as it relates to the motive of the defendant. In addition, while you may have heard that other crimes and bad acts of the defendant have resulted in other charges or indictments not before you, the fact that defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted in these matters is not evidence and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt in this case, nor do these indictments create any presumption of guilt. As to any other pending charges, as is the case here, the defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by the state in a court of law. The function of the jury is to determine whether a defendant is guilty or not guilty, and the consequences of a conviction in this or other pending matters is of no aid in determining whether the defendant committed the offense. You should not consider nor speculate about sentencing consequences for this or any other crimes, as those issues are not before you. The fact that the defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted in this case is not evidence and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt. Nor does it create any presumption or inference of guilt. The indictments are simply the formal written instruments which contain the charges made against the defendant. The indictments are the formal documents by which this case is brought into this court. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, has pled not guilty to the indictments, and that plea puts the burden on the state to prove the defendant guilty. A person charged with committing a criminal offense in South Carolina is never required to prove himself innocent. I charge you that it is an important rule of the law that the defendant in a criminal trial, no matter what the seriousness of the charge may be, will always be presumed to be innocent of the crime for which the indictment was issued, unless guilt has been proven by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This presumption of innocence does not end when you begin your deliberations, but it accompanies the defendant throughout the trial until you reach a verdict of guilt based on evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is like a robe of righteousness placed about the shoulders of the defendant, which remains with the defendant until it has been stripped from the defendant by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is not a mere legal theory. It's not just a legal phrase. It is a substantial right to which every defendant is entitled, unless you, the jury, are satisfied from the evidence of the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The state must prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So what is a reasonable doubt in the law? A reasonable doubt is a doubt which makes an honest, reasonable, sincere, and conscientious juror hesitate to act. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt must therefore be proof of such a convincing character that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her own affairs. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt can also be described as proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of the defendant. Now, there are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of a crime charged, you must then find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that he is not guilty, you must then give him the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. The indictments in this case allege 4 separate offenses against the defendant, The indictments are murder of Maggie Murdaugh, murder of Paul Murdaugh, possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime involving the murder of Maggie Murdaugh, and possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime involving the murder of Paul Murdaugh. Each indictment charges a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each indictment separately on the evidence and the law applicable to it, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other indictment. The defendant may be convicted or acquitted on any or all of the offenses charged. You will be asked to write a separate verdict of guilty or not guilty for each indictment. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, is charged with the murder of Margaret Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed Margaret Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse, and with an intent to inflict an injury, or under the circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the previous evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be expressed or inferred. These terms, expressed and inferred, do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is, either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proven. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, lying in wait for a person or any other acts of preparation going to show that the deed was within the mind of the defendant would be expressed malice. Malice may be inferred from conduct showing a total disregard for human life. The defendant is also charged with possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. 2 counts. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was in possession of a firearm during the commission of a violent crime. A firearm means any weapon which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile. In order to find the defendant guilty of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, you must first find the defendant guilty of committing a violent crime. Murder is a violent crime. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the weapon furthered, advanced, or helped in the commission of the crime. While the arguments of counsel are a beneficial part of every trial, you should remember that the statements made by counsel are not evidence, In presenting their arguments, counsel often refer or have referred to the evidence. However, you should base your verdict on the evidence as you remember it. If there are any conflicts between the recollection of counsel about the evidence and your own recollection, you should rely on your own understanding of the evidence. You must decide whether the state has met its burden of proof beyond the reasonable doubts based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. As you were instructed at the start of the trial, you're not permitted to conduct any independent research about this case. The facts of the case, the evidence presented in the case, or the people or organizations involved in any way in the case. Do not try to find any information from any source outside the courtroom, however reliable that source may seem to be. Do not look at dictionaries or other reference materials. Search the internet, websites, or blogs, or use any other electronic tools to get information about this case or help you make a decision. You may not use computers, telephones, cell phones, smartphones, tablets, the internet, or other tools of technology with communication capabilities at any time during your deliberations, except only as provided by the court to review the digital evidence in this case. If your deliberations necessitate an overnight break, you may use these devices as necessary, but you may not use them to communicate with anyone about the case until the case is over. This means that you must not use phone calls, video calls, emails, text messages, instant messages, blogs, chat rooms, websites, or any social media, such as Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, Reddit, and Discord, to send or receive any information about this case. This includes information about a party, a witness, an attorney, a court officer, or your fellow jurors. News accounts about the case, research on any topic raised, or even any topics you may think would be helpful in deciding the case, or any testimony presented by any witness you may not investigate. During your deliberations, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about this case. This includes anything that may be in the newspapers or on the internet, radio, or television. You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside of the courtroom, whether before or during the trial. Information on television, radio, internet, or from other sources may be wrong or incomplete. In our judicial system, it is important that you are not influenced by anything or anyone outside of this courtroom. If your deliberations necessitate an overnight break, even though you may use electronic devices as necessary for purposes unrelated to this trial, I must urge you to minimize your use of such devices. Many internet browsers, smartphone apps, and social media services, as well as traditional media like television and radio, will provide information and news that you do not seek with little or no prompting. It is a strong possibility that information about this case may be thrust upon you every time you use an electronic device. You must therefore use these devices only as absolutely necessary. You must ignore and avoid uninvited information about this case. Now, Madam Forelady and members of the jury, I am required to charge you the law as I have done through these instructions now I'm being given to help guide you to a just and lawful verdict. Whether some of these instructions apply will depend upon what you find to be the facts. The fact that I have instructed you on various subjects must not be considered as indicating an opinion of this court as to what you should find to be the facts or what your verdict should be. In conclusion, now you've been chosen and sworn to give the parties a fair and impartial trial. When you have done so, you will have completed your oath, and no one will have a right to criticize your verdict. You must not be swayed or influenced by opinions or expressions of opinion you may have heard outside of the courtroom, but rather should base your verdict solely on the testimony of the sworn witnesses who took the stand, the exhibits received into evidence, and the law which I have stated. You should not be swayed by caprice, passion, prejudice, or improper sympathy for or against anyone. Remember, you have no friends to reward or enemies to punish, and all parties are entitled to a fair and impartial trial. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate in an effort to reach an agreement. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after impartial consideration of all of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your convinced is. Do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. As I stated earlier, you are the judges of the facts. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. Now, you may have noticed that I have read these instructions. I do so to give you the law as accurately as possible. I will give you a copy of these instructions to have in the jury room. You may refer to these instructions to assist you in your deliberations. You must consider the instructions as a whole and not follow some and ignore others. And Madam Forelady, it will be your duty to preside over the deliberations of the jury. If during your deliberations you should desire to communicate with the court, please reduce your message or question to writing, signed by your foreperson and the foreperson only. Do not address any questions to anyone other than the court, and reduce it to writing and pass it to the bailiff, signed by the foreperson and the foreperson only. It will then be brought to my attention. I will then respond as promptly as possible, either in writing or by having you return to the courtroom. I caution you, however, with regard to any message or question you might send, that you should never state your or specify your numerical division at the time. Now, you've heard the testimony and you have heard the law. Whatever your verdict, Madam Floor Lady, you will indicate the verdict on the back of each indictment and then sign and date your verdict. You will have these 4 indictments, and on the back of each indictment is a place for verdict. And each one, as to each one, you write your verdict, either not guilty or guilty, then sign and date the verdict. You're not authorized to write the verdict until all of you have agreed on the verdict. Now, in just a minute, I will send you to the jury room. But prior to doing so, I want to ensure that from the 12 jurors we have remaining, if there is any reason that any one of you cannot continue deliberating, please let me know at this time. We have 13 jurors. Only 12 can deliberate. So out of the first 12 jurors now on the panel, if there are any reasons why you cannot continue, please let me know at this time before I excuse the alternate. A show of hands as to anyone who cannot continue deliberating. All jurors then seem to be in good shape and good to go. So when the jury leaves the courtroom, the alternate will remain. And the alternate is. I will send you to the jury room, all of you, except for the alternate. But do not begin deliberations until you have received a copy of this jury charge, the indictments, and the exhibits. Once you receive these things, that will be your signal to begin your deliberations. Once you begin deliberations, you will deliberate until you have reached a verdict, at which time you will knock on the door, advise the bailiff, and we will bring you out to receive your verdict. So if all of you will now go to the jury room except for the alternate, juror number 741, who will remain with us while the others go to the jury room.
Wow, wow, wow. I am, wow. Uh, mm.
court officer to Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach with Mr. Waters if something has come up? That I think I need to-
Mhm. Okay. All right. They're not letting us hear everything that is being said. It's going in and out. What they did actually put out was that the alternate will be staying on standby because Alex Murdaugh, it is that there is only one alternate. If anything does happen to the jury during deliberation, if something comes up, they want the availability to still be able to deliberate and not have to do the whole thing over again. When the judge asked Alex Murdaugh if that's what he would like, he stood up and said, yes, that's what he wanted. And it was brought forth by the defense. And then Waters agreed with it and the judge agreed with it. So the alternate is not being dismissed. They're not letting us hear what they're talking about now. It's something to do with evidence and just making sure everything's in place. I'm not sure. But there was a problem with the feed. It was going in and out. I then went back and saw that part of the feed was my second feed. This is the third feed I've brought up since lunch because the feeds are going crazy. Everybody's labeling it, talking over it. They're not, it's crazy. So this was the third one. In the third one I brought up just recently, it was muted. So I just unmuted it there. Yeah, I'm here. I hope you guys can hear me. But I see the questions about the sound in there. It was going in and out. But basically, if you didn't get to hear some of it, the two feeds were going at once. So like the sound was going in and out from both feeds. But yeah. So hopefully you can hear it now. If you don't hear anything coming from the feed, it's because they have muted the conversation of the attorneys because it's a sidebar. And judge doesn't like to put those out. Thank you. But anyway, that's different that the alternate is not allowed to leave. So I don't know. I've got a poll up there about how long do you think they will deliberate? And I'm surprised that quite a portion of you think it'll only be today, a couple of hours that are left in today, and that they'll come back. It's going to be interesting. I do not know if we'll be live streaming the actual verdict. If we can, we will. If I get enough notice, I will cram on a live stream right away so that we hear it. Either way, I will record it and put it up later that we can all talk about it. We will be doing that. Yeah, Tony, I don't know if it's about the recording of evidence and what goes through and process or because they have things to discuss. Also, you have to remember the judge has to have a time frame and has to order them to be within X amount of minutes or hours or whatever from the courtroom for when the jury comes in for questions. Remember, they have the opportunity, they all need to be there, right? That they all need to be there if the jury has a question, how it gets answered, what information goes forward. And so that's probably what they're talking about, timing on all of that. Usually in a case like this, the judge would tell the jury to make sure that would be able to come back within the hour so that when questions come up or there's a verdict or there's a question in regards to the charging, in a question in regards to evidence, if there's a question in regards to testimony, that they're available. The attorneys need to be available, and Alex Murdaugh he can be made available. It's more difficult for him because he's encumbered. He is actually in prison. I don't know how they'll be doing that. You hope not to hear anything until next week, Rhonda? Expand on that. Why? Because today is Thursday.
Take them all in along with the put this on top. And yes, sir.
Okay, I heard him for a second and then he muted again. Okay, so I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I do agree, Tony. They do know that they have to be available. It's just a matter of how available, how quick. Everybody does it a
We'll
little
be in
bit different.
recess waiting for the verdict.
We are in recess waiting for the verdict. Now, that's up to you guys. We can hang out and I would like to see some more of you vote on that time frame for the jury. Because like only 15 of you voted, and there's 30 plus of you here. So far, the majority of you at 33% of the 15 of you say that within 4 hours they'll be back. And that's like crazy, That's like insane. Yep. Oh. I don't know. I'm going to hang just a few minutes just while we have the feed up, even though it's muted, just to watch the goings on here. I believe they're going to be taking Alex back to the prison at this point. His attorneys can be made available for verdict. And if actually they come for questions, rather, if they come for a verdict, they will actually have Alex in, as is his right, to be there in the courtroom when verdict is read.
I mean, those were some long jury instructions. I thought he was reading them the Constitution and shit. I was like, what's going on?
Yeah. I've actually heard longer, like in the Johnny Depp trial, because it was defamation and they were very specific. It was actually much longer. In a murder trial, does a guilty verdict need to be unanimous? I think any verdict here has to be unanimous. Absolutely. In this criminal trial, if they had one dissent, is what I keep hearing, that they can say hung jury.
Yeah. To be a fly on the wall in that jury room. I mean, come on.
And Always Createful says that the state's attorney is only 10 minutes away, which is great. But they do have to be within, they have to get there within a certain amount of time. And the judge needed to know that time. And that could be what they're talking about. They all know they need to be available. You voted for 3 days or more. I feel that most of them already have their verdict right now. But, and I agree with you, yes, on 12 juries all the same, that's a hard thing to come to. And I agree with you there. Actually, to get everybody unanimous and comfortable, it's going to take a little bit longer, I do believe. They may have some idea where they want to go, but they haven't talked to each other. And now they're going to find out if they're all together or if they're all different and divided. They've all watched the same trial, but they're all individuals. Now they get to talk about it. Remember, the judge kept saying, do not even talk to your fellow juror. They weren't allowed to even confer with each other at all about it. So, in that case, you can understand, right? That, why it might be kind of eye-opening to some of them, Also, taking the length of the trial, 6 weeks, everyone. You really think they could come back with a verdict after looking at 6 weeks worth of testimony? For me, I wouldn't. I would not be back until late tomorrow with a solid, because I want to go over and check my facts. I want to go over and see if what I'm thinking is what I'm thinking, and I want to hear what the other jurors have to say. Just to have 12 people say what they think is going to take more than 4 hours. Absolutely. Even a day. If they come back late tomorrow, I will be surprised. I think they're going to go over the weekend and come back on Monday.
That's what I was saying.
I think we're going to have a verdict. Are they out already?
They're out. Yeah. They just left. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But they may not be deliberating. It depends on how fast the clerk got the paperwork over there. They need the charges and the jury instructions in the room with them before they're allowed to talk.
Right. Okay.
Well, yeah. I'm with you, Claire. It's either going to be Monday or Tuesday before they come back with the verdict.
I don't think so. I think it's going to be quick. I'm betting less than 4 hours.
And with more of your voting,
nobody else will do that.
now that we have talked a little bit and within me asking for more votes, it's tied between within 4 hours and 1 day. I'm saying at the earliest it would be tomorrow late afternoon. That would be Friday late afternoon for afternoon
Okay.
court. And also, I mean, and that is if they just already, all of them are just solid in their head. And that's going under the assumption that they don't have much to talk about because everybody's just nodding their head going, yup, yup, yup. I don't even have to talk. I agree with everything you just said. And boom, because there's 12 of them. And it takes a little time, to go through 12 people and what their opinion is about something. And then you only need one person like me in there that needs to dot their I's and cross their T's. And you got a whole nother day because I want to check stuff.
And talk about Bubba.
Oh, no, I wouldn't talk about Bubba. Bubba wasn't
I'm
evidence.
kidding.
I wouldn't be allowed to talk about Bubba.
That's true. That's true, actually. Damn, dude, calm down. What are you doing?
Always says
Cat's going wild.
if the defense moved to one of the local hotels, all of the hotels in Waterboro are within 10 to 15 minutes of the courthouse. That's right, because the courthouse is like so nice and central, right to town. T1, that is not true. The jury is not back already. I'm looking at the logo. Stop it.
He put the laughing face up.
Don't do that to me. Like I know, So Meadors did okay. I do believe so, Pete Hutchins. I would recommend watching that. I think you should check it out later. I was pleasantly surprised, Pete, actually. I think he tied it up nicely with emotional and passion. And he did the little bit that Creighton Waters wasn't able to do because he was sticking to the facts. He was like, we don't need the answer why. No one's ever going to know why, but we know how. Yeah, we know how. And that was pretty cool.
Yeah. He said, sorry, just practicing. Pete said Meadors do. Yeah. I don't think he did as good as Waters, but Waters is really hard to touch in general. He really knows what he's doing. He's amazing. But he definitely did better than Griffin. Three times as good as Griffin did. Griffin
Twitter
seemed
is a buzz
disorganized. He acted like he didn't know what he was talking about. When you walk away from your paperwork, you're supposed to be back before you say the next thing. And he was like all the way over by the stand, and then he'd walk back and look at his paperwork again. Like, dude, quit doing that. Like, take it with you or know what your next thing you're going to say is or something.
It did look a little disgruntled.
And then those big gaps, like he was quiet.
Well, they could have been strategic. They could have been strategic to stress the importance or non-importance of the issue. I think some of the forgetfulness he was showing may have been strategically to show that it really wasn't important about these things. These are minute details that we don't have to pay attention to because it's only the state's case and the state doesn't have anything. Like, I really think that was the attitude he was trying to purvey. But it is all over Twitter that he does not seem himself. There's actually great remorse for him out there that, damn, dude, like, we wouldn't want to have that client either. We really feel for you. We really feel for you having that client.
Right?
Like, the way you look right now is like you can't win no matter what. Your client did you in, thinking he knows better than everybody else. And like, we feel for you. People had great sympathy for him on social media right now. Other people are calling him a big buffoon. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like a toss-up.
Well, that's just anybody that puts themselves in front of a camera ever.
How much theatrics would you learn in law school? Mark Caesar wants that. Oh, just about all of it, because it's all about
it depends, Mark.
The jury. Because you have to learn about human nature. If you're going to be a defense lawyer or a prosecutor, you need to learn a lot about human nature and how juries think. It's a big part of it. If in the win-loss game.
I was going to say, I guess it would depend on whether you're prosecution or defense, how theatrical you are.
Actually, no, because look at Waters. He's a prosecutor. You would think the defense would be more theatrical, right? Well,
I don't think he was that theatrical. I Harpoo and Jim Griffin have no theatrics. They are just blah, 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 blah,
I think out of all of them there, Creighton Waters had the most personality to the jury, the most... He was the flailing of his hands. I have pictures of him with his hands straight out, like in emphasis, in like using motion, in using visuals to get his point across with his own body language. So, yeah, I think he's quite theatrical, much more theatrical than any other attorney that was in there.
See what Kim wrote at the bottom there?
There is a video clip of him doing a very
Yeah.
saw that. He's like,
He thinks.
"Touche, monsieur pussycat." Yes, I saw it. Yeah, yeah. That was
T1, I wouldn't even think that he's innocent of I don't know, not drinking his water every day. I think he's guilty of everything. I hate that guy now.
You know what? But
I'm
that's
done
not
with
what.
him.
Like, let's think about the jury though. There, T1. That won't matter to them. That doesn't matter to them. Proving
Yeah.
it is what their job is. Did the
That's right.
state prove it to the jury that he's guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt? Because that they might think he's guilty, but if they don't think the state had a case, they can't do anything about it. It had to be proved. They're not allowed to like get a feeling that he's guilty or think that he would have done it. They actually have to see evidence to prove their thought on it. Wrecker, of course you're looking at it that way. He says it actually blows me away how close the closing arguments are to a rap battle. Yeah, you got to take your opponent out, I guess. So much a rap battle. I know T1. I'm like, no, I don't want to play that part. Yeah. Yeah, true, just Rhonda. You know, he was a family friend, and he may have believed everything, and it could have been that the evidence became overwhelming to him. I don't know. I won't actually try to put myself in his shoes because they're too uncomfortable for me. Actually, I just don't envy. I just don't envy it at all. But like, what should we do? Like, I don't know. Like with the Johnny Depp case, we waited. Like when we did it with Ranty, I think didn't we all like some of you remember? Did we all hang out on deliberation days? I don't recall. It's all a blank to me. Does anybody recall? I mean, some of you were with me in the chat. Like, I can't remember if we went all day or not. I'll have to go back and look. I really don't think they'll come back tomorrow. I don't even know if they'll live feed it. They did the Johnny Depp. They would be talking, we would be talking, and then they would come up on the live feed automatically. We did hang out, didn't we? Always Createful. I think we did. Ranty and I were taking shifts, I think, because it was quite. All we did was sit around and talk about the case and talk about like everything, like we've been hair, food, men, women, dogs, movies, books, music, you name it, the weather. We talked about it all. We took shifts, and a lot of you kept me company for that one. I remember now, and they took quite a few days, and we were going back and forth. Yeah.
But you didn't talk about Bubba because that was pre-Bubba.
No, I know, but we talked dogs in general. I think
Oh, I'm sure you did.
Well, the big thing that stuck out to me in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing is Johnny Depp never looked at her. Never.
True.
During the whole trial.
Because when they broke up, he said she would never see his eyes again. That she didn't have the right to look into his heart and soul anymore.
So he just didn't look at her the entire time.
He never let her look in his eyes. He never looked at her. Nope.
Nice.
He wouldn't give
Good
her
for
the
him.
graces. He was a very dramatic, romantic person. Yeah.
Well, he sounds like he really got his heart broke, didn't he?
Yeah.
I don't think he's an innocent person in any way, but I think he was the wronged party in that suit. Absolutely. I don't think Johnny Depp as a man is a unflawed person. I think he's a flawed human like many of us. He's got his own demons, but I don't think his demons are what Amber Heard said. Based on how he was raised, that's what did it for me. Knowing he came from an abused family where he watched his mother get beat and did everything to protect her and never do that to another woman, I knew she was lying because he did everything he could from his childhood. That's learned behavior. He ran away from the situation every time. He locked himself away from the anger. He locked himself away from the fighting. He did flight. He never fought. He fought with words. He said horrible things. He did do alcohol and drugs and got free enough to say horrible things, to tweet horrible things. But did he physically lay a hand on her? I don't believe so. I don't believe so at all. I think that wasn't in his nature to do it, and every fiber of him fought against that because of the way he was raised.
T1, we are not falling for that again, buddy. Don't even try.
Yes, so like really lovely. Like I'm watching the feed. Oh, hey, Bearded, I thought you were going away. Is that tomorrow? Well, let me just tell you, I did put the closing argument. I did put the video up of the closing argument for Waters. That is on my channel. He was excellent, but we still have to create the video on the closing arguments of the defense. I would say that one was a little lackluster, although he did make a few points. He might have got the jury to think a bit, but the rebuttal by Meadors was actually surprising. He was very good. He was very, very good at bringing home the points that Waters made in regards to reasonableness and common sense. That if you can use reasonableness and common sense when looking at this evidence, he's guilty.
And
Well,
you know,
okay,
the
I've
other
got
thing,
to.
the other
Go
thing I
ahead.
was going to say too is Waters with his detailed slideshow and everything for closing, so they had a visual. I think that was great.
I
think it was
I
great.
did too, but Juju, you're not impressed. So I would like to know, like, none of them impressed you at all. I actually thought Meadors did better than I thought. I was afraid when they said Meadors was doing the rebuttal. I thought, like, he's just going to blow it, but I don't think he did. I just think that maybe Juju is coming across the same as you could think about it, that it's just as much as the evidence. It was way too long and not enough. There was no actual other shoe dropping. There was no actual big thing you could hook on that just made you go one way or the other. And that's how this whole case has been. If you think about this whole trial, it's been like that. You know what I mean? Like there's just not one thing that actually turns it for you. Wrecker, I think you're right. My channel will now forever be known as pre-Bubba and post-Bubba.
That's right. I started that. I'll take the blame.
It's pre-Bubba and post-Bubba forever. But yeah, Jujubee, I'd love to hear about it. True. But I'll be putting out 2 more little videos on the posts and everything. The actual jury instructions, I may do one on that too, because it did get chopped up for us. So if I can find a feed that does it, I'll make a 4th one. If I can get my audio director to help me out.
Hint, Wrecker.
I was giving him an out. I wasn't going to say his name, but yes, it's Beck threw you under the bus.
No, I'm not
there,
giving him an out.
MC.
He needs to fix that shit. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, MC.
Get your shit together, man.
Yeah, damn it, Wrecker. What are you doing?
Oh, that was so sweet of you, Bearded. You're away and you dropped in. Like, thank you for checking in. I know this is, you know what it is? It's the addiction of trial crime, isn't it? Criminal cases out in the public trials, they can be so addicting. I hear you.
But Juju, he did bring out the key evidence points.
No.
He also brought out the line.
Well, wait a minute. She might have a point. Now, wait.
What?
I want to hear this. What? Wait. I want to hear more about what she has to say here. I prefer the closing arguments to be more succinct. Tell me a story. Weave it all together. Hit on the key evidence points. Don't list them. In other words, she wanted it to be what sometimes we do see. They didn't use PowerPoint and let us like paint the picture. When you tell a story and you insert all the evidence for me and how it's used and what it means, instead of making me look at a PowerPoint and come to the conclusion myself. Am I right, Jujubee? Because I hear you. I hear you on that. It could have been better. I think he did the best he could because of the quantity of circumstantial evidence he has to link together. Because they really went out of their way to find every little thing they could to link together that he did this, because they knew it was mostly circumstantial. They don't have the 2 big things they need, the murder weapon and those clothes he was wearing. They don't have any DNA or anything like that. They do have the cell phone data and stuff like that. But I see what she's saying. Sometimes they come out and it's so theatrical and they just paint you this picture and it just hits you in the face and you just believe it because they put it all where it needs to be instead of giving me the pieces and telling me, go ahead, put that picture together for yourself. Crichton Waters got closer to it than it had been during the whole trial. I'll admit that, but he didn't nail it on that at all. Jujubee's right about that. Because of the PowerPoints, he did give them visuals to look at, but he didn't paint a clear story. He didn't just get up there and tell the story of the murder.
Yeah, I get
What
you're saying.
he did was tell the story of the crumbs of evidence that were left. Jujubee and I both believe it's a better closing when you just tell the story of the crime, period. Put it in their heads exactly how he did it. Exactly
But
how
as he
did
was
it.
going along through the
Show them.
evidence, he was saying that. He was like, and then
Yeah,
Alex Murdaugh killed his
when-
wife and his son and
Yeah, but
pointed
when you,
right at him.
yeah, Beck, I hear what you're saying. But when you tell a story in 2 sentences at a time with all this other stuff in between, that's a disjointed story. And that's what we're
Okay.
saying. The story wasn't cohesive. It wasn't one great big picture where he sat for 45 minutes and painted one picture for us.
Yeah. Okay.
He
Fair enough.
started
You're right.
he went to one corner of the drawing and he colored it in, and then he gave us a whole bunch of evidence to look at, and then he came over to the other point and he colored it in. And what I wanted was the whole painting at once. I want him to go through what he sees, what he wanted us to see. I wanted a visual of how that crime was committed, one shot deal. Talk to me like it's a story, and tell me how it happened, what he did, and then go back if he wants to for another hour and do what he did. I think it would have been better. I kind of agree with her. I appreciate the PowerPoints, but they needed to be done in a more, as a matter of fact, after fact, and not be the key of the presentation. I loved them. I did. And yeah, Juju, I knew it's funny because we always like disagree, but come to the same conclusion, like in a way, and how we say it. The closing should be a discussion of the puzzle you put together, not giving you all the pieces to do it yourself. Exactly. We are looking at the final picture and it should make sense now. Exactly. He needed to actually tell that story very theatrically, very dramatically. Hey, I like Law and Order. I like the way McCoy does it. That's the way he does it. I'm a dramaphobe. I like true crime for what I see on TV. But I do admire the legal system, and I know it can't always be like that. And I think based on what they had, they did a damn good job.
Yeah.
Yes, I did, Jujubee, of the Chandler Henderson trial. Yes, I did. Although I didn't cover that, I did watch that. Yeah. But actually, I would say that you'll be surprised by Meadors. I think you were surprised by Meadors. He actually did a decent job. But I agree with you. Absolutely fell flat on the defense. And I don't know if that's my bias or not, but it seems like most of social media is agreeing with me. Jim Griffin struggled. But I can tell you he probably did better than Harpootlian would have, because Harpootlian was not being very well liked by the jury at the time. All social media was coming back like, whoa, they do not like him at all. So that was probably a strategic thing not to have him up there, But let's see. And Kim's saying, hold on a second. What is going on with these feeds? I hear an echo. Do one of you have YouTube up? Because if you do, you're coming back pretty strong in my ear. Anyway,
well, I
Kim,
was muted till just now, so it can't be me. And I have
okay,
nothing
so
running.
Rex, whatever you got playing back there, I'm getting an echo. Something's going on.
I've got
Kim,
everything muted. I'm not on YouTube, so I don't know where it's coming from.
I don't either. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay. Kim says there was too much additional info from Crichton Waters, which didn't tell me his means, his intention. I felt like some of the puzzle pieces were in the wrong places. Yes, because it makes it hard to actually like put it all together, because we got all of this extra data, like because we have all the cell phone data, because we have OnStar, we know what he did. He could have just told us the whole story of what happened that night in one shot, and then went back and said, this is how I proved it. Boom, boom, boom. I would have preferred that instead of this means this, and then he did this, and so blah, blah, blah. Like, no, I wanted the whole story. So that's if Juju and Kim both agree, like that, they're pretty much solid there. Okay. T1 says, a cop once told me, your car might be faster than mine, but you can't outrun a radio. Alex Murdaugh could not outrun the technology in this case, is what you mean, I think. Because I don't think he outran it. I think he thinks he did, but he didn't. I think it nailed him, actually. Or the defense felt like they were stumbling over the facts. He felt nervous to me and like he didn't believe what he was saying. That is an actual popular statement right there.
That is
It looked to
exactly
me
what
like
Claire and I said.
he didn't believe what he was saying. It was unbelievable coming out of him because it didn't look like he believed it.
Yeah, no.
Wow. And
I
Pete
feel like he
Harrington
was
saying
struggling.
one of the other lawyer channels, the viewers are voting 98% not guilty. And that's fascinating because like Fitz News has it the opposite, 92% guilty, actually. And but I do see Tragos Laws said it was coming up a little bit more. Like they were very pro not guilty there. Yeah, I did see that some of their polls were coming in that way.
I saw one that just a little bit before I left a little while ago. It said 69% guilty, 26% not, and then whatever was left was the hung jury.
Oh, it's a hung
pretty
jury.
much.
Yeah.
So
that is a
and
large
which is
percentage
interesting
as
because that
guilty. That's the highest percent
Yeah.
guilty that I've seen. I saw on some of the channels it was in the 60% and stuff like that. Yeah, you could private message me what channel that was. I want to go check out that poll. Yeah, I kind of think I know which one it is, but dotting my I's and crossing my T's. Yes, Juju. I struggle on how I would vote. I would be with Claire in the jury room, dotting my I's and cross. Exactly. Regardless of how I felt about what I saw, I would actually be trying to get my hands back on that evidence to make sure what I heard and what I saw is what I thought, because it's a very serious thing. Yep. Oh man, so Wrecker and Shilly are going to be doing a rap from the perspective of Bubba. That's too lit. Yeah, Tragos is what I know. I do. He did favor the defense. I do know that, and I watch Tragos all the time. And I know they mostly go with him. He's pretty popular. But I did actually I did take exception to some of the stuff he was saying with the defense. I don't think the defense proved it. I actually don't. But then again, that's just me. But yeah, he's the lawyer. I really would want to see a lot of it just to make sure. What was missing felt more significant. Exactly, Juju. But when I ask myself why is it missing and who had access to it, that's kind of what clinches this to me, which is good thing I'm not on the jury, because that would be a hard one to sell. But that actually is. So that's why all along I've been saying I absolutely feel that Alex Murdaugh is guilty, but I don't know if the evidence is going to convict him. I hear you, Pete. I do watch him, and sometimes I absolutely do agree with him, but on this case, I absolutely do disagree with him. He made a few valid points as far as the lawyering on both sides. I'll give him that. He's quite good with that. But on this particular case, I do not feel that Alex Murdaugh is being railroaded. I do feel that the evidence does have some lacking and that mistakes were made. I agree with all that, but I don't think that it was a wild goose chase. I don't think that they were just out to get him. I don't think we were looking at an innocent man. I didn't see an innocent man. But I'm not on the jury, and I'm not even a lawyer. There you go. Well, it's interesting. One of the things I would like is, while we're all out there and watching like the social medias and the YouTubes and things like that, keep track of the polls. If you can tell me what they are later when we all get back together, maybe tomorrow or the next day, watching, well, actually not the next day. I don't think they're in court on the weekends. It would be Monday. But I'd like to hear about the polls and what you're seeing on social media. I've been trying to follow that while we are actually live, and I've been posting you things from Twitter and things I see on YouTube and in Instagram and stuff like that. Um, and basically, a lot of people were not believing Alex Murdaugh. Like they didn't have a lot of sympathy for him, which is why I find it very interesting that a lot of the lawyers do. And I think it's because they see how easy it is for everything to turn against you.
All right, since you got company, I'm gonna go run do some more stuff. I'll be back.
Yeah, I don't know how long I'm actually going to stay up because I doubt they're coming back, to tell you the truth. I really do.
Yeah, I really doubt they
I
are, but
really
won't they be like, okay, that's the close of the day kind of thing?
I think he did say that the jury is deliberating and we're out of here, like, and told everybody to, like, Alex Murdaugh went back to jail. Court is over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
They took
Touche.
Alex out of the building like they normally do. So I do believe court is over. Does anybody else watching any of the other feeds? Like the one I have is just the symbol up there, but they haven't really said anything. And that's, but that's not one of the news ones.
Well, I mean, if you want to call it, this is your feed. So
Yeah, exactly. Juju B says Alex Murdaugh looks like an explosion waiting to happen to me. I find his demeanor terrifying. I feel like the hair on the back of my neck would stand up if I was near him.
I agree. I don't like the look in his eye. When he just plain old looks straight dead at a camera and he's not smiling or anything, his eyes look freaky, like he's just dead inside. I don't know. There's something wrong with that man.
Yeah, that's how you identify crazy. You look somebody in the eyes, and if their eyes don't look right, yeah, you might not want to associate with that person.
I've not been wrong yet, Rex.
Mm-hmm.
If I've called that on somebody, I haven't been wrong yet.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pete. Like that is me. Claire, I'm not a lawyer bad. That's exactly what they say. I do this for fun. And Jujubee, you're right. If you or I were in there, or even Kim, this jury would be deliberating until next Friday. Because we would have to be sure 100%. And I'm hoping that there's not one of us in there. Actually. But that's going to be rough. Yeah. But then again, that they really should take it seriously. If there is something about him that's very disconcerting to me. He's not a pleasant person to actually try to empathize with, for me anyway. And I've actually had to work against that the whole time, because I wanted to be a little unbiased, but I have to admit it was absolutely impossible for me. And I failed. I failed being unbiased in this particular case. I do not think he's an innocent person. I just don't.
Yeah, I can't.
And but I have to admit that the case is not that solid. As hard as they went for it, it's not really solid. It's all in how they look at it. And they can look at it either way. Every piece of circumstantial evidence could say a different story.
I want to throw one thought in the chat before I go, because I know some people for sure know this, and I believe some people do not, because people came in later. I don't remember discussing it since then. The death penalty is off the table.
That's right.
If he goes to jail for murder, it will be life. And however many sentences they give him, they'll probably give him 3. So just so you know, don't let the death penalty sway your opinion about whether he's guilty. Because I know a lot of people are hesitant to say guilty if the death penalty is on the table, because you don't want to kill somebody that's innocent, but he's not going to be killed. So that's all I want to say.
He's not going to ride the lightning. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but he's in jail anyway, because, they first locked him up before he was even charged for this. He was already locked up on the federal crimes, on the financial crimes, rather.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's true. All right. Well, if you guys are gone when I come back, I want everybody to have a great evening, and we'll convene in the morning.
Yep.
Right?
I'm going to be wrapping up in by the half hour for sure, if they're not back for sure. But thanks, Beck. It was always good every morning. And I'll keep in touch with you to let you know what I'm doing about streams. I'm really not one to sit here for 8 hours, you guys, and do nothing. It's not going to be. That doesn't sound pleasant for any of us. Not that you're not all great conversationalists and I enjoy your company, but that's a long day. That's a long day.
Claire, what do you think of just coming in the morning, seeing what's going on, maybe have like an hour, 2-hour stream, see if anything has changed in the morning, like on Monday morning and tomorrow morning, and then just cut it after that if nothing happens?
You know what? On that, I think I'm going to think, and then I'm going to get to you on it, because that's probably
Just
a
a
good
thought,
idea.
because they're
But,
all
yeah.
morning people.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, I
all right,
might
you
come and
beautiful
have
people.
coffee with you guys, and then we'll see what's up. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I
Because
think
there
that would
are
be a good
things to
thing.
do. We can replay openings, we can replay closings, we can replay evidence. There are things we can do, which we did do with Ranty's trial. I mean, there is stuff that we can definitely go over. There's key points in different things. Like there's even the stream I did with Bearded Heretic on Family Annihilators, where we talk about how you got to mentally get there. There's lots of entertaining things we can do. We'll see. We'll talk. Let me just. I need to think about it. I can't make a decision like that
No, I
on
didn't
the
expect
fly.
you to.
The thing
all right.
I could tell you all
Huh.
this. If you're listening and you're not subscribed, you won't know because you won't get a notification. So I suggest you
Well,
buckle
sometimes
down and freaking just break down and ring that bell, please.
Hit
for the
that
fans.
damn button, ring
Hit
that bell,
damn
share this
bell
good content out, show
for
Claire some love. She
notification.
puts a lot of hard work into this stuff. I'll see y'all in the
You
morning.
would think. Thank you, Ben.
All right,
Thanks.
take it back.
Thank you, brother. Thanks. But no, that's cool.
But I mean, there's been something weird going on with YouTube where you don't get notifications sometimes when someone goes live. But you
I
know
would
that's YouTube.
Yeah, I would. And if anybody finds himself in that situation, one thing that I saw that works is that if you unsub and then resub again, like right away, like unsub, refresh your feed, and then resub again, and somehow or other it magically fixes your notification process. I don't know why it gets bottled up, but occasionally it does.
Well, I mean, it's YouTube.
Yeah. And you know what, Charlie Welch, I'm all for that. Subba for Bubba, please, y'all. Can I say y'all? Y'all subba
Oh,
for
sure.
Bubba. Yeah. But no, yes, you won't get a notification if you're not subscribed. For sure.
Yeah,
For absolutely
subscribe
sure.
and ring that bell. And yeah.
And then you'll know.
And if you're not getting notifications, unsub and resub and re-ring the bell. So.
And re-ring that bell, and that usually works because I wasn't getting notifications. But I have been. What I do is I sub myself, and then I do get my own notifications, so I see what time they go out, and they have been going out 30 minutes before every live. I do try to usually schedule the day before, so if I do decide to go live in the morning tomorrow or in the afternoon or whatever, I will put it up much later tonight, and you guys will see that I've posted it on the channel.
Okay, cool.
Oh, I got a good job from Createful for my y'all. Thanks,
y'all.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Kim. Kim coaches me on my Southern. Yeah.
Well, I try not to say y'all when I'm talking online because you know.
Well, I usually don't say it at all. I'm from Jersey. It's like use.
Use guys.
Use guys. Who let the
Oh,
Bubba
hey, I had
out? Oh, Helco. Oh, Helco. I knew you had to. I just knew you had to. Oh, my gosh.
Well, I had a question about Johnny Depp. Was he in 21 Jump Street first, or was he in Nightmare on Elm Street first?
Oh, weren't they around the same time? The series was 21 Jump Street. He was definitely, but then Nightmare on Elm Street was a movie. So he could have been doing them at the same time. I could tell you this. He had the same face. He was young, and he had that same face. So they had to be around the same time, as far as I know. I don't know which one was first.
Same face and the same. So I was wondering. I was just wondering. It just
and he was not my favorite character in 21 Jump Street.
No, he wasn't. I liked Holly Robinson Pete.
No, I liked Dom DeLuise. I liked the big guy, the big affable, laughable, like.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Human guy. Yeah, I liked him. Yeah. Well, we do say use, don't we? Now I know you're from the East Coast there, Pete. Right? Yeah, okay. You must be from somewhere similar to where I am. Like we vibing. It's like a coastal vibe thing going on here. Shouldn't that be who locked the Bubba up? Yes, it should be. Because Bubba shouldn't get locked. Who did lock Bubba up? I mean, didn't Crichton Waters ask that? How did Bubba get in that cage? Yeah, he did. He asked. We don't have an answer though. That's the thing with this. We're never going to really know everything, are we? We're going to know what the
No.
jury thinks, eventually. If they're not hung, we are going to know. But there you go. But I am interested in all the other polls. So don't think just because we say one thing here, we don't want to know what everybody else is saying. I appreciate Peter coming in here and telling us about the other poll. And everyone's entitled to their opinion, I do get a lot of flack because I'm not a lawyer and I do opinionate, but I don't opinionate as a lawyer. I never did. And I don't really think because you're a lawyer, your opinion matters more about this case than anybody's. I mean, you could talk about the law, but it's going to be up to the jury. And when it comes down to it, aren't the jury people? Aren't they watching exactly what we watched? So there you go.
And they have opinions too. I mean, so.
Yep. So that's why I do it. I do it for everybody else. Okay. So
Right
there
on.
you go.
Right on. And yeah, I've watched a lot of Law and Order. So, I mean, I'm there with you. So.
Charlie, you're giving me the giggles because Bubba just wanted a cuppa, which I say all the time, and a rubber dubba dubba in a tubba. Oh, Charlie, stop it. Okay, stop it. But yeah, I hear you. Yeah, definitely. I'm going through Twitter polls and voting, and so far, guilty is 70%. On an average, that's what I was seeing yesterday. And today, like yesterday, I was actually seeing it climb higher and higher. And then today, I saw it drop a little bit, but now it's climbing back up. So,
Well, see, I don't use Twitter, so yeah.
Exactly, Juju B. I agree. I disagree with the lawyers as much as I agree with them. I only watch them for a different point of view. So I think about why I concluded what I did. Exactly. And I often, because I do talk to quite a few public ones, some private ones, some paralegals. It's not that I don't actually talk about it with legal people because I think that's important. I never want to cross lines or boundaries or give out misinformation. So a lot of times I'm checking things that I think or things that I want to actually explain, definitions and stuff like that. And they may have an angle on the law that I hadn't thought about. I'm not a lawyer, and then I'll look at it. But it doesn't, like, does that mean anything to the jury or not? Or maybe I'll have a question is in regards to why something happened the way it happened or why it couldn't just be straightforward, and it'll get explained to me. So it is a great resource. It's just not how I want to do what I do here. You know what I mean? It's totally different from what I do. I think there's the legal channels, they do what they do, and then the true crime channels do what they do. I think that they're both separate. I do only differences on my true crime channel. I will admit to having a fascination with the law and love reading the legal briefs, but I don't pretend to be a lawyer. No way, no how. I'm never going to weigh in on the legal part of it as fact or fiction or whatever it means. I'm going to go to a definition that you get from a lawyer or right from the legal journals themselves. That's it. It isn't arbitrary. Exactly. You try to put everything in there. We don't just say, hey, it's like this. No, it's not. I don't believe anything in life is, hey, it's like this. I could never afford to be that way. I'm always bringing in information, taking information, learning something every day, every moment, looking at it a different way, trying to see it from someone else's point of view. I could never say anything arbitrarily about anything. I appreciate that, Juju. That's a
yeah. I've got a cousin that's a lawyer, and
Uh-huh.
so if I have any questions, I'll go ask him, and he's like, "Man, the law is complicated."
It is. And Godless Granny is a lawyer, but she'll come right up here and say, I don't do criminal law, but normally it's like this about that and like this about that. But she'll tell you every state is different, every court is different. When it comes to what Judge Newman is going to do in the state of South Carolina, I go right to the South Carolina Judicial website and look for their actual rulings on it. And so that you actually can see, they will put the rules right out there. That's how we did about the jury notes. Went right there to what they say can be done and not. It was just different everywhere, just like anything. And actually, Juju B, I think what you said is a high compliment. I actually take that to heart, that is like one of the best things that anybody could say about what goes on in these chats with this channel in general. So thank you for that.
Oh yeah, and sometimes it's different from county to county in each state. The laws are different. So I mean, it's complicated. Yeah.
And no one would pretend to know all of it. They get a good feel. People know what they know. Right now, the poll that we put up is now leaning towards one full day at least, like not coming back until tomorrow.
Okay.
That at 36%, and most of the votes are in. There's only 25 people left here. There were like 32 when I put it up, and it's 28 votes. So I say it's pretty close to that, what the chat is actually thinking. The next second one, though, at 32% is within 4 hours. Like they want them back tonight or tomorrow morning. Like,
Want it now. Got to have it now. I know. It's the whole cell phone generation. Yeah.
On that, it is officially 4:30, and so I'm gonna tempt the devil here. And you know how Murphy's Law is, like whatever you expect not to happen is definitely going to hit you. I'm going to say that they probably aren't coming back within the next hour, and I'm going to actually end the stream and keep my ears peeled on all the other channels. And I can assure you, though, whenever they come back, whether we're live or not, we will be doing a stream to discuss it. Either we'll be taped and we'll go over it and we can all get to do it, because I won't leave you guys hanging with the ending like that. But I will get back to everybody and put something up on the community tab about what we're going to do with the deliberations and how we're going to go forward. And like I said, if Beck and everybody is willing and you guys are willing to talk about it, I don't see any problem with giving you a place to do that. Okay, so we'll see. I'm kind of leaning that way, but I don't want to say definite, because like I just need to think about it. It's a long day, like it really is. But I do think we do have enough to play that you guys would be interested in doing that. So we'll come back for some. I can tell you that sometime tomorrow we'll be back for some period of time. That much I can tell you. All right. So on that, everybody have a good one. Don't forget to like, share, comment, do those YouTube things, okay? And I don't know what time the stream is tomorrow. It'll probably be, but I do know that on Saturday we are doing a What the Effery, because we already have worked on some of the subjects, and I need to like let my hair down from all this stuff, all this serious stuff. Like we need to have some fun. So that's definitely happening on Saturday. And on that, I'm going to say good night. Thank you so much for joining Clockwork Rex. It was thanks for you to come and hang and give us some company. And on that, I'll see all of you. Thank you again, everybody, for the wonderful conversations, your opinions, the laughs, the seriousness, all of it. Thank you so much. And we'll see you soon.
Yeah, take care.